This is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is confident that 2022 and 2023 will be a harvest period for Lagos State, particularly in the area of infrastructural projects. He says the state government has fast-tracked the completion and delivery of key infrastructure, which includes a motorized mill, 27-kilometer Blue Line, and 32-kilometer Red Line rail projects. The governor was speaking at the opening session of the 17th Executive and Legislative Rally organized for all elected public office holders in Lagos State. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features Okada ban. Lagos government crushes over 2,000 seized motorcycles. Collapse Ikoyi building. Lagos government commences demolition. Details shortly. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the ultimate goal of his administration remains that Lagos State becomes one of the top places in the African continent to live, work, and invest. Sanwo-Olu was speaking at the official commissioning and handing over of the reconstructed State Security Service building in Alimosho local government area of the state.
The impact that it's going to have in this area is to give more security to the people of Alimosho local government. And because Alimosho local government is the largest local government in the federation, they have more population than any local government in the federation. And we secure the approval of the governor for the construction of this so that they can provide more security, network, architecture in this local government. And I want to advise the youth to be calm, to not do anything that warrant the security agents to go after them.
The sort of passion the governor of Lagos State attached to security prompted the award of this particular project, knowing fully well that without security we will not be anywhere. It is when there is security you have peace of mind. It is when there is peace of mind you think about what do I do for the benefit. I want to appreciate our governor for doing that.
The Lagos State government has commenced the demolition of adjoining structures within the complex of the collapsed 21-story building at Gerrard Road in Ikoyi. Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, stated this at a press briefing. The briefing commenced with a minute of silence observed in honor of those who lost their lives in the unfortunate incident. Top on the agenda was the deconstruction of the two remaining buildings still standing at the premises of the collapsed 21-story building. Commissioner for Information, Gbenga Omotosho, accompanied by his counterparts in the Ministries of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations, Tayo Bangboshi Martins, and that of Physical Planning and Urban Development, Idris Salako, told journalists that the construction will commence on the buildings having failed integrity tests.
We are here because of the November 1 incident. Lagos does not pray to ever have that kind of an incident again. We are here to the fulfillment of what the panel that was set up after the collapse of that building, what it recommended that the government of Lagos State should do, that those other buildings that are still standing on that site should be brought down because according to experts, they have failed what they call the integrity test.
Omotosho announced that a stakeholders meeting had previously been held in this regard and all formalities have been completed to hand the complex over to the contractor for the deconstruction. The Commissioner for Fiscal Planning explained that the land would be taken over by government in line with the state fiscal planning law.
Development Law 2019 as amended, Section 74 to be precise. Any property that collapses in Lagos State is automatically forfeited to the Lagos State government. So the property as it is forfeited.
The contractor handling the deconstruction, Theophilus Lewo, allayed fears about safety of workers, saying control methods have been worked out.
We will tie up the slabs first. What does that mean? If we want to cut a section of a slab, maybe 1 meter by 1 meter, we will put steel chains through that slab in about 4 to 6 points, such that it is hooked up. It holds the slab. It sort of suspends the slab, even though we haven't cut it. We will then begin to cut, so that by the time you are cutting, those steel chains have already held up the piece you are cutting, and it doesn't drop.
He said the deconstruction is expected to take 90 days but could be extended due to bad weather. About 2,000 motorcycles have been crushed in the first quarter of the year 2022, so says the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho. At the crushing site in Alausa, he said the crushing of the bikes showed how serious the government is in enforcing commercial motorcycle ban in some areas of the state. Here are over 2,000 motorcycles, also known as Okadas, being crushed by the Lagos State government. It goes to show the seriousness that the state government attaches to ensuring that the state is rid of Okadas and its menace. Commissioner for Information, Gbenga Omotosho, and Transport Commissioner, Dr. Frederick Oladende, walked journalists through the crushing site to witness the destruction of the motorbikes.
People have been wondering what we've been doing with the Okadas that have been taken out of town. So for you to see what we have been doing with them, this is why we invited you here today. I'm happy you have seen the way they have been crushed.
Mr. Omotosho says that the government had to take the enforcement seriously due to the excesses of the riders and the alarming rate of road accidents recorded this year alone.
In the first 4 months of this year, we had 1,712 Okada accidents. Of these, 700 of road accidents. Of the 1,712, 767 were due to Okada.
Omotosho, however, called on riders securing to the state ultramodern transport schemes to get actively engaged. Commissioner for Transportation, Frederick Oladende, urged residents to remain calm and obey traffic laws as alternative means of transportation have been provided.
We're putting more high-capacity buses on the road. The government is working around the clock to make sure that our rail system is working. We've increased the number of boats on our waterways, and they should just be calm and move about their daily business.
Chairman of Lagos State Task Force says there is no going back on the enforcement.
We don't see Okadas on the road, on the express any longer. The number has drastically reduced. But I know for sure, and I'm passing this information to them because they are watching us. They might be of the belief that the first 1 week of the enforcement will be thorough. After 1 week, we are going to relax. Anyway, we will watch and see. But I'm passing this message to them that from next week, we will do more intense enforcement.
With the recent pronouncement and a continued enforcement on the ban, Lagosians hope is not short-lived so that the sanity is sustained. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has declared that his government's commitment to providing quality and affordable education in the state is second to none. Sanwo-Olu was speaking during the launch of the collaboration between Lagos State University and Cornell University, New York, United States, for postgraduate professional certificate programs. The governor said his administration will do everything possible to uphold the outstanding reputation of the state-owned Lagos State University, LASU, and make it one of the 10 best universities in the world. Joining me shortly on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision is the Commissioner for Education, Folashade Adefisayo. She will be giving us more insight into how the present administration is changing the narratives in the educational sector. But that's going to be after this break. Please stay with us. Honorable Commissioner for Education, glad to have you on the program today.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited.
Right, we all know that the first leg of Mr. Governor's tenure is winding up just in a matter of months from now. That is something that we are all aware of. But I would like to know from you, would you say that his promise of ensuring quality and affordable education that is second to none to Lagosians, would you say he has fulfilled it or he has lived up to that promise?
You remember when Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu came in, he espoused his themes agenda. The first E there was education and technology. And he promised that year in, year out, he would increase the education budget, which he has done without fail. Every year, the budget grows larger. And every year, he has concentrated on improving the quality of education in the state. He promised that he would attend to all abandoned structures, so there would be no more abandoned structures in the schools, that he would furnish the schools with adequate furniture and a lot of other promises. And he would integrate technology into teaching and learning. All these promises have been met to a large degree. And I think I would like to let you know that, especially in terms of improving education, making classrooms conducive for learning. And when they're conducive for learning, you can then now start working on the other soft skills you need to work on. So I would say that we really have gone far. When Mr. Governor first came in, we concentrated our attention on completion of abandoned projects, and we've done a lot of that across the state, right from, in fact, across the 6 districts in the state. Then we concentrated on improving model school infrastructure by building state-of-the-art boarding houses, complete with laundry room, reading room, and so on for students in our boarding schools. After that, we now decided that, look, it's time for us to now build specific iconic structures that will be for, when people are passing by, they say, this one was built by Mr. Governor. So there are about 3 that I would like to mention. The first one is the Elemoro School, which is in Ibejuleki. Ibejuleki is an area where we have very few schools. So when we sat down with the Oba, and we saw that about 12 schools didn't really have a good basic school. You know, it's a new area of Lagos. So we started this it's a brand new school. And in this school, the Elemoro School, we built track and field. We built stadium and seating for spectators. So it's a very, very exciting structure. We're very pleased with it. All the issues we had with our existing buildings, we tried to correct there. Like now there's, when you entered the school before, there was no reception. Now there's a reception so that we are able to attend to parents. They should see, just don't enter school. And a lot of things like that. We included labs, we included all the structures that they would need to be able to operate effectively. That was at Ibejuleki. Now we are coming up with another building which is yet to be commissioned. The Ibejuleki school was commissioned in December, but we now have another one at Agege called the Vetland School, built of containers, and that's an excellent one. You see, this is a green school where we are not on the grid. We are using solar throughout. Every classroom has a smart whiteboard and tablets for for the students in the class. Sorry, I think there's a ratio about 1:2 in each classroom. And there too, we are building a track and field. We are building a basketball court because we can. After Elemoro, we knew that we couldn't go back and just build a school and just open it. But we had to ensure that a school had all the structures that it needs for it to operate effectively. Another school that we are building in collaboration this time with the wives of, with some of our associations and support groups, is a school in Ogombo where we have actually deliberately built a ramp from the ground floor to the top, so that it'll be an inclusive school where children, even those with physical challenges, can get to the top on their wheelchair. And we've deliberately built toilets and so on, so that they'll be able to effectively use these toilets. So again, we keep on thinking and improving on the existing model. It's not that we just build. And I think that is part of the beauty of what this administration has been trying to do. We take a lot of data in Lagos State. We work with data so that we just don't make decisions based on sentiment. So in collecting data about our students right from entry till exit, we found that there's a significant drop around GS3 to SS1 and SS2 to SS3. And this is because many of them have a need to work to earn a living. They start earning a living, or they start learning a craft with a master, or as they call it. So we said, look, let's do something. Let them stay. We understand this need is very important. How do we address this need? So we set up what we call comprehensive schools. And the governor approved a pilot of 12 schools. So in 12 of our schools, we set up these schools. And these schools are running vocational programs within school, so that rather than leave school and start wandering the streets or looking for menial jobs here and there, come in, we will train you and give you really first-class training. And that is what we have been doing. And so those teachers, if you look at the board, I don't know if it's possible for you to look at the screen, but you see this screen in front of me. This is why it is on all the time, because it's the framework for the comprehensive schools program. So apart from the fact that we will teach them vocational skills like Agric, ICT, fashion, building and construction, and so on, we are also teaching them soft skills. And we know the teaching of soft skills like financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and so on is not something that is easy for teachers taught in a very formal setting. So we too entered into a relationship with a city called Tampere in Finland. I know that Finland is well known for the quality of its schools. What people don't understand is that their vocational schools are also excellent. But their methodologies of teaching, the pedagogy of the classroom is really exciting. And the students learn, and you see the joy of teaching and learning. So we sent our teachers there to learn from them, to study them in the classroom, to absorb the atmosphere and learn the skills by which they will teach these children all these soft subjects. They're not teaching physics, chemistry, and so on. It's a totally different ballgame. So you have to give them the skills. And that was why we sent them to Finland. And they came back really enthusiastic. And they've hit the road run. If you go to any of those classrooms, they are teaching collaboratively, they're using technology to teach, they are creative, they are innovative, they're solving problems, they are planning, and so on. And so from there, they'll be able to do things like set up their own businesses very quickly, in addition to learning the skill that they want to learn. Every child has a chance to have a marketable skill. When they leave us, like for instance, let me pick one of them. Like I said, it's on the board. The framework is on this screen in front of me. So let's say I pick something like a child does fishery. He's not going to do it at a very basic level. He'll do it at the best possible level, taught by the teachers who went to Finland. So he'll do fishery, and we are doing this in collaboration with technical partners. In this case, it's IITA who we are working with, as well as our own Greek teachers. So they do fisheries. And apart from fisheries, the student will do financial literacy, understand how to plan for themselves financially. They'll do entrepreneurship and employability. They'll be able to set up the business, write a proposal, write a letter to the bank, ask for money from the bank. We'll teach them personal leadership skills. We'll work on their communication, presentation skills, public speaking, even dressing and etiquette. Can you imagine somebody comes to you and says, oh, I'm a plumber, and the person just starts speaking, and you see this is a neat, smart, clever person who writes his invoice, asks for a loan in the bank. We'll give them digital literacy skills, soft, and each one of them has a tablet on which we've loaded these soft skills. These soft skills are not skills you teach in the class per se, like lessons. They are going to self-pace themselves. And we are working with a Finnish company called Fonzai, and they are following up to ensure that the students are learning all along. So by the time they are done, and someone says, I came out of Lagos State, and I'm an expert in photography and videography, you will know that this is an excellent person. what we've asked them, and some of them have given us, they've shared their curriculum with us. They've trained our teachers on how to teach these subjects. Some have provided internship opportunities, even work opportunities at the end. The internship opportunities, for some, it includes a small stipend. And so we're working with professional bodies, with NGOs, international organizations. It's a whole, I think it's a great way of, it's a great, what can I call it, case study for government collaborating openly, transparently with the private sector and allowing the private sector to drive certain things. Like the entrepreneurship and employability is by an NGO called Junior Achievement, and they're going to set up companies, and they started doing that. What they're doing, they're designing their logos, naming their company. So let's say all of us are learning makeover, barbering, hairdressing, makeup, then we set up our company and we start working. Because like I said, we want them to earn an income early. So it's a practical, hands-on way of learning that will give them a skill, a lifelong skill. We had to do a lot of stakeholder management because we had to let them know that it doesn't mean the child is not intelligent. Intelligence is something that is multifaceted. Some people are good at English and so on. Some people are good at drawing. That's their intelligence. There's this Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. And that's what we base this on, that, look, people have multiple intelligences. What if my intelligence is with my hands? What if I'm a great fashion designer? I don't have to know physics to be a great fashion designer. So we talked a lot, and the interesting thing about those schools, because we are only doing it in 12 schools now, though Mr. Governor has challenged us to go for 50 by September. You see, in those 12 schools, whenever you go around and talk to the head of school, say, oh, school is very quiet. Because those children who were bored, who did not enjoy normal class, they're having a great time. And don't forget that the methodology of teaching is so interesting and engaging that they are learning a lot. I think it's a great one. I would allow my child to learn this. And so something like this comprehensive school system is to ensure that they have the skills that the private sector needs. I assure you that all of the skills that we're teaching them, we are not doing it in the normal didactic, theoretical manner, no. And we came up with a curriculum together with private associations. Like plumbers told us, this is what we want a plumber to know. Fashion designers told us, this is what we want a fashion designer to know. So all these things are taught practically. And so this is our own first step towards ensuring that people who leave this system do have the essential skills of success in the world they're going to live in. The meaning of EcoExcel is excellence in children's education. And this program was introduced in order to improve teaching and learning in primary schools. What we've done is that working with technical partners, we reviewed our schemes of work. It's our own scheme of work, not anybody else's. And we put it on tablets for our teachers. So really, our teachers don't have to do much work with writing lesson notes. But if they read it up, they study it well, week in, week out, the way they'll teach was seriously improved because we included exercises, teamwork, collaboration, all those things we talk about as being 21st century skills. So that's what we've been doing with EcoExcel. It's going on in all our classrooms. All the teachers have tablets with which we support their teaching in the classroom. It's not meant to be read from directly. It's meant to support and improve the engagement of the learners in the classroom. It's meant to give them examples of exercises that you can do, and so on and so forth. So it's really in place, and we've done a monitoring and evaluation of it and found that the literacy levels are very high. The children are actually reading from primary 1, which was the objective. I mean, children can read across all levels. They should read in primary 1. Age appropriate, I mean, you know, you're not expecting them to be reading long, long words, but by primary 1, they should be able to read well, so that by 6, they are fluent readers. And that was the main objective. And of course, that they are good in numeracy as well.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner for Education, for your time with us today on the Greater Lagos Vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Bye for now.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reporters, where we bring you some of the stories and events that have made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, we've got you covered in this edition. I am Adebanke Odunoyi. Thank you for joining us. To improve health outcomes for Nigerians, there is an urgent need to address the healthcare system and the broader socio-economic challenges. CEO of Nigeria Support Trust Fund, Dr. Fejiro Chinye Nwoko, said this at an event to recognize outstanding Nigerians for their philanthropic gestures towards strengthening the nation's healthcare system. Justin Akadonye tells us more.
The COVID-19 pandemic worsened the nation's health system, resulting from redirection of funds, fewer healthcare workers, and poor hospital utilization. The NSF explains that weak healthcare system is underpinned by unclear governance, poor financing, inadequate human resource and poor information systems. However, with a target to support the vaccination of 1 million Nigerians across 6 states, the fund, in collaboration with the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NPHCDA, surpassed this target by 60%. So what is next for Nigerians beyond vaccination?
What we did was to assist the NPHCDA to actually roll out vaccination in 6 geopolitical zones faster and quicker than they could have done. And it was a fantastic collaboration. And that's what we talk about strengthening. We are not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're not trying to do anything super new. We're just trying to strengthen what we have on ground.
Access to care is a big issue because we know that finances is a major issue for many Nigerians. 4 in 10 Nigerians are living on the poverty line. And so if they cannot access care because of finances, they most likely die from preventable causes. So we are trying, one priority area we are looking at this year is to improve access to healthcare. And we know that access to healthcare is not it. Also the supply of healthcare. We know that healthcare workers are leaving the country in the drones. A lot of, we don't have as much healthcare workers as we need.
At this gathering, these Nigerians are celebrated for their passion. They speak of their inspiration, which is born out of the need to transform the lives of vulnerable Nigerians, as well as reskilling the nation's workforce and also strengthening its healthcare systems.
Given the impact of COVID at that time and how it brought so much focus on the inadequacies of our health sector, so naturally strengthening the health sector became the focus of our conversation.
Protecting vulnerable Nigerians, right? That is key because I think for organizations like this, such people sometimes are neglected, they are not catered for, they are not remembered.
We don't have a social security system, so taking care of the vulnerable people in our society is critical. We must look after our neighbors. In terms of healthcare, I have personally been affected by the lack of good healthcare system in Nigeria, and I'm totally passionate about that.
The World Bank says over 95 million Nigerians are estimated to become poor by the end of 2022. What can be done in terms of improving access to healthcare?
Poverty has so many ramifications. It's not only healthcare that will solve poverty. Education will solve poverty. Wealth creation will solve poverty. But the truth is that all these various legs need to be addressed.
In all, these advocates want to see a shift from paper-based data collection, incomplete and inadequate records, as well as poor disease surveillance. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You do not have to be hard on yourself or be ashamed. Rather, speak out and get help so that the perpetrators can be brought to justice. This was a submission of inductees of the 2021-2022 Female Reporters Leadership Program, FRLP, held in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oedokun tells us more.
This is a gathering of very powerful network of women in journalism. They have distinguished themselves in investigative journalism. Having gone through rigorous training, mentorship, produced stories and initiated leadership projects, they are now ready and poised to be inducted into the fellowship.
Look across our newsrooms, all of them, whether it's radio, print, broadcast, there's no question at all that women are underrepresented. And this initiative is very important because it empowers our women folk and then gives them the opportunity to take over the industry.
Doshima Abu, Bukola Samuel Wemimo, Kimberly Wachiku, Annette Felix are among the 21 female reporters added to the network for the year 2021-2022 fellows.
It's been career transforming and life changing. It has helped me to step outside of myself, step outside of my personal challenges and be more compassionate and be desirous of helping other people.
I started this program while I was
a staff, a reporter and presenter at Plus TV Africa, and the fact that, the station gave me that opportunity to also carry out a leadership project where I trained about 9 female reporters and interns at Plus TV Africa and do a story project about an issue that's so sensitive, that's sexual and gender-based violence. It really is an honor for me.
This fellowship is a blessing. I'm saying it with a wide smile on my face because, I've had people even call me to say, we need to have you come train other journalists outside my circle, outside my immediate environment, on a continental level to say, come and replicate what you've learned from this. Come and teach other journalists. Come to our school and teach young girls and young boys about sexual and gender-based violence. So it's not just about my job professionally growing and mentoring my colleague. It's about taking it to journalists who are outside my scope.
Over the months, we've seen a number of young girls, children, being raped by those who are supposed to protect them. And so this has made me more intentional about telling your story, going to them and telling those stories, and holding government accountable.
As damaging as sexual and gender-based violence is to the dignity and sanity of any person, they agreed that survivors must be willing to seek help.
We will not stop talking, we'll keep talking until something happens. And we'll keep reporting these issues until we see result. And that's the goal. That we'll not just tell reports, but when we tell these reports, we get NGOs involved and we get every organs of government, anybody responsible involved until we see that we see that these stories come to a logical conclusion. Either those who perpetrate this ill are held to account or face the law.
I would say to someone who is a survivor of sexual and gender-based violence, do not be afraid to get help. You would get justice if you stick at it. Don't be quiet, don't be silent. This culture of silence is the reason why the perpetrators think they can get away with it and the circle continues.
The induction of these 21 female reporters makes it 73 fellows since the inception of the fellowship started in 2017 and the Report on Women program since 2014. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Ahead of the 2023 general elections, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, has called on commanders to be apolitical as the electioneering period draws near. Lieutenant General Yahaya stated this during the opening ceremony of a 3-day second Senior Command and Leadership Seminar organized by the 6th Division of the Nigerian Army in Port Harcourt. The report.
The Chief of Army Staff, represented by Major General Victor Ezugu, said that he expects appropriate lines of communications between relevant security stakeholders to be established to facilitate cooperation during the planning, preparation, and the execution of operations that would aid civil authorities. The Army Chief expressed optimism that the seminar would afford participants the opportunity to build on their individual capacity and contribute meaningfully towards enhancing Army operations.
A better system of operation ought to be established so as to harness the collective potentials of all security stakeholders for optimal effect. I therefore charge commanders at all levels to ensure that troops under command are adequately enlightened on the need to be apolitical and eschew all political vices.
Major General Ezugu maintained that troops should be adequately trained, equipped and motivated to play their constitutional roles in supporting the country's security apparatus.
The emergence of the cyberspace as an operational domain and the impact of social media on our operations is one of such issues that require attention. It is desirable that all our troops are adequately trained, equipped and motivated to play their constitutional roles in support of the federal government of Nigeria.
On his part, the Chief of Training, Major General Abdul Salam Ibrahim, noted that a non-kinetic line of operations is essential in tackling contemporary security challenges, adding that it is currently being reviewed to provide the Nigerian Army with the impetus needed to meet its constitutional mandate.
The theme of the seminar for this year is aptly enhancing the capacity of Nigerian Army senior leader commanders for optimal performance in a complex operating environment. These anchored on the recognition that the current operational environment is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, hence requiring sound leadership and dynamic thinking by our commanders.
Also speaking at the event, the General Officer Commanding GOC of 6th Division of the Nigerian Army in Port Harcourt, Major General Olufemi Oluyede, expressed confidence that the workshop will drive the vision and the philosophy of the Chief of Army Staff.
It's designed to equip the senior commanders and military leaders with skills and mindset needed to better protect and preserve the cherished image of the Nigerian Army in an increasingly political environment of the present-day command.
The theme of the training was building the capacity of Nigerian Army to meet contemporary security challenges in a joint environment, the role of senior leadership.
Gunmen opened fire on worshippers at a Catholic church in Ondo State, Nigeria on Sunday, leaving dozens feared dead. The attackers targeted the St. Francis Catholic Church in Ondo State just as worshippers gathered on Pentecost Sunday. The report.
At least 50 worshippers were killed and several others wounded on Sunday after gunmen with explosives stormed the church and opened fire in southwest Nigeria, according to local sources. The attackers targeted St. Francis Catholic Church in Ondo State.
It's quite unbelievable that somebody will come and the intention was to kill everybody in that church. And those running out, they were being shot from outside. Those who were inside were being shot from inside. They threw 2 dynamites to blow off the altar down to the sanctuary. This kind of desecration can only be done by the evil one.
The region is widely known as one of Nigeria's most peaceful states, though has been caught up in a rising violent conflict between farmers and herders. Nigeria has over the years struggled with security issues as the country experienced numerous terror attacks that have resulted into killings, while some kidnappings.
It's time for a short break now. We'll be back with more stories. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Nigeria's oldest secondary school, CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, celebrated the 163rd anniversary of its establishment, and to commemorate the day, the Old Grammarian Society, OGS, held a series of activities, one of which was the launch of the solarization of its perimeter fencing. Plus TV News correspondent Uime Afia was at the event. Her report.
The management of the institution, the Old Grammarian Society, and members of the Founders Day Planning Committee of the school kicked off the week-long program. The president of the OGS, Olu Vicent, highlighted the roles the old boys have played since the inception of the school in 1859.
What we have witnessed this morning, we have had the commissioning of an ultra-modern kitchen constructed by the 1982 set. Then we have behind me, I have the beautification of a garden done by the 1994 set. Then we have the first phase of the 40 kVA power. OGS, UK, and America will be commissioning, we're embarking on the supply of power using solar for the entire school. So the school will be on solar panel independent of the PHC and the rest of them. They've done the first phase, 10 kVA, which we've done this morning. Then we've had the ICT building, which is in focus, which is being undertaken by OGS Americas. The ICT building is to ensure that we develop the capacity of our students, that not just in terms of ICT knowledge, ability to have their hands on touch, to be able to repair handsets, repair cell phone and the rest of them, and be able to do professional exams, even while our students in the school. So at the end of the day, by the time they're leaving the grammar school, they are equipped for the challenges of the future. They can, on their own, with the education they get in the school, be anywhere they want to be in the world.
The Anglican Bishop of Badagry, Babatunde Adeyemi, who was a guest at the event, stressed the need to pay more attention to children and youth as they are the leaders of tomorrow.
Because of the situation around, there's need to pay attention to the children. We have dedicated various projects, but the foremost project, most important project, are the children. And when they are properly groomed, we have leaders taking over from us tomorrow. So we should pay more attention to our children.
Chairman Board of Directors, Professor Afolabi, said that the foundation led by the school made him into whatever he is today.
Today, foundation was laid in the primary and the secondary school I went to, like CMS Grammar School. The friends I have today are the friends I made when I was in school. So it has made a good difference. The instruction I got from my principals then is what has helped us through life. So we cannot underestimate the value of the education we got from CMS Grammar School. So I appreciate it, and I give God the glory for 163 years of education in Nigeria.
Chairman Planning Committee, Dr. Dikpo Arigbede, said that they have decided to take it upon themselves to improve on and contribute to the well-being of the school and of the children at large.
Grammar school has been in existence for 163 years, and it's an annual event that we have inherited from our forefathers, and we will continue to improve on it. Highlight or part of what we have done this year is a lecture that was done a week ago during the press conference with the outgoing Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. Professor Ogundipe was the guest speaker. We had the career talk, and we also had the prize-giving day on Friday. And this is a hallmark of everything today, which is the Thanksgiving and luncheon, today's luncheon. And as I said, it's an annual event. We'll continue to do it and improve on it every time.
The high point of the event was the presentation of prizes to some of the outstanding students and teachers. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News.
There was a gas explosion in the busy area of Shika Quarters, Kashin Quarter in Kano, killing 2 people and leaving 20 injured. Plus TV News correspondent Stephen Enoch completes this report as presented from our studios.
The gas explosion, which happened in Kano State on Thursday night, has resulted to the loss of 2 lives, with over 20 victims receiving treatment at the Murtala Mohammed Specialist Hospital in Kano. Eyewitnesses who spoke to Plus TV News said the explosion happened when a gas retailer lost grip of a cylinder which got in contact with the fire of a fish cellar while the retailer was filling gas for a customer. A resident of the house which was burnt said that he lost all his properties in the fire, thanking God for saving his life.
I was lucky to escape the fire. May God protect us from things like this. It is very alarming. Yesterday, we took over 20 people who were burned to the hospital. May God continue to protect us. This morning, a child of 11 years old was confirmed dead.
The brother of an 11-year-old who lost his life said his younger sibling was at the scene of the explosion and lost his life when the explosion happened.
When fire caught the gas retailer shop, many children ran to the scene of the fire. My younger brother was among them. Later on, there was an explosion which affected my brother. He died this morning and will be buried soon.
Nasir Gwazo, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs in Kano, says the ministry is committed to supporting the victims of the explosion.
Over 70% of them have very severe burns, and they require dedicated treatment and care, and it will consume a lot of money. And therefore, we are committing ourselves to supporting the process of providing care to them. It's a very sad event that has occurred, and we will also put in place a mechanism to ensure that from now henceforth, the management, sales, and use of gas become safer for our society.
Police Public Relations Officer of the Kano Command of the Nigerian Police Force, SP Abdullahi Haruna Kiyawa, hints that investigation into the explosion is underway and sensitization will be carried out in the state to prevent such occurrence from repeating itself.
Investigation into this explosion has commenced. At the scene, we were able to recover 7 gas cylinders that are yet to explode there, and also the Commissioner of Police directed for discreet investigation. With these developments, this one, and of course the previous gas explosion in Sabon Headquarters, the command has stepped its toes in order to be all out in public enlightenment and sensitization. All the stakeholders involved will be invited to the command for sensitization and for forward, so that next time we know just something like.
The Lagos State government said about 5,000 motorcycles have been crushed in the first quarter of the year 2022. The State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, made this known at the crushing site in Alausa. He said the 2,000 bags which were crushed shows how serious the government is in its enforcement. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oedokun tells us more.
Here are over 2,000 motorcycles, also known as Okadas, being crushed by the Lagos State government. It goes to show the seriousness that the state government attaches to ensuring that the state is rid of Okadas and its menace.
Commissioner for Information Gbenga Omotosho and Transport Commissioner Dr. Frederick Oladende walked journalists through the crushing site to witness the destruction of the motorbikes.
People have been wondering what we've been doing with the Okadas that have been taken out of town. So for you to see what we have been doing with them, this is why we invited you here today. I'm happy you have seen the way they have been crushed.
Mr. Omotosho says that the government had to take the enforcement seriously due to the excesses of the riders and the alarming rate of road accidents recorded this year alone.
In the first 4 months of this year, we had 1,712 Okada accidents. Of these, 700 of road accidents. Of the 1,712, 767 were due to Okada.
Omotosho, however, called on riders securing through the state ultramodern transport schemes to get actively engaged. Commissioner for Transportation Frederick Oladende urged residents to remain calm and obey traffic laws as alternative means of transportation have been provided.
We're putting more high-capacity buses on the road. The government is working around the clock to make sure that our rail system is working. We've increased the number of boats on our waterways, and they should just be calm and move about their daily business.
Chairman of Lagos State Task Force says there is no going back on the enforcement.
We don't see Okadas on the road, on the express any longer. The number has drastically reduced. But I know for sure, and I'm passing this information to them because they are watching us. They might be of the belief that the first 1 week of the enforcement will be thorough. After 1 week, we are going to relax. Anyway, we will watch and see. But I'm passing this message to them that from next week, we will do more intense enforcement.
With the recent pronouncement and a continued enforcement on the ban, Lagosians hope is not short-lived so that the sanity is sustained.
Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center has called for collective efforts for a cleaner environment in Rivers State. This comes as the United Nations Environment Programme and the global community mark the 2022 World Environment Day with the theme Only One Earth. The report.
The incessant dumping of refuse in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, has become a source of concern for residents, with heaps of refuse dotting strategic locations. The executive director of YEAC Nigeria, Domnamene Fineface, called for collective action with a clear realization that the environment determines the well-being of the people.
Apart from Ogoni area, which is very much polluted like some other parts of Rivers State where cleanup has not started, if you get to the city of Rivers State, Port Harcourt and Obiakpo form the Port Harcourt city, you will see that everywhere is dirty, everywhere is filthy, everywhere is stinking and smelling because of the waste that is disposed everywhere on the street. From the streets to the median, everywhere you go, you see waste everywhere disposed. And the Rivers State government is unable to really drive the issue of sanitation in the city of Port Harcourt. And that is of a very big concern to us because apart from the immediate environment, which is our surrounding, our support man, you also look at the atmosphere, which is part of the environment, part of the ecosystem. It's also polluted with soot.
Fineface appealed to the state governor Nyesom Wike to appoint a commissioner for environment to drive the state's environmental services, enforce environmental laws, facilitate waste management, and speedy restoration of Port Harcourt to its garden city status. Some residents also urged the state government to partner with youths to tackle the incessant dumping of refuse across the state, thereby creating employment opportunities.
Rivers State government needs to sit up to be able to achieve the garden city status for which Rivers State and Port Harcourt is known. And that the governor will need to do by reappointing a commissioner for environment that he sacked over a year ago. The state government should also put together the Rivers State Waste Management Agency by appointing a new administrator. I also think that if the government should put together the 3,000 sanitation marshals that it promised since 2020, while signing into law the Public Waste Disposal Management Bill 2020 into law, it will go a long way to address the issue of waste in Port Harcourt.
My own is to, if I have to reach Rivers State government or to reach sanitation office, they should employ indigenous security. Somehow, like if I'm employed that I'm standing here at this junction, I believe from here to the end of the junction, to the end of the Chakricha, I believe that nobody will put those bins from the compound to this compound. Anybody keep those bins from the compound will trace the person and bring the person and prosecute it before government.
Refuse is not good on the road, but the government need to empower the community people so that they will be in charge of this refuse. It's not by sending people to come and chase them. The thing will not work because when the people come, they will go. But the community people can be on ground and say, no, this thing is bad.
The environmentalists appeal to residents of the state to keep their environment clean, to be able to enjoy good health and a healthier atmosphere, especially in this era of COVID-19 and monkeypox, among other diseases associated with a dirty environment.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Otunui. Thank you for watching.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be
Good afternoon. I am Messi Ebopo. This is the news brief. President Muhammadu Buhari has commended the efforts of the present Nigeria's civil servant for partnering with the government in driving the implementation of its programs. The president, who described the civil servant as the engine room of government activities, appreciated them for their commitment and dedication during the height of COVID-19 pandemic. The president added that the government would spare no effort aimed at improving the competencies of officers in civil service through training, retraining of staff by the system. Vice President Professor Yemi Osibajo has called on ECOWAS region to be conscious of the growing population of its young people and the need to provide quality health care, education, nutrition for them. At the presentation of a strategy document of human capital development programs for ECOWAS and Nigeria, organized by the National Economic Council, Osibajo said Africa is the youngest and fastest growing continent, as West Africa has been projected to have 400 million young people by 2050. He insisted that the essence of the document was to buttress that the people was central to all that government and the private sector or civil society partners did. He warned that an idle, youthful population would portend an increase of social stability. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in Ogun State is happy with the turnout of eligible citizens during the fourth quarter of the continuous voter registration in the state. The resident electoral commissioner appreciated major stakeholders for their support.
I think the sensitization by the public, the INEC, and also the political parties must have contributed to this. Sincerely, the people who are now out to register are within the young age brackets. The young people are now more aware than before. I think it's good for the system, very good for the system, because there was this apathy amongst them in time past, but they seem to have woken up from their slumber, and I think it is indeed desirable.
Meanwhile, some of these citizens who are yet to enroll complained about the slow process, even as REC assured them that more machines have been deployed to the state, while appealing to those who have registered to come for their permanent voters card.
I don't understand the way things are going, because I've been here since around 7 and this is after 11, so there's nothing I can write home about for now. What they told us is when situations are like this, that it is maybe the network, that either the network is busy or the network is not good. So that is why I'm here waiting, patiently waiting for the network.
So people have been here since 7, 6:30, and they start by 9. So you have to come early to start picking numbers. I came by 7:30, I'm number 48, so they should try to make it easy online.
As a matter of fact, we've deployed more IVED machines all over the country, inclusive of Ogun State. I was at Abuja last week for a meeting. The resident electoral commissioners had a meeting with the with the chairman of INEC, and this was what we discussed again. That because of this surge, more machines were deployed all over the country. More IVED machines, such that every eligible registrant is captured.
Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi has declared Monday work-free day to enable its citizens enroll in the ongoing continuous voter registration. A statement issued by the Special Assistant to Media and Governor and Publicity, Muktak Gido, explained that work-free day to enable the state, public and civil servants go to their respective localities to register and obtain their permanent voters card. Mohammed, however, expressed concern over the low turnout of eligible voters. Nigerians have been called upon to use the window provided by the extension of the continuous voter registration and get their permanent voters card. The Chief Judge said it is only authority which can effect the change they expect in the next political dispensation. He commended the determination and the zeal displayed so far by the majority of Nigerians at ensuring they obtain their PVC.
The power to effect positively on the governance of this nation requires this card. Depends absolutely on this card. And if you think it doesn't concern you, then don't complain if things are not working well. We have an opportunity now to right the wrongs, to put ourselves, do an in-depth analysis, and vote your conscience. If we don't do that, we are consigned to a perpetual quiet after election.
Chief George called on PDP members to close ranks and work for the success of the party in the forthcoming polls.
In our own party too, I want to appeal to the managers of the party that they need to move out now before the full-blown campaign. There are complaints, genuine complaints, all over the whole country, within the party. And we must be deceiving ourselves if we say all is well. And there is no political party that doesn't have one issue or the other. Before we start the campaign, I will appeal the managers, the board of trustees of our party, and the other committed members of our party to please move out.
For an urgent legislative intervention and punitive measures against free running of legislative rights in the country. Osowor, while speaking to newsmen in Beni, also expressed shock at the failed attempt by one of his opponents at the primary to subchange his name even after having won with a wide margin. He insisted that beyond making laws to check vote buying, all hands must be on deck to ensure that proper electoral reforms are put in place to protect the electoral system and the process.
To get 8 of them to be interpreted my own way, which I know is the right way. When you begin to do that, the executive themselves will be careful. But what we don't find a lot right now is oversight function being carried out to the letter. And that is why a lot of the executives, whether they are governors or presidents, they are just able to do whatever they want, right? Imagine you are in the House of Assembly as a lawmaker, and they bring a bill to your table that you should have autonomy. You will vote against your interest. And you tell me that person is fit to represent his or her people. No. And this same person I just talked about, Elizabeth Atibe, voted against her interest when she was the Speaker in the House of Assembly.
On his path, the president of Benin's Solidarity Movement, Comrade Ugbo Egosa, called on the people of the community to vote for individuals and not parties, as Nigeria is in need of a person who can represent well.
To date, they've not helped us. You know, as we normally say, who they help? Who party help? Party never help anybody. Instead, giving us more problem. So we want to be voting capable individuals. So I'm using this medium to tell Oriomo and Wonder people. Oriomo, like we all know, has the highest gas reserve in the whole of Africa, not only in Nigeria. You know, and there are many oil wells there. The people cannot be in the midst, you know, surrounded by river, and they are looking for water to drink.
The governor of Delta State and the vice presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Ifeanyi Okowa, says the ticket given to the former vice president and the presidential ticket of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and himself as a ticket of hope. Governor noted that when PDP is elected to run the affairs of the nation from the central seat, education will be a priority.
It's a ticket of grace. It's a ticket of hope. It's a ticket for victory. And this ticket will rescue and rebuild Nigeria. And I know that we have gone very far and we remain committed. What we have done, what we have achieved in Delta State, we want to upscale it rapidly into the Nigerian nation. There are many people who talk on television. There are so many people who say things that they cannot do. People who want to give it position of authority in the past. And they are not able to achieve anything. That they begin to build hope. When they know that they cannot truly offer that hope. We stand for sure to say the things that we know we can do. I know that this ticket is prepared to impact very strongly on the life of the Nigerian youth because to feel the pains of the world as students will not and will never feel as right.
The Ambrose Ali University chapter of Academic Staff Union of University has filed a suit at the Industrial Court of Nigeria, sitting in Benin, Edo State capital, against the management of the institution over what it termed as selective payment of January and February 2022 salaries of workers. In a suit, the AAU chapter of the ASU accused the management of the institution of contempt of court orders of February the 2nd and May 17, 2022, mandating payment of January and February 2022 salaries of some members of ASU who were aggrieved by the biometric verification exercise. The plaintiff in the suit alongside ASU were the chairman ASU, AAU Ekpoma chapter, and the assistant secretary, as well as 6 defendants in the suit, including the acting vice-chancellor of the university and the acting registrar. Bandits have released the 29 members of the Nigerian Cell Phone Sellers and Repairers Association Zamfara State Branch abducted along Sokoto-Gusau Road last week after the payment of an undisclosed amount. About 55 members of the association were abducted along Sokoto-Gusau Road last week while returning to Gusau after a wedding ceremony in Tambuwal town of Sokoto State, where 26 had managed to escape. The secretary of the association, Ashari Zurume, who confirmed the release, said the ransom was paid but refused to disclose the amount. Police in Kaduna State have killed 1 bandit and recovered a AK-49 gun and 1 locally fabricated. The spokesman, DSP Mohammed Jalij, who confirmed the incident, said the tactical operation followed a distress call that some bandits were sighted on the Galadiman Gindigadin Road in Giwa local government area of the state. Jalij stated that the command had been making efforts to restore public confidence through rigorous patrol and surveillance to prevent further attacks on communities or on commuters, and applaud the commitment of the operative, asking them to sustain recent gains to ensure safety and security in the state. As Nigeria joins the rest of the world to mark International Widows' Day, a group of Widows and Orphan Support Society of Africa has celebrated widows with a renewed call to ensure financial independence for them. The founder of the WOSSA, Dr. Tayo Thomas, has condemned the untold hardship these women go through. Unyeme Afia tells more.
Every year has been set aside by the United Nations to bring the front burner issues affecting these vulnerable women in order to safeguard and protect their rights. For these women, the devastating loss of a partner is magnified by a long-term fight for their basic rights and dignity. Despite the fact that there are more than 258 million widows around the world, widows have historically been left unseen, unsupported, and unmeasured in our society. Dr. Taiwo Thomas is the convener of this support group. He offers solutions to achieving sustainable financial independence for widows in Nigeria. The organizers believe that the women need to acquire relevant skills in order to be empowered.
This can be achieved by getting the widows empowered. Like WOSA, we do skills acquisition for widows. And when that is done, we empower them with some money to start. Then along the line, we create a cooperative for them to build up their business. And along the line, we also create a microfinance support to expand their business. By so doing, they will be independent, they will be able to cater for their children, and we will have less problem of widows having issue in Nigeria. So basically, empowerment is the priority that can make them to sustain. When they have this empowerment, they will sustain.
These women need empowerment. If you give somebody fish, you don't expect that person to come back to you again. But if you teach the person how to catch the fish, the person will become responsible and independent and be able to take care of himself or herself. So these women actually need skills and financial assistance to help them stable. 2 people have been carrying, only one person is not taking it. It's not funny. So they need that help.
Experience has shown that widows are often denied inheritance rights, have their properties grabbed after the death of a partner, and can face extreme stigma and discrimination. We got a chance to speak to some of the widows who have a lot to say about their unfavorable living conditions.
Since I lost my husband as a widow, it is not easy. I would tell you the truth, it's not easy to become a widow for 2 hands, later become 1 hand. It's not easy.
Wosa has been so helpful to us for our children, and he extends love to orphanage too, apart from the widows. So he has been so helpful. In fact, I cannot even quantify him. I mean, the way he does things for the widows. He gives welfare, he gives cash, and so many other things. That, anything he can help. Some people for house rent, school fees, and the rest of them.
Programs and policies for ending violence against widows and their children, poverty alleviation, education, and other support are encouraged, especially in the context of action plans to accelerate achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Uyime Elijah, Plus TV News.
And to other parts of Africa, Commonwealth leaders settled in 2018 that Britain's Prince Charles should succeed his mother, Queen Elizabeth, as the head of the organization. But as they gathered again in Rwanda, some Caribbean member states were not at ease with the decision. The 54-nation club, made mostly of former British colonies, presents itself as a partnership of equals and says the British monarch is not automatically its figurehead, yet so far the baton has been passed from the Queen's father to herself and to her son. The foreign minister of Belize, one of the 12 Commonwealth member states in the Caribbean, a region where post-colonial ties where Britons are being questioned, said it was a matter that should still be under review.
It's a matter that I think should be under review. We have all come from a common history in terms of our colonial past. We are now allowing members who were not colonized by the British to become members, and therefore the monarch has no relationship to those countries. For example, Togo and Gabon, who will be admitted.
It is difficult to understand that we were conceived as a grouping with this common tie of colonialism and exploitation, and we gloss over it. So I think it's very important that we have the conversation. The royal family has made some expressions of regret about the role of slavery in the past, but I think we need to go beyond that. We have to have a conversation about reparations. We have to use entities like the Commonwealth to move that conversation forward. So I think that Caribbean countries will certainly be discussing it in the closed-door meetings, but I think it should be something that's formally part of the agenda of the Commonwealth, yes.
Because of the labor of our forefathers, the wealth was developed by these countries. These countries developed wealth. We believe it's time that there be some form of payback for what we suffered as slaves during these colonial times.
If the Commonwealth wants to be seen, as it clearly does, as a modern institution, a modern multilateral institution, we have to get beyond the issue of having the head being reserved to any one country or any one family. You don't find that in any other major diplomatic body, and I think it's an error that perpetuates some of the very unfortunate history of the Commonwealth.
A Red Sea hotel in Egypt's resort city of Sharm el-Sheikh initiated a solar-powered electricity generating panel in a bid to turn to clean energy as the city prepares to host the upcoming COP27 summit in November. The head of the engineering department of the resort, Ibrahim El Mohandes, said the Royal Albatross Moderna resort started to partially depend on 1 megawatt solar power plant on the rooftop, promoting significant improvement in cutting carbon emission and rationalizing consumption. The Cairo-based project developer Solar Sol Energy Company aims to maximize and high in sun isolation Egypt acquires. Now, DRC's president's former chief of staff, Vital Kamerhe, has won his battle, sentenced to 20 years in prison in 2020 for embezzling around $50 million. The politician was totally declared on appeal, even as his co-accused Lebanese businessman, Sahon Jamal, was acquitted. The Shisha Gobe Court of the Appeal said the lack of evidence was the reason for his decision. The White House has expressed disappointment in the United States Supreme Court's ruling that the Constitution protects an individual's right to carry a handgun in public for self-defense. The 6-3 ruling, with the court's conservative justice in the majority and liberal justice in the dissent, struck down New York State's limit on carrying concealed handguns outside home, as the court found that the law enacted in 1913 violated a person's right to keep and bear arms under the U.S. Constitution's Second Amendment. The decision hands a landmark victory to gun rights advocates in a nation deeply divided over how to address firearms violence.
We are disappointed by the Supreme Court's ruling today. The Second Amendment, as you've heard the President say, is not obsolete. And permits common sense gun regulation. Justice Department defended New York's concealed carry law, which had been in place since 1911 and imposed only a modest burden on most gun owners. The law applied only to handguns and public places and contained an exception for people who could establish an actual articulable need for self-defense. Despite the setbacks, the President earlier urged states to continue to enact and enforce common sense laws to make their citizens and communities safer for gun violence. As it relates to what's happening in Congress right now, we think that's separate and apart. Clearly, that is a bipartisan effort. The President is encouraged by what he is seeing. The culture vote happened today, so it's moving along in the right direction. Look, when the President went to Uvalde, when he went to Buffalo with the First Lady, those are trips that he does not want to do again. The President understands he's had a long career in doing gun reform, in ending gun violence. Since he was a senator, we have not seen this type of bipartisan type of coming together to push this legislation in decades. So we are definitely encouraged by what we're seeing, and the President wants them to move quickly so he can get to his desk and he can sign that.
And in entertainment news, stars of Marvel Studios' latest blockbuster, Love and Thunder, have walked the red carpet in Hollywood at the movie's world premiere. Chris Hemsworth, Natalie Portman, and Christian Bale led the cast as they were cheered by thousands of fans lining up along Hollywood Boulevard, eager to catch the glimpse of the stars. Marvel Studios' latest installment finds the hero battling to defeat the Galactic Killer and the God Butcher, played by Christian Bale. The director Waititi, who also voiced Gorg, and the ultimate goal is not to just make a movie, but have fun while making it as well.
Every time I play the character, it's been a joy, and every time I've been asked to come back, I've been as excited as I was the first time I was asked to play the character, and I love it, mate. I love the fans, the passion they have for the character, and I feel there's a duty we have to continually give them something different and unique and fresh. We've done that with this film, and someone will have to tell me to stop, because I love it.
They're in the Shadow Realm.
How'd you know?
The atmosphere there has a darkness like no other. It's as if color fears to tread. It's unmistakable.
Well, then, if it's color we need, let's bring the rainbow.
It's really an exciting challenge to have as an actress, to consider yourself like so much bigger than you are, because it changes how you move through the world. You know, all of a sudden they would build me like a platform to walk on when we were shooting, and you know, I was like, wow, it's really different when you can see the tops of people's heads and you're not just constantly looking up at people's chins. It's a really different way to experience the world.
Yep, jump the gun.
But hang on, he moves through shadows and he's going to the shadow realm. It seems like that's where he's going to be the most powerful.
Hey, Rock, we can't just go marching in there. It could be a trap.
Are you thinking what I think you're thinking?
I'm thinking it.
What are we thinking?
He was a great deal of fun, and he had to be creepy as hell, and we took it probably way too far, and then Taika was like, no, this has to be PG. But that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed going on this journey with Taika and Chris and Natalie and Tessa and all the bloody talented crew and the people who I really created this character with, the special effects makeup people.
Lady Sif has been patrolling the realms, helping keep order. That's all I can say, otherwise I'll get in trouble. But it's so great to be back, and the only clue I can give without having a massive spoiler would be that things get a little bloody.
Getting the blue makeup on is a challenge, but it's always like so worth it, because it's, you know, because sometimes, you know, you have to have a process in order to get into your character, and for me it's sort of taken care of, because when I put this makeup on, it's like it's done for me, and I'm like, oh yeah, like I feel like this person, so it kind of feels like a mask in a way, but like in a really good way.
Hey boy!
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Mercy Bopo. Many thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayiwa Mesale, and we have a full house, semi-full house. One is via Zoom. Hi, Laide.
Hi, Uwa.
Hi, Noma.
Hello.
And Isi has joined us via Zoom. Hi, Isi Afodele.
Oh, she's coming in.
Yes, she's supposed to be there.
I was looking forward to seeing her. Hi, Isi.
Isi, how are you?
It's so weird not having her on set.
It's strange for us.
Feel scarcity, Abby.
She'll tell you with her mouth.
So the fuel crisis is crazy, honestly. Around this axis, it's been hectic. Trying to queue up to get fuel is another problem, and it's yet to be abated here. So we're still going through the crisis here. Maybe by tomorrow it should be better.
Wow. I hope it will get better. But yesterday night, for some stroke of miracle, I was on my way to my hotel, and the policemen, they were trying to get me fine auntie. I say, see, I'm not in a good mood. I don't have feel. I said, as you see me like this, don't stress me. I don't have feel. And they say, auntie, why they talk like this now? Just beside my, what did they call it? Our office there. They say where's there, and nobody honestly, so I drove to the MRS rather on what's it called now?
That same road as Harbour Point.
Amadu Bello Way.
Is that what it is? Yes.
And it was strange to see in this few crisis situation.
There was nobody there.
Immediately I drove in, he stood up to want to attend to me. I said,
it must be a miracle.
This must be a miracle. I filled my time. I said, please
don't tell everybody so that they don't start rushing there now.
No, I think it has eased up. But I have a feeling EC's area, they haven't yet.
Still,
yes, it will take a while for it to ease off.
Okay.
So, how about you? What's the field situation like? Is it dealing with you too?
Well, it's not really dealing with me because I have an uncle that owns a franchise.
You're not telling me right now.
I couldn't help you. That was why I didn't offer. If I was sure that they could sort you out 2 nights ago, I would have said, oh, just go and mention my name and say Aburo Mommy Keke. And I would have gotten you in anytime, any day.
Wow. So you're not suffering like us.
Nah.
Okay. Some people are equal, some people are more
equal than others.
How are you, Norma? How are you?
I just limited all of my meetings to virtual experience. It took me back to COVID. I'm glad that I have options because it's terrible. And the annoying part is that you have to spend most of that fuel in traffic. So after staying for hours,
that's the most annoying part.
You've suffered.
And then you burn it in traffic, and then it makes sense. So I say, you know what? We go virtual, simple.
But you know what? Today I had an amazing day. I've been
tell us about it.
I've been lodged in a hotel for 2 nights. With Pearl Foundation. Let me try to get the full meaning. It's so amazing what they are doing, and I must commend them because again we complain a lot about things happening, but again some people are taking out that time to ensure that they are doing something, and this is one foundation that is doing something around educating the populace on local government autonomy, and so they are doing that in partnership with the USA UK AID. So it's in partnership, and they've been doing phenomenally well, getting key players, TV presenters, media people, ensuring that. So they will also go to the government tiers, local government, they go to the House of National Assembly, they go to traditional leaders, just engaging in different conversations to find solutions into proper governance, citizens engagement. So I'm excited to be part of it, and I'm looking forward to what can come out of that afterwards. And again, I mean, gladly we will donate ways to them, because anything that has to do with helping to enlighten the minds of young people,
have a free
we are all
platform
up
here.
for it.
Yes.
All right. I won't vote for someone who will slaughter me. I will vote for my faith. Vote your faith. This is a quote that was said by Bishop Abioye. David Abioye was quoted to have said this, right? And on that note, we're having a conversation, right? A video, went round today of Bishop Abioye advising Christians to vote for people who care for other religion, people who care for other ethnic groups, not only Fulani. He further advised that they should vote for people who can defend their faith, right? So it's our ladies' night out, and of course Norma, EC, Lydia, and I will be discussing. We'll be asking this question: should we always talk about religion and politics, right? So we're asking, based off on this new video that has resurfaced, right? Should religion be in politics? And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear what you have to say about this. But first, let's quickly go on a break to see what we found in the news. All right, so National Pink Day is celebrated on June 23rd every year. As you might imagine, it's a day to celebrate the meaning, history, and beauty of the pale shade of red. Surveys in both the United States and Europe found pink to be most commonly associated with femininity, sensitivity, and tenderness. From pink being a subject of recent pop culture to interesting facts about the delightful shade throughout time, the day celebrates all things pinky, pinky, pinky. And I wore pink yesterday. So today I'm not wearing pink. Today you are wearing pink, so you'll be all right.
Something like that.
All right, so let's quickly run to what we found in the news. Let me start with you, EC. What did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, I'm trying to dig it out. So if somebody else can actually take the story first, then
okay,
I'll.
So who is ready?
Okay,
let me take the one that seems to be selling like hot akara right now.
Yes, sir.
The Metropolitan Police in a statement said that Beatrice Nwaneka Ekere Madu and Ike Ekere Madu, a former deputy state Senate president, who are 55 and 60 years old respectively, have been remanded in custody and will appear at Oxbridge Magistrates Court. That was the breaking news. And then what came later on was that they weren't granted bail. The beginning of this is about organ harvesting. The story is about them, yes, is that it?
Go ahead.
Yeah. The story is about them having taken a young boy to the UK, claiming that he's 21 years old, and they actually, applied for a medical visa. But I think the main issue is, number one, he's a minor. They lied about the age. Number two, they had promised him a better life. Number three, he more or less didn't have a choice. It was based on the circumstances of his life that made him offer himself, or maybe just go along with it, that anything to just, if this destiny is not working for me, let me give someone else the destiny to use. And they say that they found out in the hospital that he told the doctors himself that he was a young boy. And someone said at the same time that, why couldn't they find matches within the family? Why did they have to look for outsiders to match them? I mean, if you think anybody could survive with one kidney, which most donors can, then within the family you should have gotten a good match. Why go the way where you can...
It was almost like exploiting a young man.
Yes, exploiting a young man, and you think you can do away with his life, whether or not he makes it out of surgery alive. I wanted to be brief, so I just gave it to you like that, so we don't take too much time.
So we're going to keep talking about that.
Yes.
It's something that is really hot and is brilliant. Because I just asked the simple question. I said, had this happened in Nigeria, first of all, we would not have even heard, we would not have known that, because it's happening by the minute, nobody knows anything. Because it's happening in the UK, that's why something like this is coming to the fore. So, I mean, this is really big. We're going to keep an eye on it. But trust me, this guy has exploited someone, because, again, capitalizing on poverty, there's poverty in the land. The guy must have been promised all sorts of things without even knowing the consequences. So that's highly manipulative. Because a 15-year-old does not know the consequence of donating a kidney.
Even if he knew, he's too young to make the decision
to donate.
Absolutely. When it's not a direct family member.
Absolutely. So, Norma, your story, or Isi, have you found yours?
Okay, Isi.
Yes, I'm ready.
Go ahead,
you're ready for me. Okay, my story goes thus. It says that how fuel attendant was killed. Manager beaten by Nigerian Air Force officer in Niger State, and this was brought up by the management. And it says that the young man who was actually killed actually got someone who was interested in having his nails done. So it was the manicurist that came into the police station when the Air Force officer came in and said that they wanted to buy fuel at the gas station. But when they got there, they were told to hold on and get confirmation, because they usually buy fuel via coupons. So while they were getting coupons, getting the confirmation from the office, the officers decided to have their nails done. So one of the officers whose nails was actually being done by the manicurist was told that, the manicurist cannot use naked flames in the premises, which is a gas station. Of course, we all know that. And based on what they said, that this local manicurist actually uses a gas flame, or what is it called, flame, to actually sterilize his equipment. So in the process of doing this, he was cautioned, and this actually got the officer agitated, and he got upset and beat up the station manager, and at the end of the day shot him. And that is the story.
Sad, very sad. There's a lot going on.
A whole lot going on.
Number your story.
Very quickly, I just want to say it's International Widows Day, and shout out goes to my dear mother-in-law. She's a widow. And also, Mercy Chinwo, congratulations to
on
her
the engagement
as well. We need some good news in between.
Yes.
All right, so quickly, my story is quite interesting because it's about a lawyer who attended the Supreme Court proceedings today in his traditional worshippers' regalia after Apex Court approved use of hijab in schools and public places. So the Nigerian lawyer, whose name is Malcolm Omiobo, appeared in court and caused a stir when he attended the proceedings in his traditional worshippers' regalia. And according to him, he decided to dress this way following the Supreme Court's judgment that allows all Nigerians to express their way of worship and use their, worship attire in public places as well as schools. It's a really interesting story to see because this is going to change the narrative on a whole lot of levels, right? Where people who now feel, and he's a lawyer, so he knows the implications, right?
Yes.
And he has decided to showcase. He even said something about his children also showing up in school with their traditional attire, their traditional worship attire as well. Because if this is going to be allowed for the Muslims or Christians or whatever other religions, then they need to be permitted to express themselves as well. So this is quite interesting because I'm wondering how it is going to play out in the near future.
Going forward. And with you taking the topic today about religion playing into politics, this is how they start coming up one by one, saying that, well, this is my religion. I mean, most people tend to recognize Christianity and Islam as the two major religions in Nigeria, but there's so many others.
Absolutely.
And traditionally so. So when we start coming with the Babalawos and the Ifas and the oracles, I want to see how we're going to now
manage the whole situation.
When we start talking about politics, which we're going to later on, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's sad. You see, this conversation, you can't even exhaust it. So mine is just to draw attention. I saw a very disturbing video this afternoon or earlier this morning of a police, a military man that was heavily drunk, and he was
hitting cars,
harassing people, and taking off, extorting them. Someone had done the video saying that the man was drunk, so you could see him visibly hitting cars, harassing people, and this guy was armed, right? So I mean, we keep on saying that, brutality, reforms and all of that. This is why you can clearly see the boy squeezing money into the policeman and see the way he's hitting the car.
He did it to like 5 cars.
Yes, he did so he was heavily drunk. So everybody just had to cooperate because you do not know what will trigger him to the way he was hitting. Isi, you were saying?
I said, and no one actually knows if he was trigger happy. So it's very important that they are very careful in the process of, interacting with him.
So this is really disturbing, and I'm bringing the story up, hoping that the right authorities would bring him to book. Because look, can you imagine? He's using
eventually his colleagues came to drag him away, but the fact that he could have gone on for so long.
That's what I'm saying to you now.
What is really scary, because he kept using the butt of the gun, towards drivers and hitting them and threatening in uniform. Who's going to approach you?
He actually slammed it on somebody's windscreen and
shattered it.
Broke the windscreen as well.
Yeah. See, this is them now apprehending.
So they need to not just apprehend him. We need to go and do a lot of psychological examination for most people that we give guns to in this country.
Yes.
All right. So we'll take a break now. When we come back from the break, let's discuss politics and religion. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. Relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Now, who are you to vote for? That's a big question. First of all, vote for competence. Vote for delivery. Who is it that can competently lead this nation? Who are the ones who can bring us out of mess, out of riots, out of killings, out of corruption? Find out. But get your card ready. We vote for competence. Number two, we vote in defense of the faith. The faith. You know how much the church has suffered the last 8 years. Killings upon killing. Killings in Plateau. Killings in Taraba. Killings in Benue. And largely in Christian communities. Killings now gone to the south. In Ondo State. And several other places where people are being killed silently without us knowing. Vote in defense of the faith. Vote only for people who can defend our faith. And what more? Vote for individuals who care for other ethnic groups and not focusing only on Fulanis. Hear it very clearly. All the ones who have been killing people, have you heard that any of them was arrested? No, you won't hear that. You won't hear that. You won't hear that. How many officials went to Owo to go and sympathize with the community where they kill people? Let's be wise. If anybody tells you now that there is no religion in politics in this country, they are deceiving you. So bring out your faith. Don't hide it that you are voting for your faith. Don't hide it. Till tomorrow I will vote for my faith. I will vote for my faith. I won't vote for somebody who will slaughter me. I will vote for my faith. Now.
All right, so the notion of whether or not politics and religion should be kept apart is highly controversial in today's world. While religion has often been ignored as an important political factor, it is becoming increasingly clear that it plays a substantive role in the world's politics, both internationally and locally. Now, according to an article titled Religion and Politics, Integration, Separation, and Conflict, both religion and politics have one common goal, that is to acquire political power and use it to fulfill their aims. However, to achieve this objective, their methods are different. Religion mobilizes religious sensibilities of people in order to get their support to capture power, while politics uses intrigue, diplomacy, and makes attempt to win public opinions, either democratically, if the system allows it, or usurp power with the help of the military or army, if the society is underdeveloped and backward. Now today, we are asking this question: if religion should be in politics, as the clergyman Bishop Bioye of the Living Faith Church had said, right? That we should not be deceived if we think that religion is not in politics, right? So now please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WaysShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. All right, so this is a very interesting conversation because every now and then issues around religion and politics comes to the fore. And because it is our duty on this show to continue to sensitize young people on what needs to be known, like give them some level of literacy when it comes to issues around governance and politics, I couldn't help but, take on this conversation, because when I saw the video and it surfaced, I said, okay, wow, this is a conversation right here, because we keep on talking and saying that churches should stay in the church, pastors should stay in the this, but I mean, this is a clergyman that has a huge following, right? Coming out to tell you clearly that now it is no longer they're not even, I will vote my faith. When I hear him say I will vote my faith, meaning that I will vote a Christian into power. But let me hear your initial thoughts.
Okay, so how about what Martin Luther King said about voting for the content of character instead of voting for faith? Because we already understand that religion is a part of politics in Nigeria. If even everywhere else, when they talk about Republicans and Democrats, they talk about the people
Trump used religion to get
exactly. They still keep using it. It works for them in all ways. If religion wasn't part of politics, how come they're trying to say that whoever your running mate is cannot really be in the same faith as you are? Most times, as I don't know if it's even part of our constitution or if they just came up with it. If the Muslim is the ticket holder, they will say no, the running mate has to be a Christian. Why is it about religion and not more about the character of these people that we're trying to vote into office? Religion has failed us woefully. The people that even introduced it to us have more or less taken their hands away from the religion. With the churches that we have, the mosques that we have, the whole expressway and highway from Lagos to Ibadan is filled with all kinds of camps. We keep binding and casting, and we still haven't found a decent human being to rule our country. It's not about faith. It's about character.
And competence. Absolutely. All right, let me come to you, Isi.
Like they said, gave us a synopsis of practically what I was going to talk about, which has to do with competence and character. And we also need to understand something about this, that we all understand that religion does influence politics, whether we like it or not, across all border, because in the UK, in the US, wherever we find ourselves, religion has a huge role to play in influencing politics. Now, the key thing is, does it cause conflict in politics, or it causes fusion, whereby everybody comes together with one voice? That is another thing we should also take into cognizance in this context. Voting for your faith is one thing, but voting for character and competence is what we actually need here right now. We need a Nigerian leader who will actually take us from this abyss, like I stated last week. We need somebody who can take us from this abyss of insecurity in the country, and we need a situation whereby we can actually interact with our leader without feeling some form of, without us being scared, or without us feeling that we've been neglected. We need a leader who has empathy for Nigerians, basically, based on what we are currently going through. And does that cut across religion? No. It cuts across character and the individual in power. So it has a lot to do with character.
Okay, so let me hear your thoughts, Norma, your initial thoughts on this.
Well, I agree to the extent that religion plays a significant role in our life in general, including politics, and we've seen how it has played out over the years in different countries or climes and all of that. Religion is a part and parcel of the way of life of a people. And then when you talk about politics, and then just to go back a little, our faith and our practices are supposed to be somewhat sacred. They're the things that make us actually, or help us to live out the kind of values you mentioned, character and competence and all of that. Live it in such a way that it is productive for humanity, right? And then you talk about politics, which is activities that involve getting or using power to in public life to be able to influence people's decisions and affect a country, so to speak. So when you put these two together, it's like creating a platform where people can influence fellow countrymen and women, right? So the question is, should religion be in politics? The truth is that over years, you cannot separate religion from politics now, because politics is a way of influence. And religion, when people see somebody who is religious and has a level of influence, they would gravitate towards that person, and he can have influence over others. So it's not going to go anywhere. Religion and politics are going to continue to be at par with one another, where religious leaders can come out, make statements, and their followers will actually take those statements as sacred. We were talking about Father Mbaka the other day when he made a statement towards the presidential aspirant of Labour Party, P2B, and he said the flag bearer. And he made a statement, and that stirred up something, right? Even his followers, a number of them agreed to what he said. Oh, we don't want a stingy man. And so your words can actually, they actually have power, and they can influence the people that you're holding onto. So it's not going to go anywhere, because politics and religion work hand in hand to actually get the desired goal of the people that use it.
Okay, so I was going to ask that, are you in support of us voting in the line of our faith? Because now he made a statement, he said, defend
your faith.
You must defend your faith. You must care. You must vote someone that cares about other ethnic groups apart. And he was very specific about Fulani, you know. And he says, when he mentioned about the visit to Owo, if I remember my head correctly, the only two people that went to Owo
the
vice president and the APC presidential flag bearer. That is a Muslim. Right? So, I mean, if you were talking about visit, but it's just that he is not an official. The vice president is an official. Yes. Because the vice president went in the official capacity to go as the vice president on behalf of the president. Yes, on behalf of the president, right? So he visited the church in Owo, right? So, I mean, he made very strong allegations that, and in fairness, right, the accident, or no, I won't call it accident, the attacks that has happened over the years, the ones that have felt it the most are the people in the Christian communities.
Yes.
I mean, when you talk about the churches in Kaduna, in Jos, you know, all the northern, all the bombings and all of that. Have you really heard anybody going into a mosque to bomb? You know, I've not really heard it. I don't know, maybe somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But a lot of the killings and the bombings and the whatever, the massacre has been in the church, right? So, I mean, so when he then says, bring your faith, be proud of your faith, right? Vote your faith. So is this like almost getting us to that point where we say, you know what, I don't think you have my back anymore, because we have trusted the system and we have said, okay, let us be a secular community. Whoever goes into power, as long as the person is competent and the person can deliver on the job, let's vote. But now we're seeing that it seems like the attack is more lopsided. So the attack is more
almost targeted. We understand the attack being lopsided, and it happens worldwide. That you would find that most times is the Muslim. Forgive me, but it's what I have seen. If I'm wrong, please correct me. It's the Muslim faith that you tend to find have terrorists who tend to bomb people and claim that it's because of what Islam taught them to do. They call them extremists, but they tend to be in the Islamic faith. We cannot get away from the fact that religion was brought in, or was introduced to us to help with community and to help with the building up of family values and what we're supposed to do, and society. And a lot of gatherings when politics was going to start coming into play, going back to as far back as when they were trying to sort out slavery issues in America, and they had taught these Africans their faith in Christianity. It was inside the churches that the slaves found solace and started talking about how the revolution was going to start to get them their freedom. So faith has played a part in getting gatherings together. But the man that has spoken about vote your faith, in his own faith, who can he categorically say, name 3 or 5 people that have stood the test of time in showing us what their character was really made of, and showing that they really cared more about humanity than their zones? We can't really say we've had anybody whose faith was what showed us that they were doing what they were supposed to do for humanity and for Nigeria as a whole.
I'm trying to create a balance here, because I know everybody's shocked. Sorry, Isi, I'll come to you. I'm trying to create a balance here, right? Let us just be realistic and not be sentimental with this conversation, right? Looking at the event in the since 2015, right? there has been some level of brazen audacity, right? As a Christian, you are afraid of going to the church. Do the Muslims feel that way? Are they afraid of going into a mosque?
I don't think
so. We need to be very clear. So when somebody is coming out to say that, vote your faith, it should get me as a leader worried that have we gotten it this bad, that we have lost our values, what's it called, the humanity in us, that it has gotten to this level where everybody say, okay, oh, it is my own pack.
But it's not faith that is going to protect us from what we've actually experienced. I understand. Peace. Yes. I understand what you're saying, because he's saying that vote your faith, because it seems now that we're totally divided and that we haven't been protected. And the people that seem to be tormented or seem to belong to a particular kind of religious sect. But so at this point, should we now not gather ourselves in numbers so that at least there's sort of like it's like almost trying to create an army. But the clear path is religion. Let it be these people against these people. Even as we have stood with the number of people we have voting our faith and attending churches, our way has not been violence.
Okay, so let me hear Isi's thoughts, because she's been trying to come in for a minute. Isi, go ahead, please.
Thank you. What I wanted to say was this, that there have been bombings in the mosque. There have been bombings in the mosque. From my research here, I can see that it was done in 2014 in Kano. So there has been bombings in the north. And to also buttress another point, which has to do with past leadership, we have had we have talked about the fact that we needed somebody who has empathy for the people. Even when there was some sort of kidnap done in the north, I think this was last year, and the president was actually in that vicinity at that point in time. He didn't go there until people made a lot of noise. So I think it has a lot
to do. So it has to do with the individual. Okay, thank you so much.
It has a lot to do with
the individual. I hear the phone lines.
Empathy and the individual.
Absolutely. I hear the phone lines are buzzing. Let's just quickly go on a very short break. We'll open our phone lines when we return. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
All right, so if you just tuned in, it's Our Ladies Night Out, and based on the video that surfaced of Bishop David Abioye of the Living Faith Church talking about voting your faith, voting your faith, protect your vote, and bring your faith to politics, right? We are asking, should religion be in politics? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. Please, when you call, I give the permission to my guys in the MCR. If the TV is not down, please cut off the call, because we can't hear ourselves and we waste time on that. Turn up the volume of your television set so we can hear ourselves. The number to call is 070-2500-7749. That's the number to call. Let's be very specific on the conversation. So he's saying, bring your faith to the voting polls, right? Do not hide your faith anymore. Let's stop hiding. I am saying that he's coming from a place of, we are tired, and this is almost like, it seems like nobody's going to protect us but ourselves. So now we have to go on that route, all out and all of that. So somebody was correcting me about the mosque, right? Isi, you mentioned about the mosque.
2014.
Yes. Okay, so there was a bombing, but you see, it's not as rampant, it's not as like the way
in comparison,
the comparison is like a what's it called, a drop in the
yes, 7 to 1 ratio.
Absolutely. So comparing the incidents is almost insignificant compared to the number of Christians that have been killed. Attacked. I mean, look at the killings consistently that happens in southern Kaduna. It is targeted at the Christians. The southern Kaduna is mainly Christians that live there. You know, there is no Muslim, or we barely have Muslims in those communities, right? So I'd like to take our first caller from Lagos, I believe. Youngest old man. He's our first caller all the time. Thank you for calling. Go ahead. Hi.
But I know being a first caller gives the kind of joy. You end up listening to everybody and anything they have to say after what you said. So it's very nice for us to be ahead of others. However, your topic today is something that I have to be a little bit cold about. You see, this thing we're talking about today, which is religion, is very, very sensitive. The psychological concept of our people in religion is above board. I just wish this kind of energy we are talking about education and the educated and the enlightened and the unenlightened. Because religion has not solved anything as an individual belief for me. What has changed things in life is education. You feed people, you detain them psychologically because you want them to be in a certain religious sect, so that they will know no more than they know. You understand me? And when they are in that place, you use them anytime you want. You toy with them, you use, you dump, you use, you dump. It's a kind of, people are gaining from this thing, and they will do anything to stop it. All I want to tell the country today, and if anybody listening today, is that they should take themselves out of that, they should emancipate themselves from that mental slavery of religion. Let me tell you, religion will not take anybody to heaven. In fact, God don't even need your religion. A lawyer came to the court today with his native regalia. And I watched him and he spoke and I understood more things. So I respect you more of your behavior and attitude than your religion. Because you might even be on the pulpit doing a lot of things. Or be in the mosque doing a lot of things that are negative. So for me, religion doesn't even shake me at all. I don't say. But one thing I want people to know is that they should be obedient to truth. I hope you're understanding the political word there. Yes. They should be obedient to truth. And they should be obedient to maturity. And they should understand that the truth is one thing that will stay. And everybody respects truth. And that is knowing what is good and doing what is good. Forget religion.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Quickly.
It's interesting how the conversation is going, because religion, I think the bishop has gotten to that point where he feels that he can, that it is no longer about unity. It is now a situation of who will represent us. So it's no longer
who will keep us alive.
Yes, because he kept hammering.
Yes, I don't want to vote for somebody that will kill me.
I don't want to vote for someone that will kill me. And it seemed, and that was a little bit targeted, because that means for all of the killings, we hardly had a situation where the president went out to commiserate with some of the people, either the families of people who were killed or the people who were kidnapped. So it seemed that this government, or the governance of the times, does not it only represent a certain people. And that's why he is using his religious position to rally people to vote in a certain direction.
Absolutely. Let me take Engineer Musa, sorry. Engineer Musa from Adamawa State. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
I hear you, sir.
Yes, my name is Engineer Musa from Adamawa State. Very happy to see you. Seriously, there is no way politics will not do with religion. Religion is part of politics, and politics is part of religion. The truth about it is, anytime you have religion in politics, it is well appreciated, because when the righteous is on the throne, the followers will rejoice.
So I want to call our mind as Nigerians to put our faith together and choose a leader that fear God, not an ordinary person that we don't know his faith. We need to have person that fear God, because without fearing God, people will suffer. That is the truth about it. People are always looking for money. They are choosing people because of money. But we need to understand that it is good to pray and choose a leader that fears God.
Thank you.
Let us not go after money. I am warning my people, especially in the north. I am a Christian, and we need to choose a leader that fears God, that knows the way.
So I just want to ask you, Engineer Musa, are you afraid when you go to the church every Sunday?
Look at what is happening now.
Oh, did we lose him? Sorry. I was going to ask him because, again, I mean, so let me take some comments. Someone says there was a bombing in, what's it called? There was a bomb blast in Kano sometimes sometimes ago, and that was a mosque. And it says the people that were kidnapped in the train, they were both Christians and Muslims. So it's not targeted at a particular religion. But it's just that, you see, the numbers, right? And I would like, thankfully the Northerners are calling, right? People that are living in the heart of, the core north, they are the ones that are feeling this thing. So if they tell you that they are afraid to go to church, they are afraid to go and worship, there's no freedom of worship any longer, you would understand where the bishop was coming from when he said, you know what, at this point, I'm going to vote the person that keeps me alive. Right?
Yeah, so even if you say that you're voting, which is that statement of who keeps me alive should be the most important thing he said, not so much the faith. Because it could be anybody. We just need somebody that has the strength, the authority, and the presence of mind to deal with whatever comes our way that is negative and is affecting most Nigerians, regardless of what religion it is. Because if you're saying vote faith, if the person votes faith and is more what do they call it? More it's amorous towards a particular faith. It still doesn't solve the problem.
You don't want to marginalize any faith.
Vote someone that you know that when he says we're going to deal with you, we're going to deal with
regardless of your faith.
Regardless of your faith, and we stop commiserating with people. We start dealing with the people that have
let me take pain. Felix from Benue State, I believe. We have a lot of new callers today. Oh, sugar, I think we lost the call. Okay. Yeah, I get you, right? And I want to come to EC because, again, I mean, I remember when Obasanjo was, because that's the only memory I have, when I went through the Sharia crisis in Kaduna, he was the government, he was the president in charge. And the governor of Kaduna State, Makarfi, was a Muslim. But you see, at every point in time where the crisis erupted, it was immediate action. It was not about who was in the helms of affair. It was the fact that there was prompt response, right? So again, if I go to Kaduna now, and this is me being just 100% honest, with the last time I visited Kaduna in December, right, 2021, December, I went to Kaduna. I drove around that state, and I can tell you for free, right, the northern part of Kaduna has seen so much more development than the southern part of Kaduna. Okay. Who are the main occupants of the southern part of Kaduna? It broke me. Christians. Because this is what we are saying. And it's not supposed to be. Because I am from Edo State does not mean that if I'm president tomorrow, Edo State should be flourishing. No. You are first Nigerian before any other thing. You're first Nigerian before you're a Christian. You're first Nigerian before you are a Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, or whatever. So if we start to push that, let's start to think Nigeria first, it will go a long way.
Let's think humanity first. Let's think humanity first.
Unfortunately, the mindsets that we have.
Well, I wanted to come to EC. Sorry, Norma, just give me a minute. EC, you wanted to say something quickly.
Well, I was going to say something, but let Norma say what she was.
Okay, so let me
say. Then I'll say what I have to say.
Okay. Let me just quickly take Austin, then I'll come to you, Norma. Norma, Austin, you're live.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Okay. So the truth is that we have mixed religion with politics in this country, and it's not good for us. What we should do is to look out for someone who will deliver good governance to us, someone with good sense of character, someone that can, just take care of this country. If you check, we have, talking about religion now, we have religious extremists in both Christianity and Muslims. And if you look at it critically, even the people that have been killed so far in this country, they have killed Muslims. Actually, there was a time when they wanted to cause a religious war by going after the Christians. When it didn't work, they now started killing the Muslims as well. Themselves. So we have to be very, very careful. But in all of this, religion has divided this country and ethnicity. So I think what we should do is to restructure this country. Ultimately, that is what will save this country.
Thank you. Talking about structure.
I don't know. Maybe
thank you so much, Austin.
Will do that.
Thank you so much. Talking about structure, somebody says if we do not fix our constitution, finally we'll still be discussing religion, regionalism, nepotism, and all the things that divides us and makes us walk on tightrope on the way to a prosperous existence. Now he says, I hope it won't be too late by the time we wake up to do the needful. Talking about, let's take comments, please, quickly.
All right. I've got several comments here. It says, hello, ladies. Any serious modern nation state must be secular. The most advanced countries are secular, where religion is relegated to private affairs. The most underdeveloped barbaric countries are religious. When you mix religion with illiteracy, it becomes toxic. In Nigeria, Islam and majority illiterate followers is similar to Christianity and blind followership. Religion is used to fan sentiments in Nigeria. This is from Ufoma.
Okay, so let me take Charles from Port Harcourt, then I'll come back to the comments. You're live.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, the issue, religion and politics, religion and politics, they've always been together. We've been managing it all this while in this country. It has not really been that obvious. I mean, managing it to some extent that there's not really been an issue that much. But I think in the past 8 years or 7 years thereabouts, since 2015, when this government came on, it became so very obvious. It became a very big issue. If you look the way our politics is being played today, there's a lot of division. Our politics is being played currently now on ethnic and religious line, which is not really doing us very well. That's divided the country more along those lines. And I think the body language of this present government has really helped in fueling it. And I think going forward, we have to look at people we elect in our public offices. Let it be people that are neutral, not at the extreme of even if it's a Christian, and not at the extreme even if it's a Muslim. The reason why I'm saying this, as if this government has really helped in fueling it, is that if there was some time Alafin of Oyo was complaining, I think of blessed memory, was complaining that there's many people that were causing this problem in Iganga, in Oyo State. Many of them are arrested, and at the end of the day, they were all released. He complained it was on media. They were released without no account. Some of them were not tried. Look at how the people that have been killed. How many of them have been arrested? So even some of them, at the end of the day, they will through more funny way they will be released. So going forward, I think the people we elect in our offices, we should be very mindful of the kind of people we elect.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, so please, we're playing on dangerous grounds. Do your research very well before discussing a topic. Where did you get your figure of more Christians and no government has built more infrastructure in the South than this government? Is Evans a Muslim or something? I don't understand. So I don't get your question. So when you construct your question properly, you share it. If you were referring to what I said about Kaduna, I lived in Kaduna. I was born in Kaduna. I grew up there until marriage brought me to Lagos State. And I'm telling you that the way I saw things, it's almost like I couldn't recognize some part. Some part were exactly the way I left it when I left it many years ago. So
and
please,
it just happened to be
I don't
the
talk out
house.
of what I do not know, if that is what you're referring to. Let's take more comments.
Someone had said, we have never been as divided as we are today. This division cuts across virtually every line of divide. The sensitivity is brought forth by vivid happening where Christians feel helpless, while claimers of the other faith kill, kidnap, etc., and do other dastardly acts without fear. That's from Tayo in
Let me take Mohammed from Kaduna State, then I'll come back to the comments. Mohammed. Please, can you guys cut up? Take your comments. Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Hello, good evening. How are you?
Go ahead. You're live.
How are you doing today?
We're good.
Please. Okay. What you guys are talking about is a very interesting and very sensitive topic.
Okay, we have Tony from Munich in Germany. He started off saying that, have we decided who we're voting 2023? That religion hasn't helped anybody since yesterday, and it will not help anyone tomorrow. Please, we need sound men of vision and women of vision also who can speak to power. We need people who are more concerned about humanity. We need people who are more concerned about keeping us alive, keeping us sane, keeping us well, instead of considering where they came from. Because when they start thinking of where they came from, where faith is concerned, then it's being selfish. Yes, and sentiments start coming in. You can't start doing being a case of us against them.
Be a leader for all.
Yes, it can't be us against them. It won't help us.
Let's take more comments. Good evening, my beautiful sisters. What are you saying? The question is, should religion be in politics? To me, the answer is no. We can only pray for God to cause a change in the system. This present government was not what we prayed for. There is no crime in voting for our faith, but we need to know those people that will really bring a change to our country, Nigeria. We need to really know them. All right, so let's quickly take your comments, Isi, then Noma, I'll come back to you.
Okay, it says, our leaders, there's no name here, it says our leaders has caused us a lot of problems into Nigeria, brought a lot of problems into Nigeria because of their selfish interests. The present administration starts it to enter power. I think he's trying to say.
Okay, so let me read
the present administration started well when they came into power, and now it's causing us a lot of problems.
All right, so it says why church are attached and our leaders keep quiet? Attacked, rather, he means. Our leaders keep quiet. Check or what? Do you see any Muslim leader? I mean, Muslim leaders in power? No. So he says, please vote Christian. The devil you know is better than the angel you do not know. To get into power in Nigeria, you need to use religion for you to get into power. So he then go, I don't know your name, but you sent your comment. No, I'll come to you 1 minute. Good evening, ladies. As a Christian, we have lived in denial for so long, and time has come to put the conversation on the front burner. Otherwise, the killings will continue. This is from Kenneth from Angola. So are you insinuating that we should vote Christians? But let me take your comments, Nama.
Okay. All right. It says, greetings, ladies. Classic example in the Bible, the Good Samaritan had compassion to take care of the injured. Priests and other notable people in the society passed by without rendering any help. Character is supreme. This is from Benson. And then another one says, ladies, our desired leader must simply be able to demonstrate Brian Tracy's 10 C's: clarity, competence, concentration, common sense, creativity, consideration, consistency, commitment, courage, confidence. How many of the current aspirants demonstrate these qualities?
Okay, Toby from Lagos, our final caller for the evening. Let's hear your call. Or let's hear what you have to say. Tommy, you're live. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hello.
You are live.
Yeah,
we
good
can hear.
evening.
Go ahead.
All right. So I want to say something. Now, quote from the Bible. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, quickly.
All right. So from Proverbs 29, verse 2, and it's loaded. It says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. That's exactly what we are experiencing in Nigeria now. The wicked is in power and we are mourning. I won't say more than that.
Okay. Okay, so let me define righteous. Right? Characterized by uprightness or morality. Morality or justifiable. Everything about righteousness does not speak to religion. Everything about righteousness speaks to character, uprightness.
Character.
So when you say when the righteous is in power, I am sure God was trying to say when someone that has humanity, when the right person, people are in power. So I don't want us to limit it to religion, but quickly.
I please want people to get into the mindset of thinking about having a heart for the people. It's not about your religion at all. It's having a heart for the people. Be your brother's keeper. I can't believe that we have a head of state or a president who had been head of state as a military person, and we have people terrorizing Nigerians with guns and bombings, and nothing has ever been done. To the point where he's vexed enough in his spirit to pick up arms and say, if this is what it takes, it's what it takes to save our people. You sit down there and every single day you are commiserating. Yet nobody commiserates with me. Let someone pick up arms and fight this battle with me so that it stops. How many people are they going to kill before we get frustrated and start talking about religion? It's not about religion now. Absolutely. If you want to live by the sword, you die by the sword. If we know and recognize you as somebody that is terrorizing Nigerians, then we hold you and start killing as well. Maybe when we start sieving out the bad from the good, then we can start talking, and then we can come to the table, because we've been talking for too long. Absolutely. And it's not sorting anything out.
Absolutely. Thank you so much on that very
passionate
note.
I would like to say one thing.
On that passionate note, Issy, we ran out of time.
Can I say something?
Oh, sorry, darling, we've run out of time. Don't worry, this topic we will keep on bringing it. I told you people before. It says, good evening, ladies. Who brought the idea of if a Christian is a president, the vice is a Muslim? Why is it not if a man, if it is a man, otherwise, other vice should be a woman? All right, this is from Iyore, so she's bringing it at a different angle. All right, thank you so much, ladies. Right. Thank you, Issy. Thank you, Norma. Thank you, Laide. On that very passionate note, we're going to end the show. Thank you to everyone that called into the conversation. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop your comments, and more importantly, follow all our engagements. You can also follow us on Twitter. I won't vote for someone who will slaughter me. I will vote for my faith. Vote your faith. This is from Bishop David Oyedepo. Let me not go and give name to who. Lade is a bit teary. It's fine. It is well. We are going to get it right in this country, and let us actually start to think humanity. Let's put lives on the, at the front burner. We'll see you guys live at 8 p.m. tomorrow as we bring another great conversation to your screen, Pele.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Despite protests in the streets of Glasgow, Scotland, the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, or COP26, has ended with major pledges from world leaders that include slicing emissions, tackling deforestation, phasing out coal, and pushing clean technology. As a breakthrough, South Africa announced an $8.5 billion partnership with Global North to transition from coal to clean energy. Now, although key players, including Brazil, the European Union, India, Russia, and the United States, revealed fresh targets in the journey toward zero emissions, the question remains on where this leaves African nations, where the impact of global warming is highest. I'm Dimiake Mwakadielye, and this is Our Voices. On today's program, we'll revisit the COP26. We'll also examine some of the takeaways from the conference on combating global warming, as well as highlight some victories by African countries in their quest to create a better planet. United States President Joe Biden announced ambitious commitments at the COP26 in Glasgow. He also slammed Chinese and Russian leaders for not doing their part. VOA's White House Bureau Chief Patsy Widakuswara reports from Glasgow.
Stopping deforestation and restoring 200 million hectares of forest and other ecosystems by the year 2030, backed by close to $20 billion in public and private funding. That's the pledge made by more than 100 world leaders at COP26, the UN climate conference in Glasgow, Scotland. Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro spoke via video link.
Assumimos o compromisso de eliminar. We are committed to eliminating illegal deforestation by 2030. I call on every country to help defend all forests, including with adequate resources for the benefit of all.
Methane emissions coming mainly from industries such as oil, gas, and coal will also be slashed. Leaders committed to cut levels 30% by 2030 under the Global Methane Pledge, an initiative pushed by the US and European Union.
So cutting back on methane emissions is one of the most effective things we can do to reduce near-term global warming and keep 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is the lowest hanging fruit.
With prospects for his climate legislation uncertain in Congress, U.S. President Joe Biden unveiled a series of domestic initiatives to support the deforestation and methane pledge. He slammed China and Russia for not doing their part.
But the fact that China, trying to assert, understandably, a new role in the world as a world leader, not showing up, come on. The single most important thing that's gotten the attention of the world is climate. Everywhere, from Iceland to Australia, it just is a gigantic issue, and they've walked away. How do you do that and claim to be able to have any leadership mantle? The same with Putin and Russia.
China and Russia reject the accusation and say Western industrialized nations are the ones who need to do more, since they are responsible for most of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere today. Both countries have aimed to cut emissions by net zero by 2060, a decade after the global target. But they did commit to end deforestation.
We take the strongest and most vigorous measures to conserve it. We improve forest management and fight illegal logging and forest fires. We are expanding reforestation areas. We have been consistently increasing funding for these purposes.
Climate activists welcome the commitments but are still skeptical.
This is the problem with a lot of these commitments. There is an accountability gap. Governments made similar pledges in 2014 with the New York Declaration on Forests, but they didn't lead to anywhere near the progress that was expected.
COP26 negotiations will continue until November 12th, but one major proposal, ending coal dependency, was dead on arrival. At the G20 summit in Rome, leaders of the 20 largest economies could not agree on when to phase out this dirty source of energy that accounts for more than 70% of greenhouse emissions. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News, Glasgow, Scotland.
For more on the Biden administration's new aggressive climate change agenda and reaction, I spoke to VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell, who says without the support of the U.S. Congress, Biden's agenda could be derailed. She also shared key challenges mentioned by the presidents of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Nigeria to fighting climate change on the continent.
It is an important signal that the U.S. is dedicated to multilateralism and to bringing about global change, much like fighting climate change, which is a high priority of the Biden administration. But this is not going to happen overnight. And I think even the Biden administration knows that and has signaled that. So the fact that President Biden was at this very important global climate summit was not lost on leaders from around the world, including the 5 African heads of state that were able to attend. But it's kind of going to come down to the commitments, and it's going to come down to money and how much money rich nations can provide for poorer nations, especially those in Africa, that are trying to adapt and mitigate climate change.
Speaking about money, so President Biden did make a $3 billion commitment as part of the president's emergency plan for adaptation and resilience. What do you know about the breakdown of that amount as far as it relates to Africa?
Here's one thing I do know that's more important than anything about the breakdown. The president does not have the authority to spend money. Congress does.
Right.
The President of the United States has to ask Congress and work that out. We haven't seen any details of that at all. So once we see that, then we can maybe talk about how this affects Africa and who this affects, and whether that amount is even going to be $3 billion.
You mentioned the 5 African heads of state who attended COP. What was their message, and how strongly do you think they were able to articulate the concerns that they have around the impact of climate change on many African countries?
So 2 African leaders here stick out for me. They are Nigeria's Muhammadu Buhari and also the Democratic Republic of Congo's Felix Tshisekedi. And they did 2 different things. One thing that I think is really important that President Buhari stressed was that, as we know, Nigeria is a major oil producer, the major oil producer in Africa. And right now the trend is to go away from this traditional polluting sort of energy production towards greener energy. And he made the point in an article, I think in Newsweek, it was an editorial in Newsweek, he said, I can't do that unless I have help building that infrastructure. We can't just switch to solar when we have all of the infrastructure built for oil extraction, for petrol extraction. And this is a very important point because these are developing nations that still need to provide basic services to so many of their people. Why they haven't over the last 50 years is a matter for another day, but they still need to provide these services, and these are the means that they have. This is the infrastructure that they have that will enable them to do it. So the point that he made was it's not enough to just say, Nigeria, go green. The world has to assist Nigeria in going green, build that climate-friendly infrastructure, and allow Nigeria to then build its own clean energy sector. As for Congo, this was some interestingly, I guess we could only say it's positive news. There was a large global deforestation pledge, and Congo, which is a heavily forested nation with amazing wildlife, amazing biodiversity, signed on to this pledge. So I think insofar as African countries are participating in this climate summit, they're saying, we're here, we're playing ball, but you have to help us do this in terms that make sense for our development and our people.
It's time for a short break, but first, do you believe the US, Brazil, India, Russia, and the European Union will commit to cutting greenhouse gas emissions and other contributors to climate change by 2030? Please share your views on our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Our handle is at VOA Our Voices. We are also on WhatsApp. Our number is on your screen. Still to come, although African leaders at the climate summit called for wealthy nations to meet the $100 billion pledge, other nations on the continent are taking matters into their own hands with major victories in the fight against global warming. We'll have this and more after the break. You're watching Our Voices. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. African nations at the COP26 summit criticized rich countries for failing to meet their promise of giving billions of dollars to help them cope with climate change. But agreements to protect rainforests and slash methane emissions were welcomed, as Henry Ridgewell reports from Glasgow.
The world's wealthiest nations, the G20, account for 80% of greenhouse gas emissions. But scientists say poorer countries, particularly in Africa, are suffering the worst impacts of climate change. Rich nations pledged in 2009 to give developing countries $100 billion a year to help them deal with climate change. But the target date has been put back to 2023. At the COP26 summit, African leaders voiced their anger.
Those same nations are, however, insisting that we abandon the opportunity for rapid development of our economies. That would be tantamount to enshrining in the global community inequality of the highest order.
Their appeals failed to shift the timetable, but the frustration was tempered by progress on other vital climate emergencies. Over 100 nations agreed to end deforestation by 2030, backed by close to $20 billion in public and private funding. The signatories included Brazil. Deforestation has increased in the Amazon under Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro to its highest level in a decade, and some are skeptical of his pledge.
Mas isso não vai resolver o problema.
It won't solve social problems in our community where there is no water, where there is deforestation, where there is a river contamination. These are investments that will only give free rein to companies to keep their polluting.
Investimentos que dá liberdade para que as empresas continuem fazendo suas poluições.
Over 100 countries also signed a global methane pledge to cut emissions by 30% by 2030. Methane is 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide in driving global warming.
It's an incredibly important progress in addressing the climate crisis because we can now think about methane emissions separately from CO2 and recognizing that reduction of methane represents an enormous lever for making progress in reducing the rate of warming.
China and Russia, two of the world's biggest methane emitters, did not sign. There may be no big breakthrough at this summit, but organisers say the smaller, targeted agreements on protecting rainforests, cutting methane, or helping vulnerable island states all add up to significant progress. The absence of the Chinese, Russian and Brazilian presidents has led to questions over how effective the summit will be in curbing global warming. Host British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he was cautiously optimistic. World leaders have now returned home. Their teams of negotiators will now decide the fate of the summit and, many scientists say, the future of planet Earth. Henry Ridgwell for VOA News at the COP26 summit, Glasgow.
One breakthrough drew the world's attention to South Africa. President Cyril Ramaphosa even called it a watershed moment as the country reached an $8.5 billion partnership with the US, Britain, France, Germany, and the EU to shift the reliance on fossil fuel. For more on how African countries can benefit from the UN Climate Summit, our Voices producer, Abby Sun, spoke with Katambi Kaari, a sustainability consultant with 15 years of experience advising governments, business, and non-profit organizations in over 25 countries.
It speaks to the willingness of the global north to meet climate finance commitments under the Paris Agreement. Decarbonizing South Africa, which is a very carbon-intensive electricity producer, is also a step in the right direction. It appears to provide for a just transition, which would hopefully translate into green jobs and support for workers and communities. It also includes grants, concessional loans, and other risk-sharing instruments, which are crucial to de-risk investments, but also to encourage much-needed private sector participation in climate finance. What is not clear, however, is what that disaggregation looks like. What we have seen in the past in terms of climate finance that's directed to developing nations is a huge chunk of it comes in the form of loans, about a little over 80%. And the problem with that kind of split is Of course, it doesn't do a good job of accounting for climate justice in the context of historical responsibilities, but it also, burdens countries with additional debt. With that being said, the outcomes for Africa really just come down to a couple of things: sufficient climate finance, emission reduction, particularly by the global north. We need to see more ambitious targets, tighter timelines, considering that Africa contributes about 2 to 3% of global emissions.
I think it's great you mentioned that African countries contribute the least to climate change, but bear the hardest hit. The British broadcaster Dave Attenborough said at COP26, this is a story of inequality as well as instability. So how would African countries balance economic growth and reaching climate change goals?
So the question of how Africa can balance economic growth and climate change really calls for a very compassionate understanding of Africa's unique circumstances. It bears the most impact, but it is also now required to pursue low-carbon pathways for sustainable development, and that's very expensive, right? In a nutshell, Africa's capacity to achieve these goals is largely, almost entirely dependent on the actions of the global north, who bear the historical responsibility for greenhouse gas emissions. An aggressive phasing out of fossil fuels and climate and science-based emissions, because invariably the continent will emit a certain amount of emissions to build out infrastructure, to guarantee energy access, including using natural gas as a transition fuel. And lastly, of course, is the need for an ecosystem that can guarantee meaningful outcomes for climate change and human progress.
I think one important topic is the gender role in this movement. So how could African countries get more women and young generation involved in sustainability and climate change?
From a policy perspective, and in terms of tapping into the potential of women and youth, it means, gender and social policy, including for youth, that supports the inclusion and active participation of youth, of women in policymaking, in politics, in leadership, in business, in professional development.
Thank you, Abby. Now let's turn to some tangible solutions in the fight against climate change in Africa. Burning coal is the single biggest contributor to climate change. More than 40 countries made pledges at COP26 to phase out coal entirely by 2030 for rich countries and 2040 for poorer countries. One of the countries working toward this goal is South Africa, where coal currently provides more than 75% of its energy supply. But public and corporate pressure is mounting for that to change. Protests were seen countrywide in September, and now a proposed Chinese-backed coal power plant may be scrapped. Linda Givtosh has this report from Johannesburg.
It's what keeps lights on and industries running. But South Africa's coal energy sector is facing mounting pressure at home and abroad to end coal use for good. Frustrated with regular blackouts and the effects of pollution, citizens of the mineral-rich country rallied last week demanding cleaner, more reliable and affordable alternatives.
Electricity has always been a problem in our community. So our community members went forward and they fought for electricity. But when the electricity came, it came at a very high price, because we know that solar power is a better solution and it will be cheaper.
South Africa is among the world's top 15 largest emitters of carbon dioxide. Its reliance on coal stems from having vast quantities of the resource underground. South Africa's government told the United Nations it is setting more ambitious climate targets. While environmentalists welcomed the commitment, they say the change to the energy sector is not happening fast enough.
We have to drastically reduce our emissions and reduce our reliance on coal by about 80% within the next 10 years, less than 10 years. We aren't seeing those changes happening fast enough. We also know that we need to essentially double our renewable energy build-out plans. That also is not happening.
As the rest of the world races to tackle climate change, analysts say pressure from businesses and foreign governments can force a faster green transition in South Africa.
If we do not reduce our overdependence on coal
we will be punished by our trading partners who will set up cross-border tariffs, adjustment tariffs to ensure that their own industries in the home countries of Europe and the United States and the East are on level playing fields with South African industry.
China announced it would no longer fund foreign coal projects. That means a Chinese-backed coal project slated to power a new industrial complex in South Africa's northern province of Limpopo could now be on the brink. The Center of Environmental Rights that has fought new coal projects says the cancellation will be good news for the climate and for residents.
The people living in the areas where these coal-fired power stations are based are suffering daily devastating health impacts as a result of South Africa's electricity choices. And we certainly hope that means that is the end for the coal-fired power station as proposed.
Analysts say China's decision will also have longer-term ramifications for coal development in South Africa and across the continent.
China was seen to be perhaps the last outpost of finance that could be available for new coal, and there's nobody else to pick up this ball to finance this new coal-fired power. So I think the days of new coal in South Africa are over.
The prospect of cancelling coal is a major victory for protesters who want to see South Africa embrace renewables on a larger scale. Linda Giftash for VOA News, Johannesburg.
It's time for another break. When we come back, we will introduce you to a climate change activist from Madagascar who has taken a stand to protect her island country against climate change. That's coming up in our Women to Watch segment. Stay with us.
We're bringing women's voices to the conversation, and more than that, we're building a community of inclusion and empowerment.
Here in Kinshasa, campaigns to raise awareness against the spread of coronavirus are common, but getting that information to people who have no access to water, electricity, or money can be a challenge.
We are here at Kalerwe Market, Uganda, Kampala, where in this whole market, women are crying out for their situations to change.
For women, it will be better for us.
I think a big thing for me is just being able to say that when these protests are happening, does it turn around into policy?
Our kids are raped every single day.
This movement got the governments to listen. It really was powerful because it showed what is possible when men and women band together and say, enough is enough.
It's not necessary anymore to climb on a car. I can be in any place to cheer with the people.
Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. It is time now for our Women to Watch segment. In this week's Women to Watch segment, we introduce you to Marie Christina Kolo, a climate change activist from Madagascar and founder of Green and Cool. Kolo, one of 25 honorees of a Doha Debates special #SolvingIt26 project, which highlights young people around the world making a positive impact on climate change, explains her experience at COP26, how climate change is affecting her country, and what she is doing to stop it.
Climate change is not taking the attention, and also these two aspects on gender, because women today, they are the most vulnerable, and they are the most vulnerable group people affected by climate change. The effects of climate change are really different regarding gender. We know that in many developing countries like Madagascar, women are in the front line too. They are the one collecting water. They are the one, walking for kilometers in order to find some food, some water. And then when they come back exhausted back at home, they are not even allowed to rest and to take this water or to have some food, because we still live in a very patriarchal society. So, when we are talking about climate change, we are also talking about human rights. And this human rights aspect is not enough valorized here at COP26. Everyone keep on, we are focusing on statistics, on percentage, and we are forgetting all these stories, all the people behind, all the people back home, those who were not able to attend COP, those who were not able to raise their voices, those who are dying, who are suffering from floods, from cyclones, from drought, etc., who are losing everything, who are becoming climate refugees. We are not hearing them here at COP.
So tell me about you and what you think you can do to bring more attention to the impact of climate change in Madagascar specifically, and how it affects women also.
So as I said before, I'm a gender advocate. Today, I'm not working alone at COP, because working alone at COP, you won't bring some change. So I'm part of the Women and Gender constituency. That is one of the 9 constituencies recognized by UNFCCC in the negotiations. And thanks to this constituency, my voice is heard, because I'm sharing the same problems as a woman. I'm sharing the same problems as other women in developing countries, and also women from the global north. They are supporting us, they are amplifying our voices.
When everybody goes home, what next? Yeah. What do you plan to do then?
At a personal level, I will still continue my advocacy. I will still continue to be an activist. And regarding the situation in Madagascar, in the Deep South, currently we are launching a platform that will support and empower women's organizations from the Deep South, and let them share their own solutions, because most of the solutions today are non-sustainable solutions. There are we have food emergency support, that is good, but we need to think long-term solutions.
Do you see the impact of climate change in your community, especially among women? If so, let us know. We would like to feature other women who are fighting against global warming, deforestation, and more. Please share your comments using the hashtag #VoaOurVoices. And that's where we'll end our show this week. Thank you to my colleagues here on Our Voices, and on behalf of everyone at the Voice of America, thank you for watching. I'm Dimiake Mwakaliele. Stay safe.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Bokwo. This is a news update. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Ogun State is happy with the turnout of eligible citizens during the fourth quarter of the continuous voter registration in the state. The resident electoral commissioner, Nii Jalai, appreciated major stakeholders for their support.
The sensitization by the public, the INEC, and also the political parties must have contributed to this. Sincerely, the people who are now out to register are within the young age brackets. The young people are now more aware than before. I think it's good for the system, very good for the system, because there was this apathy amongst them in time past, but they seem to have woken up from their slumber, and I think it is indeed desirable.
Meanwhile, some of the citizens who are yet to enroll complain about the slow process, even as REC assured them that more machines have been deployed to the state, while appealing to those who have registered to come for their permanent voters card.
I don't understand the way things are going, because I've been here since around 7 and this is after 11. So there's nothing I can write home about for now. What they told us is when situations are like this, that it is maybe the network, that either the network is busy or the network is not good. So that is why I'm here waiting, patiently waiting for the network.
So people have been here since 6:30 and they start by 9. So you have to come early to start picking numbers. I came by 7:30, I'm number 48, so they should try to make it easy online.
As a matter of fact, we've deployed more IVED machines all over the country, inclusive of Ogun State. I was at Abuja last week for a meeting. The resident electoral commissioners had a meeting with the with the chairman of INEC, and this was what we discussed again. That because of this surge, more machines were deployed all over the country, more IVED machines, such that every eligible registrant is captured.
Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State has declared Monday work-free to enable its citizens enrolled in the ongoing continuous voter registration. A statement issued by Special Assistant to the Governor on Media and Publicity, Mukhtar Gidado, explained that work-free day to enable the state public and civil servants go to their respective localities to register and obtain their permanent voters card. Bala Mohammed, however, expressed concern over the low turnout of eligible voters. The APC candidate for the Federal House of Representatives in Edo State, Billy Soworu, has called for an urgent legislative intervention and punitive measures against free running of legislative rights in the country. Osoworu, while speaking to newsmen in Benin, also expressed shock at the failed attempt by one of its opponents at the primaries to change his name, even after having won him with a wide margin. He insisted that beyond making laws to check vote buying, all hands must be on deck to ensure that proper electoral reforms are put in place to protect the electoral system and the process.
To get 8 of them to be interpreted my own way, which I know is the right way. When you begin to do that, the executive themselves will be careful. But what we don't find a lot right now is oversight function being carried out to the letter. And that is why a lot of the executives, whether they are governors or presidents, they are just able to do whatever they want, right? Imagine you are in the House of Assembly as a lawmaker, and they bring a bill to your table that you should have autonomy. You will vote against your interest. And you tell me that person is fit to represent his or her people. No. And this same person I just talked about, Elizabeth Atibe, voted against her interest when she was the Speaker in the House of Assembly.
On his part, the president of Benin Solidarity Movement, Comrade Ugbo Egosa, called on the people of the community to vote for individuals and not party, as Nigeria is in need of a person who can represent them well.
To date, they've not helped us. You know, as we normally say, who they help? Who party help? Party never help anybody. Instead, giving us more problem. So we want to be voting capable individuals. So I'm using this medium to tell Orionwo and Wonder people. Orionwo, like we all know, has the highest gas reserve in the whole of Africa, not only in Nigeria. You know, and there are many oil wells there. The people cannot be in the midst, you know, surrounded by river, and they are looking for water to drink.
The Ambrose Ali University chapter of the Academic Staff Union of Universities has filed a suit at the Industrial Court of Nigeria sitting in Benin, Edo State capital, against the management of the institution over what it termed as selective payment of January and February 2022 salaries of workers. In a suit, the AAU chapter of the ASU accused the management of the institution of contempt of court orders of February the 2nd and May the 17th, 2022, mandating the payment of January and February 2022 salaries of some members of ASU who were aggrieved by the biometric verification process. The plaintiff in the suit alongside ASU were the chairman, ASU AAU Ikpoma chapter, and the assistant secretary. Again, also 6 defendants in the suit, including the acting vice-chancellor of the university and the acting registrar. As Nigeria joins the rest of the world to mark International Widows' Day, a group and Widows and Orphans Support Society of Africa, WOSSA, has celebrated widows with a renewed call to ensure financial independence for them. The founder of the association, Dr. Tayo Thomas, also condemned the untold hardship these women go through. Unyemafia tells more in this report.
June 23rd, every year has been set aside by the United Nations to bring the front burner issues affecting these vulnerable women in order to safeguard and protect their rights. For these women, the devastating loss of a partner is magnified by a long-term fight for their basic rights and dignity. Despite the fact that there are more than 258 million widows around the world, widows have historically been left unseen, unsupported, and unmeasured in our society. Dr. Taiwo Thomas is the convener of this support group. He offers solutions to achieving sustainable financial independence for widows in Nigeria. The organizers believe that the women need to acquire relevant skills in order to be empowered.
This can be achieved by getting the widows empowered. Like WOSA, we do skills acquisition for widows. And when that is done, we empower them with some money to start. Then along the line, we create a cooperative for them to build up their business. And along the line, we also create a microfinance support to expand their business. By so doing, they will be independent, they will be able to cater for their children, and we will have less problem of widows having issue in Nigeria.
These women need empowerment. If you give somebody fish, you don't expect that person to come back to you again. But if you teach the person how to catch the fish, the person will become responsible and independent and be able to take care of himself or herself. So these women actually need skills and financial assistance to help them stable.
Experience has shown that widows are often denied inheritance rights, have their properties grabbed after the death of a partner, and can face extreme stigma and discrimination. We got a chance to speak to some of the widows who have a lot to say about their unfavorable living conditions.
I lost my husband as a widow. It is not easy. I will tell you the truth, it's not easy. To become a widow for 2 hands, later become 1 hand, is not easy.
WOSA has been so helpful to us, for our children,
and he extends love to orphanage too, apart from the widows. So he has been so helpful. In fact, I cannot even quantify him. I mean, the way he does things for the widows. He gives welfare, he gives cash, and so many other things.
Programs and policies for ending violence against widows and their children, poverty alleviation, education, and other support are encouraged, especially in the context of action plans to accelerate achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Uyime Elijah, Plus TV News. June 23rd.
To other parts of Africa, Commonwealth leaders settled in 2018 that Britain's Prince Charles should succeed his mother, Queen Elizabeth, as head of the organization. As they're gathered again in Rwanda, some Caribbean member states were not at ease with the decision. The 54-nation club, made up mostly of former British colonies, present itself as a partnership of equals and says the British monarch is not automatically its figurehead. Yet so far, the baton has been passed from the Queen's father to herself and to her son. Foreign Minister of Belzire, one of the 12 Commonwealth member states in Caribbean, a region where post-colonial ties with Britain are being questioned, said it is a matter that should still be under review.
It's a matter that I think should be under review. We have all come from a common history in terms of our colonial past. We are now allowing members who were not colonized by the British to become members, and therefore the monarch has no relationship to those countries, for example Togo and Gabon, who will be admitted.
It is difficult to understand that we were conceived as a grouping with this common tie of colonialism and exploitation, and we gloss over it. So I think it's very important that we have the conversation. The royal family has made some expressions of regret about the role of slavery in the past, but I think we need to go beyond that. We have to have a conversation about reparations. We have to use entities like the Commonwealth to move that conversation forward. So I think that Caribbean countries will certainly be discussing it in the closed-door meetings, but I think it should be something that's formally part of the agenda of the Commonwealth, yes.
Because of the labor of our forefathers, the wealth was developed by these countries. These countries developed wealth. We believe it's time that there be some form of payback for what we suffered as slaves during these colonial times.
If the Commonwealth wants to be seen, as it clearly does, as a modern institution, a modern multilateral institution, we have to get beyond the issue of having the head being reserved to any one country or any one family. You don't find that in any other major diplomatic body, and I think it's an error that perpetuates some of the very unfortunate history of the Commonwealth.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bobo. Have a great day.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on the, no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave. And when it is now sickled, its corpse is sickled, like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to ourselves.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative people, right? Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's a woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me. until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong, if you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Hello and welcome to One on One. On this episode, we'll be focusing on content creation in Africa. Now, Africa is an amazing continent with people of diverse culture and generation and gender and historical significance. Now, we're translating that diversity into the way we create our content. To discuss this with me today is technology, media, and telecommunications investor. I'm going to ask her why she calls herself that. And she's also the head of music, Sub-Saharan Africa at YouTube and YouTube Music. She is Adi Awofisayo. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
What does Adi mean?
Adi is actually Adiola.
Oh.
That's my given name from my family. But when I was in college, a friend of mine, there's Adi the American doll. And she was like, oh, you're right. You remind me of Adi the American doll because it's a black doll, which we don't have, back then we didn't have a lot of. And I just was like, okay, Adi. And that stuck with me.
And how did your parents react? You know how our parents can be like, your name is Adiola with a meaning. How did you change it to Adi?
Yeah, I mean, they said exactly that, and then they just got used to it. Like, even my dad sometimes is like, Adi, but when my mom really wants to call me, she's like, Adiola. I'm like, oh, what have I done?
So tell me, what was growing up like? What was it like growing up?
Growing up was fun, actually. So I had this very creative mindset. I used to like telling stories and making up stories. So when people come to my house, I would say, oh, let me tell you a story. And then I'll come up with this elaborate story, and they will say, wait, is that real? I'll say, no, I just made it up. But growing up, I also didn't think the creative space was a space that I could actually have a career. It was just a hobby and something I liked to do. I liked to watch Tales by Moonlight and things like that. But my real job was going to be an accountant. I was going to go to school to be an accountant and learn how to count money was what I thought, and how to make money. That was what I thought, because in my household, I didn't have a role model that was in the creative space. My mom was a town planner, my dad was a pharmacist, so it was very traditional careers, and that's the path that I thought I had to take.
So what happened? What now made the switch? How did you now make the switch to
a bit of a long journey? Okay. But I think ultimately, you know, after going to school and studying finance and working in investment banking, and I worked at Microsoft in finance, and I truly actually loved working at Microsoft. That was my first inroad into the tech world. I didn't really like finance. It was very boring to me. I was like, okay, I don't think this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And I saw my finance directors, and I was like, oh, I don't know if that's the job I want. Like, that's not my trajectory. And so after about 4 years at Microsoft, I decided to take a year off. And I went to Jamaica. I went to work with the Clinton Foundation. Nice. I applied to grad school, went to grad school at Harvard. And then it was then I started trying to understand what it's like to have a career in the media and the entertainment sector. And I had a professor that was great. And I worked on multiple projects with him. One of it was working at Discovery. And so after I graduated, I continued on that project. So that was my first inroad into entertainment. And yeah, and then it's just been up from there, basically.
Oh, wow, interesting. I see that you talk about your parents so fondly. You know, what life lessons have you learned from your parents?
A lot. I mean, they've had such a strong impact on me and growing up. And my mom is such a strong female role model, like someone who, I don't know how she did it, but was thriving in the workplace, but knew how to take care of her family, making sure that, you know, before we went to school, there was food in the morning. When we come back, like there's dinner, and it's just, you know, even now, me growing up and being married, I'm like, how did she do it? But yeah, I think my parents kind of created this very supportive home, you know, where my dad was very supportive of my mom was very supportive of my dad, and that for me just showed me the type of life values that I want growing up.
So I'm sure they're very proud of you.
I hope so.
So let's talk about you know, being in the tech space, being female media executive in the tech space. What was that like for you? Did you feel like I know it happens to, you know, everyone, but what was it like? Do you feel like an imposter, you know, settling into that role? You know, what has the experience been like when you first got in and now that you're finally like settled in?
Yeah, I think, I mean, maybe I'm lucky that I didn't really feel that. And I think it was because I've surrounded myself with amazing role models, both females and males. Like, I'm still in touch with my very first manager at Microsoft, Diane O'Brien, who was such a strong female figure, you know, in my career starting up, and made me realize that I could do anything that I wanted to do, and also would challenge me. Like when I thought I was thriving and I was a superstar, she would say, "Great, but what if you did this differently?" And so for me, I think surrounding myself with role models that empowered me, that supported me, that challenged me, really didn't make me feel like, oh, I'm not wanted or I'm not in the right space. So I think that for me was a big factor.
Okay, so we'll just take a quick break on that note, and then we'll continue the rest of the interview. We'll just take a short break. Addie is still going to be here with us. And next up, we're going to be talking about content creation, you know, and the rest of Africa. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Addie with me, and we're talking about imposter syndrome and how she has, how she settled into her current role. So Addie, you're telling me that you're still in touch with your first manager. So how did you keep that relationship?
Yeah, so LinkedIn helped. After I left, just still stayed connected on LinkedIn and sending, you know, once you see an update, you send a congratulatory message or hello. And then I do this thing where once you tell me your birthday, I save it in my phone. Oh, so at least if I don't speak to you in the entire year on your birthday, you will get at least a message from me, because who doesn't like getting a happy birthday greeting? So that's something I've tried to that's the habit that I've tried to do to maintain keeping in touch with people.
Okay, cool. So tell us about your current role now. Your current role.
Yeah, so my current role, I head up music for Sub-Saharan Africa, and I basically explain my job as the African music champion on YouTube and YouTube Music. So what that means is I help define our strategy in terms of how we are supporting African music and African artists and labels. I help also execute that strategy. So thinking about how are we bringing Africa to the world using YouTube as a platform? What are some of the initiatives that we want to put in place to make sure that people can get to experience African artists? And we have certain pillars. You know, we want to make sure that artists and labels are making money on our platform. We want to make sure that they're getting discovered by fans. And then we also want to make sure that they're using our product to really connect with their fans. So my role is making sure that that is implemented well in Africa.
Interesting. You also describe yourself as a TMT investor. Tell me more about that.
So I have a finance background. Okay. And so making money and investing has always been of interest to me. And so once I started having a little bit of change, I decided to start investing. Okay. And I started looking at tech companies, and I started looking at fintech companies and also media and entertainment companies. So I remember telling myself that, oh, I don't want to miss out on the next pay stock, on the next Flutter wave. I want to make sure I'm in there early. So I joined the fund, and through that fund, we basically invest in new and upcoming businesses in the technology, media, and telecom space.
Oh wow, that's really nice. So what are the recent recent developments or recent what's the word I'm looking for now? Startups that you've recently invested in that are locally made in Nigeria.
Yes, and the thing is, the Nigeria tech startup ecosystem is booming, right? There's a lot of startups just coming up and a lot of innovations coming up. I can't name specific ones. But I think, again, looking at the fintech space, that's a space that is booming. You have Flutterwave, Chipper Cash, Kuda Bank, there's always one or the other that's coming up. And then even in the media space, there are a lot of people who are thinking about content discovery and content consumption. There are a lot of companies that are thinking about the creative economy because really, I mean, that's where the next gen people, you don't see, you ask your nephew who's 6-year-old, what do you want to be? He's saying, oh, I want to be a YouTuber. I want to be a gamer. Like, you don't hear, I want to be a doctor anymore. No. So that creative economy space is definitely booming and very exciting for investors.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a female executive, in tech, what advice do you have for other females who want to, go in the same career path?
I would say surrounding yourself with mentors and people who you can learn from. That for me has been a great, a great opportunity. Just making sure that I'm surrounded by females or even males that I look up to and I can learn from, but also not being afraid to put myself out there. There's some, like even this role, I don't have a music background. I've never worked in the music industry, and a lot of people who are in similar roles at other companies or even within YouTube have done, years of experience either working with a music label, working as a manager. I don't have any of that. So when this opportunity came up and I was asked to take it, I was kind of like, am I really qualified for it? But I'm like, you know what? Just believe. One, a lot of people learn on the job.
True.
Fake it till you make it, like they say, and like Rihanna said, so it's believing in yourself, challenging yourself, taking those opportunities even when you're not completely sure, and just making sure that you're going to learn and you're going to do your best.
Okay. Now, talking about music, which current artists are you listening to? Do you have like any favorite artist that you...
You know what? It's so hard now being in this role and then saying I have a favorite artist. It's so funny because in December, I was going for all these concerts and everything. And then I put it up on my stories like, oh, concerts in Nigeria, why are they so bougie? Like people are, sitting on tables and they're not like having fun. I'm like, I want to have fun. And next thing people actually thought I was just saying it as a person, as a fan going to a concert, but people thought, oh, the head of music is saying concerts in Nigeria. I was like, So, but there are a lot of amazing artists. And I think what is also very exciting is they're all young. Yeah. Everyone coming up now, from Ira Star to Omale to Elaine to Azawi. I mean, it's like the next generation, they're killing it. They're killing it. Yeah.
Interesting. Last year, for example, I was privy to be part of the people that YouTube talked with concerning supporting the back end, because that's the thing though about Nigerian music. It's fantastic, we're global now, but the back end, training the talents manager, so tell us more about that, because I think that many people don't see, everybody just wants to blow, but we don't see how music management is important, your label and all of that. Tell us more about how YouTube is supporting African artists with this.
Yeah, and I think what we've realized is that for an artist to be successful, they need a strong team of people around them. Like you said, a lot of people just see the artist, but they don't see all the work that goes on behind them. And I also, just someone that works with a lot of artists, I see the difference, when I'm interacting with an artist and their team, between an artist that's really grounded by a strong team and an artist where, it's your friend that's managing you and both of you are figuring it out and, things like that. So there's a strong differentiation between an artist that really has a strong team. And so for us, we were like, okay, we do want to support artists. And so in order to do that, we want to make sure that we're supporting the team around them. So we came up with an initiative called Future Makers, which is supported by our music team. And we said, okay, let's look for organizations in Africa that are supporting that ecosystem, the music professionals, the managers, the lawyers, the brand people, the PR people. And Music Business Academy, which is founded by Godwin Tom, was one of it. And he's been, Godwin has been in this industry for a long time. He's seen, the challenges, he's seen the opportunities, and he started this from his own pocket. And so we decided to support him so that he can expand and do more, which is very exciting.
Yeah, nice. Okay, we're going to take another break. But before I take that break, let's talk about how Afrobeat is taking lead in the global space.
Right.
It's like everywhere. And, you know, even recently over the Christmas holiday, there was a song that trended that everybody used, You Want to Bam Bam.
Bamba. Oh, God.
That every trended like all over. And then, you know, it was when we now started seeing international superstars like Mariah Carey used.
Even Shaquille O'Neal.
Yes, and everybody was like, oh my
on?
goodness. So tell us, you know, because you handle this right now. So tell us, you know, tell us about this.
I think what has been so interesting is now music has no barrier, right? Music can travel anywhere without a plane. And so that's really exciting. I used to say that back in the days, if you have a friend or a cousin in London and they wanted to hear the music from Nigeria, you probably needed someone to take a CD to travel and take it to them. But now they can go on YouTube, they can go on any digital platform and discover and experience an artist. And that has really helped, you know, our music, our Afrobeats, our African music travel and reach places that even the artist is like, I've never been there. You know, I've never been to India, but yes, they're playing my song in, you know, an Indian radio, an Indian club. So I think technology has played such a huge role in really propelling, and I don't even think we're there yet. Like, see what's happening with K-pop.
Yes.
Like, there's still so much growth for us, and even when the internet becomes, you know, like my friend would say, pure water, where anyone can really afford it, we're gonna have more and more people on the internet, more and more people consuming music, and that is going to continue to just grow, you know, our music fan base. And I'm just excited I'm in this space right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad that I'm able to experience this in my time. Okay, we'll just take a quick break. When we come back from the break, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us, and if you're just tuning in, this is One on One. My name is Fumi Unwa-Jefe, and I have Adi with me. We're talking about everything. Now, the content industry is booming, especially the short video market. In 2020, the global influencer market was valued at $9 billion US. Now, that's according to Tech Cabal. How can more people get into that market share, Adi?
I would say create a solution. Create a solution, figure out what the problem is, or find a problem and create a solution for people. And I think, I mean, like you said, the short video space has started booming, right? So we've seen like the arrivals of platforms like TikTok, right? Which created a no barrier to becoming a content creator, to becoming a superstar, becoming an influencer. You hear stories of is it Kabi, the Senegalese boy who's, you know, is it Italy, and now he's like the top.
He's one of the wealthiest now.
Yeah, like the top, you know, third most followed on,
exactly.
You know, and so it's just amazing to see. And so for us at YouTube, we created a feature called Shorts, because we realized that long form, while long form is there and it's not going anywhere, people want to consume content quickly, faster, in a very short time frame, but people also want to create just shorts videos. So we create a feature of Shorts where you can basically become a creator on your phone, on your mobile phone. And and I remember a lot of creators when I speak to them about, you know, why they're not on YouTube or or why they don't feel like they're consistent on YouTube. They feel like, in order to be a YouTuber, I need a big camera, I need a space, I need a studio space. And now with Shorts, from the comfort of your home, with your mobile phone, you can become a creator. And it's just really exciting.
All right, so thank you for talking about Shorts, because that goes to my next question. You know, in 2021, TikTok was the most visited, even beating Google, for example. And then you guys have created this Shorts. So what has the reception been like in the time that you have created? Because, you know, it's always hard to move. So, for example, Facebook created Reels to try and also go with TikTok. But many people still go on TikTok, create their content, and now bring it on Instagram and post it. So what has the reception been like for YouTube Shorts? Has it, you know, grown compared to, or when you created it, has it met the target that you set out to create it for?
I think what we've basically done is create another way for creators to create content and create another way for users to consume content. So we're seeing a lot of OG YouTubers who create their long form videos still create shorts, right? Still create shorts as a way to reach a new audience that may not want to watch a 10-minute video, especially in a market where data is still, you know, a barrier. And for those who are not on YouTube, Shorts is sort of their inroad to YouTube, right? They're building an audience. Wayne Magician, he's a creator in South Africa. He's one of the, you know, biggest creators in short form, and he always had a YouTube channel, but didn't know, because his content is very short, so didn't know how to, you know, make it longer for it to fit the long form format on YouTube. And then when Shorts came, he started creating Shorts, and he saw his channel grow like, well, almost 60% in a couple of months. And so we're seeing Shorts bring a lot of new types of creators to the platform.
Okay, cool. I wanted to also find out from you about the creative community. You know, this is totally different from the music community. What is YouTube doing for the creative community in Africa?
Yeah, so I mean, I think for us, creators are the what do you call it? The bread of YouTube, right? They're the ones, a lot of fans come to YouTube to come and find out what their, you know, favorite creator is doing. And since, you know, my previous role actually, which was looking after creators in sub-Saharan Africa, we did things like Next Up, where we basically took 20 creators across South Africa and Nigeria, put them in a boot camp, and gave them a lot of resources in terms of information, you know, just training them on how they can grow their channel, how they can build an audience, how they can become a brand. Because a lot of creators start on creating as a hobby, and then they build this massive audience. Brands are reaching out to them saying, oh, how much is your rate card? And some people are like, rate card? Exactly. What are you talking about? So we really help them figure out how they can build a business, because a lot of creators become business owners just by starting a YouTube channel. Zilicious Food, she's gone on to create merch. She's gone on to create, you know, her own cooking show. Like, she's gone on to have businesses just from starting, you know, a cooking channel from her home.
Interesting. That's the power of media. So, okay, now let's talk about the streaming platforms. You know, the global streaming now has become a fantastic thing, especially for music producers and music artists, because they're able to earn money. If you remember, sometime, was it 2021 or 2020? There was an issue that happened on Apple Music where someone had taken Wizkid's album and totally just made money off it. He called himself the Wise Kid, and then he made money. I don't know if you're aware of that story, because I wanted to. Okay, so let me just try and summarize it. So there was this guy that took Wizkid's album. Bottom line, he was able to earn money off Wizkid's album alongside with this. I think he made about 30 million naira.
Oh, wow.
So I wanted to find out, on YouTube, how do you ensure that this doesn't happen, where somebody, because, you know, like every time when you open the YouTube page, you see official video, unofficial video, and all of those things. How? Because YouTube pays for this stream. So how do you ensure that the artist, the original creator of the content, earns money than somebody else just earning off?
Right. So we have a strong copyright. We have a strong sort of copyright policy, and we have a tool called Content ID. Basically, what Content ID does is it scans to make sure that if you've uploaded content of someone else, that person can either take it down. They can either earn, they can decide, okay, I'm just gonna, the money that you're earning on your video will transfer to me. Or they can just leave it alone, right? So for example, using Wizkid's label would have Content ID. And so if anyone else, if fans are creating, their own versions of Essence and they are putting it up, the label has the decision for using Content ID to either take down those videos, or they will decide to just take the revenue from those videos, or they will decide to leave the videos on, and that allows, because there's some people that want their fans to recreate videos. We're just talking about you want to Bamba. There's all these recreations, all these challenges. So they leave it because they want. That helps also with the ecosystem. But our Content ID system makes sure that if you're unauthorized, you will not be able to earn from someone else's work.
Okay, fantastic. So recently I know that YouTube reviewed the payment for streaming, and yes. So what's the payment plan? Because someone argued with me and saying, oh, what we get paid here in Nigeria is different from what content creators get paid in the US and everything. And I was like, no, I don't think so. I just think that they just put the rates. How much do you get paid per stream? And is there like a flat rate across board? So if I post from the US or I post from in Nigeria, is it like the same rate?
Yeah, so on YouTube, we have something called CPM, right? Cost per milli. So for a content creator that is uploaded from Nigeria, if your views actually are coming from the United States, the CPMs in the US are bigger. Why? Because the digital advertising market is bigger, because a lot more advertisers are putting their money in digital. Whereas in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, a lot of advertisers are still putting their money on TV and radio, right? Because that's where they feel majority of the audience are. And so for now, the CPMs in Nigeria and some parts of Africa are not as high as the CPMs in the US. So if you're a creator and you put a video on YouTube and you monetize that, you're monetizing that video, but 90% of your views are coming from Nigeria, you might earn X. Whereas, if you're a creator from Nigeria, you put your video on YouTube, but 90% are coming from the US or another market where the CPMs are higher, you would earn more than X. So it's really about where your views are coming from, not where you, because people are like, oh, I'm a Nigerian, so that's why I'm not earning.
So you answered that question as well.
Yes, I have. But it's not about where you're from. It's about where your audience is and what the digital advertising market looks like in that market.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. We're going to try, because I know it was a lot of work trying to get you here to complete this interview today. But thank you so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it. And I'll be talking to you about investing and looking at which fintech to switch. So thank you so much, Adi, for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me
again. Okay. Thank you for staying with us on this episode of One on One. You will agree with me that the time spent with Adi today has been fantastic. It has been worthwhile. I've learned so much from her. So we're going to end this episode and see you again on another episode of One on One. Enjoy the rest of your day. My name is Fumi Unoajefe.
Obi Kwankwaso working on a mega alliance, and 22 APC senators planning to defect to the People's Democratic Party, says Fani Kayode. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mary Anacon. The Labour Party presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, and his new Nigeria People's Party NNPC counterpart, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, are still in talks to field a joint ticket for the 2023 presidential poll. Disclosing that the plan is to form a mega alliance, Mr. Julius Abure, the Labour Party national chairman, said both parties are consulting widely to make the alliance a huge success and, of course, to beat the July 17 deadline by the Independent National Electoral Commission for the substitution of candidates. Tonight, we're being joined by the national chairman of the NCP, who is also the spokesperson of NC Front, Dr. Yunusa Salisu Tanko. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. Good evening, Nigerians.
Great. Dr. Yunusa, we have been inquiring, since we heard about somewhat of a merger. At first, it was a rumored merger, and now we're hearing of an alliance of sorts between the NNPP, I beg your pardon, and, of course, the Labour Party. Now we've seen, the talks growing, even though we are not privy to much of the conversations. But why does the Labour Party and the NNPP think that this is a great idea?
Well, thank you very much for having me. The storyline is this. Somewhere last year, a group of intellectuals led by Professor Pat Otomi decided that, look, this 2023 election, we cannot let it open for all kind of people to come and take over leadership of this country. So we decided to reach out to all the political parties. We reached out to 16 political parties, cascaded it to about 5 political parties. Then eventually we come down on Labour Party. And in fact, we have barely informed the whole country of us adopting Labour Party as our core political party. Then 2 days or 3 days after, Comrade Peter Obi joined us in Labour Party. And that is not to say that discussion have not been going on with the Labour Party right before we announced Labour Party as our adopted party. But then, Providence have it that we all joined together. Interestingly, the TUC and the NLC also agreed to resurrect the Labour Party. Now, we have also been having discussion with Engineer Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso as a group for us to work together and give us Nigerians a new political party that will rescue Nigeria from the quagmire that we find ourselves. Now, here is very important I make a clarification. There's a difference between merger and an alliance. A merger means that 2 political parties or 3 will lose their identity completely and come with a new political party. Mm-hmm. In the case that happened within all Nigerian People's Party, ACN, and others that produce APC. But in this case, technically we cannot do merger, but we can align. An alliance simply means working together, but you still maintain your identity. That is an alliance. Collaboration means that you can work together in different sides, and you still maintain your identity. But the most important thing that we've all identified is that we are going to work together. That is the premises in which the discussion is going. But finally, a decision has not been made as regard to whether who will become president or who will become the vice. That is left between the 2 leaders. But in the event that it doesn't happen, everybody can build his own structure and go it alone and see how far we can go. Okay. But the one in here is this. Nigerians have accepted these particular 2 leaders. So any well-grounded political party will not toy with the request of the Nigerian people. Because many people believe that if these 2 come together, by 12 noon on the day of election will have been over. So, but then Nigerians can have a choice because you can only take a horse to a river, but you cannot force him to drink water. So that is where we are at the moment.
Okay.
And I'm glad both Peter Obi and Kwankwaso himself has alluded to the fact that talks are going on. So we still have time within now and August to agree on a position. Then it will be announced to the Nigerians.
Okay.
But we are working to get Nigeria out of the woods. Thank you very much.
Interesting. I like that you've given us a very good background. And you've pinpointed some of the issues that I want to probe you further on. But then you also seem to not tell us exactly what might come out of this. You're just saying if nothing happens, then they go different ways. But we also see that one person seems to have a very big following of sorts. I'd like to refer to something that the governor of Edo State, Governor Godwin Obaseki, made reference to. He did talk about the fact that Edo State, he said many Nigerians are looking for alternatives. And these are alternatives to the PDP and the APC. And he made this point saying that this might be a problem going into 2023. And then he said that there's a reason why the APC also lost in the PDP lost in Ekiti during the elections. He talked about, that the supporters of the Labour candidate, Labour Party candidate, are many. So in terms of the talks that are being had, I'm asking, who's going to collapse into who? Again, if you're having a coalition or an alliance, there has to be a support of sorts that would make one person win. Since you're saying that you might not necessarily collapse parties into one another, but then you're going to support from where you are, how workable is this? Because again, we see that the Southeasterners are saying we do not want to play second fiddle. Hence why we have a Peter Obi holding the flag of the Labour Party. But then we also have a Kwankwaso, on the other hand, who left the PDP to the NNPP, saying that he wants to be the president. So these are two strong persons. How much talk can let one person step down for the other, or say, well, you go first and then I come later?
Technically, there's a way in which there's a room for a substitution. If they agree on power sharing, shifting ground and moving to one political party will not be a problem. As long as there's an agreement, the most important thing, let them agree. Then you look at the legal framework and find out which way is the best way for you to achieve your collaboration. It's simple. So we need to wait for anybody to agree first. The most important thing here is that there is a room for that to be actualized if they agree. And then the truth is, when you said that probably how people are talking, or what would they do and how would they do, all of these things are doable once you agree on a position. And then you can easily find a way, when you look at the technicalities, and the lawyers go through it so that you will not run foul of the provision of the Electoral Act and then the constitution of the parties. This is very important.
All right. Let's talk about the viability of all the both political parties. We know that the Labour Party does have some structure. We know that the NNPP does have some structure. But then we're also looking at the National Assembly here, because it's not just rooting for, the presidential ticket or the presidential seat. What happens to other seats that the PDP or the APC holds? Because these are questions, legitimate questions that have been raised. If you are pushing for the presidency, then you should be pushing for other seats. And we've seen the just concluded elections in Ekiti State, where the incumbent, the ruling party, emerged winner, even though there's certain controversies surrounding that election. What plans does this alliance of sorts, if it ever come to be, have in terms of winning other seats other than the presidency?
Okay, as we stand today, every political party is mobilizing to ensure that they fill all the positions to run for election. And the uplinking of the candidate for presidency, Senate, and Federal House of Representatives was just concluded. Now, the next step is for State Assembly and governors, which will start on the 1st of July and terminate on the 17th of July. What is happening now is that every political party is working very hard to get credible candidates. Now, if this alliance worked out, all of them work together as a team. So you can be sure that almost all the political parties will fill all the positions. And so there's no problem with that. The most important thing is for us to agree to work together. And in the case that it doesn't happen, we all have our candidate in all of the positions open for contest. So that is the way it will happen. And it will always work out once there's an agreement.
Okay. Let's talk about the visit of Governor Peter Obi to River State. We saw him in talks with the River State governor. We also saw him in talks with the Bauchi State governor, Bala Mohammed, who is also a PDP governor. And these are members of the major opposition in the country. This has gotten a lot of people talking as to if the Labour Party and its presidential candidate is trying to steer us in the direction of a new Nigeria. What's he doing with a Governor Wike or a Governor Bala Mohammed? And what is the idea behind those talks?
Well, you see, in politics, there is no enemy but permanent interest. You can always even discuss with your enemy in politics because you may end up being friends in future. So what is happening here is that you are reaching out to your colleagues, telling your ideas to them. And if they buy it, they may come on supporting you. That is how it is done in everywhere in the world. It's not a war. It's about convincing each other on a superior argument. And don't forget, these people have worked together before at a point in time. So reaching out to each other is very important. So that at the end of it, or when you form a government, you will still need everybody to make your government work. So discussing and reaching out is part of the principles and functions that are enshrined in politics. So it's good for us to reach out to everybody so that we can be on the same page.
In the spirit of reaching out, let's talk about the voters registration, the continuous voter registration. Now, many have pushed and called for INEC to extend the voter education, seeing the eagerness of certain Nigerians to want to be part of the political process come 2023. Also, your party member, Mr. Bure, had also appealed to INEC to see if they could move and extend the date. Other than talking about voter education, I ask every political party representative this question. What are you doing to not just ask people to get their PVCs, but what are you doing in terms of voter education as to what they should expect during the elections, who they should vote for, why they should vote for that person, and, you know, making sure that their votes count? Because I have spoken to INEC about their voter education responsibility, but they also have said political parties have the onus of making that also happen, drumming it into the ears of the voters. But then there's a caveat. They have said, and many pundits have also said, that the reason why political parties do not engage in these voter education is because of the corruption that is within the process in itself come election day. But I'd like for you to tell me if your party would be steering away from this norm.
In terms of mobilization and calling Nigerians to come out and register, we have been doing that in a continuous basis in collaboration with what INEC have put in place so that we can encourage people to come out and register. And they are responding. I saw what happened in Abuja and in Lagos. It's very encouraging. For us in the Labour Party, what we are trying to do is to make sure that we open up all the offices that we have in all the world, so that this issue of not having structure will be a thing of the past. But I can assure you the structures are there. And Peter Obi has alluded to the fact that the majority of Nigerians who are hungry, over 100 millions of them, are in structures. But for physical office, we are trying to open up all offices in all the world so that people can go there and register as member of the Labour Party. This should be concluded within the next few weeks by the grace of God, so people can join us from the world level. Thank you.
Okay. I want to come back to the politics within the party and the two persons who are engaging in these talks. I spoke to Professor Patutobi a few weeks ago on the Labour Party and the alliances that might come in the future. And he did say that there would be a lot more alliances. At first, I remember that there was a publication that had said that the NNPP was going to go into some collaboration with the Labour Party, which was refuted by the NNPP. But now we're seeing that conversation come to light. Again, let's look at the notoriety of these men and how much spread they have. We know that Kwankwaso has a Kwankwasia movement, which is mostly in Kano and some other, other parts. We also see a Peter Obi with a spread in the southeast and maybe some love in the middle belt and the south. We do not know much about the southwest. If he were to have a Kwankwaso on board, or these two were to work together, how do they capture other parts of the country, especially the southwest, and even some parts of the north that the Kwankwasia movement might not have a grip over?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, there are political parties already waiting in the wing to join this movement. And I also know for the fact, which everybody has alluded to, the fact that these people are talking to each other. So they also recognize the importance of working together. And we also know that the Labour Party has an inroad in the southwest because of the large number of the Nigerian youths who are supporting Peter Obi's movement. And also in the southwest, the southeast, and the south-south, north-central, northwest, and northeast, everywhere we have the Nigerian youth supporting this particular movement. So we just only need to add strength to strength.
When you say
so that we can deliver.
Is that not a bit presumptuous? When you say everywhere, youth everywhere. Don't forget we also have a PDP with a Governor Okowa as a running mate, which also covers some part of the southeast and the south-south. So when you say you have Nigerian youth everywhere, is that not a bit presumptuous on your part?
No, not at all. I am making a confirmation now to what the Edo State governor said. He said, do you notice that there's a new trend in the horizon now? That almost every household has somebody called the obedient. I didn't say it. That was coming from a PDP governor from the south-south. That to tell you that we are reaching out to everywhere in this country. The other day, it was a Fulani girl telling her mother that her new name now is Obedient. This happened in Sokoto, in Gombe. Somebody just opened an office on behalf of the Labour Party and printed it by himself. In the North Central, a woman just opened an office by herself and printed the Labour Party. So you see, what we are having in our hands is a tsunami. So everybody who wants to win government should just come on board. Let us continue to get this country back to the people. So it's not an assumption.
All right, let's look at other issues. Now, just as you said, there are young people all across, in your words, everywhere, who seem to be, joining the OB train. But do you have concerns about the fact that, these waves can be momentary? They might just ride onto a certain point and then die off. I'm only asking because many have even tried to compare this movement to the NSAS movement, and they're saying that what's the guarantee that these same young people who are on social media, who seem to be canvassing for a certain Peter Obi, will show up on the election day to give you the votes that you require to get that seat?
Well, interestingly, when you mention the NSAS movement, the anger that is still burning in the hearts of the Nigerian youth is actually translated into the obedient movement. But this time around, it is not in a violent form, but rather they want to use their PVC to take back their country for somebody they believe in. So this movement is waxing stronger. Immediately when we finish addressing the structures, you will be able to see the large number of people that will be moving in. So it's not a new thing. Maybe you think that maybe the tempo will slow down. No. I think the tempo is going to wax more stronger. In fact, to tell you, there are Nigerians both locally and internationally donating money, generating money just to support this particular movement. So that is to tell you the level of commitment shown by the people.
Okay. Well, Dr. Tanko Yunusa is, of course, he's of the NC Front and is also speaking as the national chairman of the NCP. We appreciate your thoughts and we wish you the best of luck as you continue your talks. Thank you for staying with us. We will take a short break. When we return, we will discuss the planned defections after the PDP and APC primaries. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
In a statement issued via the Twitter handle of Femi Fani-Kayode, fewer than 22 senators on the platform of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, are threatening to decamp to the People's Democratic Party because they have been denied their tickets to return to the Senate. It was learned that the number of APC senators has been reduced to 62 by virtue of those senators who failed to secure return tickets to the chamber. Now, joining us to discuss this are Professor Chris Nwokobia Jr., and of course, he is the convener of Country First Movement, Abuja. And of course, Tunji Abdulhamid is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
The pleasure is mine.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Great. I'm going to start with you, Professor Nwokobia. You are obviously a member of the APC, and you were at the party primaries that held at the Eagle Square some time ago. Is there any truth or reality or facts backing the tweet that was put out by Femi Fani-Kayode, who is also a member of the All Progressive Congress?
Let me say very importantly that the development in the All Progressive Congress is very worrisome, troubling, and disheartening. And I say this because the many problems that attended the primaries from the state level to the federal level still bothers the party. I'm aware that yesterday, the chairman of the party, Alhaji Adamu, did say that they will reach out to all the aggrieved parties and try to mend fences and ensure that people do not leave the party. But as it were, beyond the politics and the politics of it, there are people who are not happy, not only because they didn't get the ticket to return to the Senate, but largely because the choice of candidates who are replacing them at the senatorial level, at the House of Reps level, at the gubernatorial level, and indeed the presidential level, is something that bothers the carapace of their mind, their morality. I am one of those who are finding it difficult to side and or support the presidential candidate of the party, for instance, and you have 1 million of people in my shoes. Then don't forget that the Senate president, if you like, wants to return to the Senate. And there are questions as to whether he can come back to the Senate because the person that he put as a holder, if you like, is unwilling to relinquish the ticket. So I think that going forward, the party has a lot to do to bridge the gaps, to mend the fences, assuage tempers, and if you like, create some peace. But how far and how well they can achieve that is the question for tomorrow.
I'm curious because the statement that you started with, that the chairman was going to reach out to those who are aggrieved and try to mend fences. This is something that we hear very often, but half the time, these so-called fences never get mended. Do you think the party understands the graveness of what is happening? Because if 22 of its senior members, or let's say strong members, are agitating to move, which is something that is not very out of the blues when it comes to the Nigerian political space, how serious do you think the party is taking what's happening within it?
No, I didn't get the last part of that question.
I'm asking, how serious do you think the party is taking what's happening within the circles of, whether it be at the states or at the federal level? Do you think that they understand the graveness of what's going on and not just paying lip service to it?
No, clearly the party is not treating the situation with kid gloves. The party is seriously looking at it. The chairman is already reaching out to the leadership of the party at the Senate level they're making some rapprochements. Like I said, what is worrisome is how well and how effective, efficient, and effectual, if you like, that process will be. I am particularly concerned because across board, the way the party conducted primaries across the different stratification of leadership is worrisome, and that's why people are concerned. That's why the senators are threatening to leave. But you know what? Largely with politicians, there are a lot of things that are unpredictable. They might, after the rapprochement by the party leadership, quit from defecting. But what is important as I talk to you is the fact that the party is not taking it lightly. The party is seriously reaching out to their members at the level of the Senate and the House of Representatives. And then we who feel a bit uncomfortable with the choice of candidates at the level of the presidency are also concerned. And you have a lot of people who are leading the party and who are saying that they would rather support the candidate of Labour Party. Some are saying that they are obedient. Some are saying that they would rather support the candidate of the PDP. So I think there's a whole lot that the All Progressive Congress has to put together. It has to reach out to the party tendencies across board and then show commitment to the urgency of now, because Nigerians want a new republic, a leader who will fix, reset, refocus, redefine, and rebuild our country.
Okay. Tunji, there are many pundits, there are many analysts who had said before now, back in 2021, that they see the APC imploding. A lot of other people said that the APC was going to rise from the dust like a phoenix. Many also queried how the APC even came into being and what their blueprint or their purpose was, which was to wrest power from the PDP as opposed to a plan that would regenerate itself. But did you see this happening? Did you preempt that the APC would be at this point, knowing again at the back of your mind that this is how the political space in Nigeria works in terms of defections?
Of course, yes. I appreciate this for now, because if you look at how the party came about and the way they have been operating since 2015, you must be expecting it, because it has been about personal interest, not really about the nation. And you see, if a party that came into power in 2015 and up to date not be able to constitute a board of trustees to be able to even look at issues at the major organ of the party, it shows clearly that things are not working well in the party. So I expect that it may happen and happen today. What is happening is a confirmation that the primary or the internal democracy in APC is not free and fair. That is why you see most people are angry and they're not wanting to leave the party. It's not unexpected for me. I appreciate it, and I think it's a serious for them, because if a number of things that we are hearing move, that will have a serious effect on the presidential election. So I think it's a serious one, and that's why the chairman is moving from one place to another. I'm having meetings with them to ensure that they did not go. But I think to me it may be a bit too late, because it has been done. You can't recall and then ask those who have got tickets to ticket and give it back to them. Because the major anger is that they were not returned, and there's no way, there's nothing to pacify them than to give them back the ticket. Without the ticket, it may be very too little and too late for them to settle it. It's a serious issue, and I think it's not unexpected. It's unexpected because it appears APC has no people that leaders can call people to order, or can even ensure that little dispute is not a major issue Nobody is doing that in the party. Everybody is like, I am in charge, and it's not too good for the party. And that's why they are where they are today. I'm not surprised anyway.
Interestingly, let's take, for example, the governor of Cross River State ran for Senate, also ran for president. None of those, he wasn't able to win any of those offices, unfortunately. There are also states that are still having internal problems. Again, another state, River State, is yet to be able to deliver itself from the problems, the internal crisis that it's had, which has at the center of it the former minister of transportation and a former senator of the Federal Republic from, an imbroglio of sorts that they've had. They've had, in 2019, they had all their tickets cancelled. And then we're here again in 2022. The party is still unable to go beyond the situation which is between Senator Magnus Abe and the Minister, Rotimi Amechi. I mean, Kwara State also has the same issue. And if all of these states are having these kinds of issues that are yet to be dealt with, and then just like Professor Nwokobia said, there are also issues within the party where certain people seem to want to be looking in the direction of the Labour Party. There are those who say they're not okay with who emerged as the flag bearer of the APC. And so there are so many interests that might not necessarily be that which the party wants. How easy in the next few months will it be for the APC to be able to mop up this? And of course, let's not forget, on the other hand, they're yet to give us a vice presidential candidate, which is also waiting in the wings.
It will be difficult, if not impossible, for them to be able to go out of this. Because when you don't have a structure that will result in other words, the internal mechanism of the APC, I'm not even sure it's existent. Yeah, so there is no, apart from the, if I'm making reference to president, whenever the states follow, nobody follow anybody to order. And the president is not even interested in making anything. The president is just saying a look and looking at them. The president would rather wait the issue become a general issue before he comes into it. So I don't have a mechanism on how to resolve issues or internal. It's really difficult for you to do out of this kind of situation. I don't know who will call them to order and who will initiate the process of ensuring that this would not go. They would. I'm not surprised. None of them will not go, but definitely some of them will go because you are thinking already. You see, the senator representing the president's constituency has already moved. Other people have already moved, and you are just thinking before 2023. Not so many other people moved. The political people who want to achieve their interest. Politics is about interest. And most people, when they realize that their interest will not be served where they are, to move. We are not practicing the policy of ideology in Nigeria, and I'm not surprised that anybody that is not satisfied will move from any party. So I think it is difficult for APC, if not impossible, to be able to resolve this issue. Bearing in mind that they lack the candidate to settle internal crisis within the party. No structure in place. No, apart from the executive, there is no other functional structure. So that where people can be taught. No area that say come together, everybody is just working on their own. They are all people like we are one of the and we are not nobody is in charge. So as far as I'm concerned, it's difficult, if it's possible, for them to review about this. And it may be a benefit to Labour Party or PDP or other party in that. You see, the issue of Section 84 is true. They also did not also matter in that regard because by virtue of the mistake or error from the assembly, they put and then the other them could not vote, and it did not put the structure of the party in that governance or those who control the party within the state, and that's why the governors were able to ensure that people they support or became the of the party. So I think what the party needs ensure a proper structure of internal mechanism to resolve it within them. Without that, they'll be able to play. As far as it's a bit late because we are already in the game.
Okay. Finally, Professor Mwakopia, I'm coming back to you. Just as I said, the APC had a rocky start this year. I mean, we saw even up until last year, we saw the issue of party leadership and certain people taking over unceremoniously. It's been a rocky start. But then, surprisingly, the presidential primaries held. And I'm wondering, if people were not okay with what happened or what transpired, why did they even vote? Why did they cast their votes in that regard? I mean, people voted, I saw that, but it was mostly more on the side of the person who got the flag. If people were not convenient with it, why did they not call it out instead of moving away now? Like, apart from the senators who are moving away who intend to move away, like I mentioned to Tunji, there are problems in different states within the parties that may not enable them to win elections at those levels. And if the party does not win the elections at the state levels, how would they be able to carry the day at the federal level? Are you worried about an implosion within the party going forward?
If I got it correctly, what I must say is that the party, like every other party, must put its house together. With 2023 ahead of us, the politics, the issues, the challenge, the urgency of now, and the expectations of the Nigerian people for a new republic, a new tendency, where great ideas, rather than the normal things we've been told, will predominate our politics. I say this advisedly, because if you look at the states, across the states, you just saw the last election in Ekiti, and then you have every other states looking forward. Osun is next. The challenge of the Nigerian people is for better life, is for issues to dominate the discourse rather than individuals and perhaps parties. So I think that is exactly why the chairman of the APC, for instance, did say yesterday that beyond the victory in Ekiti, the party must understand the challenge of now, must understand the urgency of now, must understand that from the local government level to the federal level, there are issues that bother the Nigerian people. And predominantly, the welfare and the well-being of the Nigerian people should be the summum bonum. I say this advisedly because whether you have 41 million members of the APC or 28 million members of the PDP, what we cannot take away from our collective discourse as a nation is that poverty is not partisan, is that hunger is not partisan, that insecurity is not partisan. All that borders the Nigerian estate and the Nigerian people is beyond political parties. It's indiscriminate of political tendencies. So when we discuss these issues, that's why I align with those who are saying that the APC must understand that it has a fundamental challenge on its hand. The PDP must understand the urgency of now. You know, I listened to Governor Obaseki of Edo State when they did a post-mortem of what happened in Ekiti State. And he said simply that for the PDP to have come a distant third, that the PDP and indeed the APC must understand that in every home in this country, there are young people, young girls, young boys, young men, young women, women and men who identify themselves as obedient. It's a fundamental challenge whether those who believe that Nigeria will continue the way it's always been realize that or not. It is the urgency of now. And then beyond that, the APC must also realize that, save and except it puts its house in order, it will not only come a distant second, it may just come a distant third. Wow. Because with people running away from the party on account of the way the primaries was handled, and with the issues and the urgency of now, detail the performance of the federal government, as you and I talk, you perhaps do not have fuel in your car. As you and I talk, you perhaps do not have electricity at home. As you and I talk, you're perhaps a victim of one issue of insecurity or another. So the urgency of now is far beyond an over-partisanship. The time has come for that resolve to permeate every structure of politics in Nigeria. We must understand that Nigerians are asking for a new deal, a new tendency, a new republic, a new emotions, and a new passion in leadership.
All right.
It is not just business as usual. It will not be Uhuru for the big parties in 2023.
Okay.
We all want the best for our country. I am still, as I talk to you, a card-carrying member of the APC. But primarily, my emotions and sentiments are increasingly by the day becoming obedient.
Well, on that note, we have to go. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. But I want to thank you, Professor Chris Nwokobia, who is the convener of Country First Movement Abuja, and Tunji Abdulhamid, who is a legal practitioner and, of course, a political analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. Unfortunately, time is not on our side.
The pleasure is mine.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that's the show tonight. We will be back tomorrow as we wrap things up for the week. But we'll still be talking about the big stories in the political scene in Nigeria and, of course, across the African continent. I am Mary Anna Cohn. Have a good evening.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein. Okay. So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs or certain chemical substances that are erosive, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get them straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach, many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABREATH test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain, that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain or if the gastric acid is firing. You have the same firing occurring in the brain and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
Good afternoon, I am Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. The Supreme Court today struck out President Muhammadu Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation suit challenging Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act. The case was expunged on the grounds that it lacks the jurisdiction to entertain the suit and is an abuse of court process. Earlier, notice for the judgment delivery was served on President Buhari and the National Assembly yesterday, inviting them to appear before the court today for the judgments. Now, Tonto Dike has emerged running mate to Mr. Tonte Braye, the governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, in Rivers. She's lauded the ADC governorship candidate for nominating her as his running mate for the 2023 governorship election. She took to a verified Instagram page at Tontolet today to share the good news, and she urged people of the state to get their PVCs, saying you are the future and the future is now. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Ogun State is happy with the turnout of eligible citizens during the fourth quarter of the continuous voter registration in the state. The resident electoral commissioner, Niyi Ijalaye, appreciated major stakeholders for their support.
Public, the INEC, and also the political parties must have contributed to this. Sincerely, the people who are now out to register are within the young age brackets. The young people are now more aware than before. I think it's good for the system, very good for the system, because there was this apathy amongst them in time past, but they seem to have woken up from their slumber, and I think it is indeed desirable.
Meanwhile, some of the citizens who are yet to enroll complain about the slow process, even as the REC assured them that more machines have been deployed to the state, while appealing to those who have registered to come for their permanent voter card.
I don't understand the way things are going, because I've been here since around 7 and this is after 11. So there's nothing I can write home about for now. What they told us is when situations are like this, that it is maybe the network, that either the network is busy or the network is not good. So that is why I'm here waiting, patiently waiting for the network.
So people have been here since 7, 6:30, and they start by 9. So you have to come early to start picking numbers. I came by 7:30, I'm number 48, so they should try to make it easy online.
As a matter of fact, we've deployed more IVED machines all over the country, inclusive of Ogun State. I was at Abuja last week for a meeting. The resident electoral commissioners had a meeting with the with the chairman of INEC, and this was what we discussed again. That because of this surge, more machines were deployed all over the country. More IVED machines, such that every eligible registrant is captured.
Now, Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State has declared Monday work-free day to enable its citizens enroll in the ongoing continuous voter registration. A statement issued by the Special Assistant to the Governor of Media Publicity, Mukhtar Gidado, explained that work-free day to enable the state public and civil servants to go through their respective localities to register and obtain their permanent voters' cards. Mohammed, however, expressed concern over the low turnout of eligible voters. Now, gunmen early today attacked the police area command outfit at Eka Oizaye in Okay local government area of Kogi State, killing an officer, Mr. Jibril, popularly known as Yellow. The Commissioner of Police, Kogi State Police Command, Edward Ebuka, visited the scene of the attack for an on-the-spot assessment. He immediately ordered the deployment of additional operatives. Assets consisted of operatives of the Police Mobile Force, Counter-Terrorism Units, Quick Response Units, State Intelligence Bureau in synergy with other security agencies to restore normalcy to the area. And outside to other parts of Africa, Tunisia's Interior Ministry said today it had information about serious threat to the life of the president, and that it had forwarded what it called a separate attack near a synagogue, added to concerns over a multi-political issue. The ministry said both internal and external elements were involved in plans targeting the president. Spokesperson Fadila Khalifa said in a news conference that the goal was to undermine Tunisian public security. What the ministry said was a separate incident. An attacker was arrested after injuring 2 police while targeting a security point outside the Tunis synagogue overnight. A Red Sea hotel in Egypt's recent city of Sharm el-Sheikh initiated a solar-powered electricity generating panel in a bid to turn clean energy as the city prepares to host the upcoming COP27 summit in November. The head of the engineering department at the resort, Ibrahim, said Royal Albatros Modana Resort started to partially depend on a 1-megawatt solar power plant on the rooftop, prompting significant improvement in cutting carbon emissions and rationalizing consumption. The Cairo-based project developer Salisol Energy Company aims to maximize on the high sun isolation Egypt requires. And outside Africa, Bulgaria's parliament gave the government the green light on Friday to approve a European Union membership negotiation framework for North Macedonia in a move that may allow its northern neighbors to start accession talks with the bloc. Coming a day after the bloc granted candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova, the vote marked another step towards EU enlargement, lifting a veto that had been imposed in 2020 due to a dispute about history and language. Lawmakers voted to allow the government to lift its veto following tweaks and the framework text that will guarantee the rights of Bulgarians in the country through constitutional changes and commits Skopje to maintaining good relations with Bulgaria. The framework should also not have any reference that may suggest that Bulgaria recognizes the Macedonian language according to conditions attached to the approval. And in business, the federal government says it has started the implementation of the 10 naira taxation per liter of sugar sweetened beverages to reduce the incidences of non-communicable diseases. Chief Superintendent of Customs, Department of Excise, Free Trade Zone and Industrial Incentives, Dennis Ituma, made this known at a policy breakfast meeting in Abuja organized by the National Action on Sugar Reduction to prefer ways to implement tax and other interventions to reduce SS-based consumptions in the country. According to Ituma, Customs has started the implementation of taxing all companies producing SSB since June the 1st, 2022, with the sensitization of the companies on the need for taxation. Still in business, Wall Street main index opened higher today as signs of slowing economic growth and falling commodity prices eased expectations over how high the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates to rein in inflation. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 169.58 points, or 0.55%, at the open to 30,846.94. The S&P 500 opened higher by 26.02 points, or 0.69%, at 3,821.75, while the Nasdaq Composite gained 119.12 points, or 1.06 points, to 11,351.31 at the opening bell. And in entertainment news, stars of Marvel Studios' latest blockbuster, Thor: Love and Thunder, have walked the red carpet in Hollywood at the movie's world premiere. Chris Hemsworth, Natalie Portman, and Kristen Bell led the cast as they were cheered by thousands of fans lining up along Hollywood Boulevard, eager to catch a glimpse of the stars. Marvel Studios' latest installment finds the hero battling to defeat Galactic Killer, God the God Butcher, played by Kristen Bale. For director Taika Waititi, who also voices Kang, the ultimate goal is not just make a movie, but have fun while making it as well.
Every time I play the character, it's been a joy, and every time I've been asked to come back, I've been as excited as I was the first time I was asked to play the character, and I love it, mate. I love the fans, the passion they have for the character, and I feel there's a duty we have to continually give them something different and unique and fresh. And we've done that with this film, and someone will have to tell me to stop because I love it.
We're in the Shadow Realm.
How'd you know?
The atmosphere there has a darkness like no other. It's as if color fears to tread. It's unmistakable.
Well, then, if it's color we need, let's bring the rainbow.
It's really an exciting challenge to have as an actress, to consider yourself like so much bigger than you are, because it changes how you move through the world. You know, all of a sudden they would build me like a platform to walk on when we were shooting, and you know, I was like, wow, it's really different when you can see the tops of people's heads and you're not just constantly looking up at people's chins. It's a really different way to experience the world.
Yep, jump the gun.
Hang on, he moves through shadows and he's going to the Shadow Realm. It seems like that's where he's going to be the most powerful.
Hey, Rock, we can't just go marching in there. It could be a trap.
Are you thinking what I think you're thinking?
I'm thinking it.
What are we thinking?
He was a great deal of fun, and he had to be creepy as hell, and we took it probably way too far, and then Taika was like, no, this has to be PG. But that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed going on this journey with Taika and Chris and Natalie and Tessa and all the bloody talented crew, and the people who I really created this character with, the special effects makeup people.
Lady Sif has been patrolling the realms, helping keep order. That's all I can say, otherwise I'll get in trouble. But it's so great to be back, and the only clue I can give without having a massive spoiler would be that things get a little bloody.
Getting the blue makeup on is a challenge, but it's always like so worth it, because it's, you know, because sometimes, you know, you have to have a process in order to get into your character, and for me it's sort of taken care of, because when I put this makeup on, it's like it's done for me, and I'm like, oh yeah, like I feel like this person, so it kind of feels like a mask in a way, but like in a really good way. Hey boy.
And finally, in sport, FIFA will allow countries to select up to 26 players for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, increasing the maximum squad size by 3 for the November 21 to December 18 tournament. World football governing bodies said the decision to expand squads was made given the need to retain additional flexibility due to the unique timing of this year's, which will interrupt the European club season. FIFA also took into account the broader context of the disruptive effects caused by the COVID-19 pandemic on squads before and during the tournament. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sonny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Homzy Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Obalamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Essien Igbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State, took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheonrere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Sheonrere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's meme is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyeka Onwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Owenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
You and I, you and I will be as one.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started. You know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up. And it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing. You know, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. You know, so there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. You know, and I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look up, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. negative and irresponsible tribal comments. You know, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we could get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, you know, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty, and what then is the work of the state government? You know, we had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace, and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Nemma Ebeledike, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you will definitely enjoy. The first event on today's lineup is the 60th birthday celebration of the Managing Director of Plus TV Africa, Mr. Lekan Ogunbawo. Let us take a look, guys. It was a colorful ceremony as Mr. Lekan Ogunbawo, Managing Director of Plus TV Africa, marked his 60th birthday celebration at Allen Avenue, Ikeja, Lagos. Guests wined and dined at this amazing event where there was so much to eat and drink. also paid glowing tribute to the celebrant. They described him as a man of honor and integrity.
Lekon Ogumbawo is the person that is the real breed. Is somebody who breaks friends and enemies. And that is the greatest attribute I think he has. It will tell this now that this person doesn't like you. This person is working against you. What is likely to tell is that is the person I want to keep close to me. And that's a virtue I've learned to copy in many years of friendship.
Happy birthday to you. Begin and happy radio senator. Mine will be just a corroboration of who Mr. Lekon Ogumbawo is. Anyway, I've known Mr. Lekon for like so long a year. I just want to say he has been a very, very, very wonderful man. All I can say is to pray for him that God should bless him and take care of his concern, you know.
I've known him since I was a baby. I've always tended to live, even up until now. And I don't know what I should say besides all every other person has said, but I just know that he's such a wonderful person. He's a very rare kind of being. That's the way I see him. Its type is really very rare. It's always there for everyone, whether he knows you or he doesn't know you. Once you have an opportunity, to come around him, in fact, you will feel like you've known this person forever. Uncle, I really, really appreciate you so much.
In as much as everybody has said something nice, everybody has something to say about that. Danny is our hero. It's the best thing that's ever happened to us. Both his biological children and adoptive children. He is somebody who is, what you can classify as a father is who Mr. Lekon Ogumbawo represents. He's very giving. Daddy has a large heart. He's always ready to listen to you. All through our formative years, he's been there for us. He's been a confidant. There's never a time you go and meet him that is too busy to attend to you. And it's a pleasure, to be alive today and to see him aging gracefully. It's our prayer that God will grant him his heart desires.
Shelley Francis said, "It takes courage to create a meaningful life of integrity. It also requires good company and practice." If this is true, then we can say Mr. Lekon Ogumbawo is definitely a courageous man, seeing how well he has built his life deeply rooted in integrity and honor in the past 60 years. was definitely an amazing and emotional event to watch with so many amazing tributes. I'm sure you loved it. Now, the second event on today's lineup is on the Tech Point Dinner, which started with a seminar event the previous day, which was packed with so many activities. The Tech Point Dinner was organized to celebrate outstanding startups, entrepreneurs, investors, and influencers in Nigeria across fintech, blockchain, education, health, and logistics. Enjoy.
It was an evening to celebrate outstanding startups, entrepreneurs, investors, and influencers in Nigeria across fintech, blockchain, education, health, logistics, and others. Participants met and networked on red carpet. They expressed how much TechPoint platform has impacted them.
Things that TechPoint are doing in Africa is quite fantastic to see, especially coming from a country like United States, where I reside. So we're very honored to be, be nominated with TechPoint Africa as we work in the healthcare industry and in the emerging markets around the world. And what TechPoint is doing, not just in Africa, but definitely in Africa, is fantastic to see how they're moving the needle in terms of providing better lives for people.
TechPoint is an amazing media brand. They've been in the industry for years now. I was around when they launched, and it's impressive to see the growth that has happened in that time. Starting out as a blog and then going on to do events. And at the event last night, you could see the hundreds of people that were there. And the real difference that they brought into the ecosystem around media, information, and actually helping startups to grow. So it's been really impressive, and I want to say huge congrats to the people at TechPoint.
Being able to see young people come around and see what other people are doing, and then they are inspired to also do more. The tech space in Africa is very young, right? And we need a lot more people to get into it and innovate, right? I personally believe that the problems of Africa can be solved through technology, right? And we can see it. Before, you and I needed to go to the bank and queue for hours to get our money. Now, I can go to a street corner and through a POS, I get money and then spend. Right, so that's what is for me that TechPoint is doing, and that's why I'm so passionate about the job that I do, and that's why I love the company.
Everyone who has come in here today should, number one, be proud of themselves, right, for just being in the center of it all and watching what's going on firsthand, right? Nobody's telling you the story; you're seeing it happen yourself, and if not anything, every single person here should be extremely inspired about not just what's happening, but what's possible, especially as we see all the companies, just talk about what they're doing, the impact they're having and all. And I think that by next year when we're doing this will be bigger, right? Because a lot more people have taken that inspiration to implement some of the ideas that they have, and which would have moved the country forward and definitely provided jobs and opportunities for our young people.
Back into the hall was when the participants reminisced about the pitch stomp competition that happened on the first day of event.
Hearing people talk about their exploits, their products, how it's impacting the nation and across Africa, it's amazing. And having an organization such as TechPoint bring everyone together in times like this, when with regulations and everything that is standing against every startup moving forward in the continent, it's really amazing even to celebrate all of this exploits. So we love to see TechPoint.
So many people brought together by TechPoint. So thank you so much for organizing the event. And I think secondly, it's just a way to, crown TechPoint's efforts over the years. Like only a TechPoint will have pulled that kind of event. So big up to you guys.
Next was the presentation of awards with drum rolling for the lucky winners.
This award is for the most outstanding health tech company in 2021.
Okay.
Health tech.
So we have Reliance Health,
54Gene,
LifeBank,
Wella Health,
and Cream MD.
And the winner is 54Gene.
And it's truly an honor for the names that were mentioned, the other nominees. There's a lot going on in health tech, and we need more representation in health tech. So Honestly, as 54 Gene, we just stand here in representation of all the nominees and the ones to come. So thank you, first and foremost, and TechPoint for the outstanding work that the TechPoint team is doing. We are honored to stand on the stage and on the shoulders of what you guys have done over the past years since 2015. As a company, we started just 3 years ago, and getting this nomination, getting the award, we have so much more ahead of us.
To be so honored and recognized is just a call for us to do more. The African space is our forte. We see ourselves as the gateway to Africa. Our focus is to grow the best logistics and technology-enabled logistics company out of this part and be able to match global standards.
TechPoint organizers expressed satisfaction and promised not to rest on their oars.
I mean, it was wonderful. I mean, it's been 2 years since we held the physical events because of the COVID pandemic. So everybody was looking forward to this, and it was so amazing that it's a success because the team puts all their effort into it, sleepless nights. It was wonderful. And to wrap it up today with the awards, very, very refreshing experience.
Africa is building, Nigerians are building, so people should support this. And even the government, everyone should be able to rally around, see what young people are building, see the future we are all building, and see how amazing things a lot of people are building. So it's one of my major take-home. I'm so super excited about this, and yeah.
The impact of technology cannot be overemphasized in connecting business with prospects, giving exposure and opportunities, especially to Nigerian youths who are endowed with potentials.
The last event on today's lineup is the most anticipated beauty pageant show in the country, Miss Nigeria. Let's just take a look, guys.
The 44th Miss Nigeria was held on Friday, 17 December 2021 at the Landmark Event Center. It began with the red carpet, and Plus TV Africa got the chance to speak about the pageant and fashion industry with the attendees.
MBGN has been doing a lot, and if you can see for this long, obviously you know they've been doing a lot, and the impact they've done so far is showcase the African Nigerian beauty to the world. You can see from likes of Abano Derego to the rest of them, you can see how far all they did to the 90s, and they've been doing very well. They've been doing well, trying to also not give a different narrative of the Nigerian women. They're changing that narrative and making sure you understand that this is what the Nigerian women stand for, which is beauty and brains. And also to depict our African culture, which is what you see in the tribal differences and all that stuff.
I feel thrilled to be here to mark the 44th edition of the Miss Nigeria pageant and to see the beauty and talents that our country has to offer the world, so I'm excited.
The pageantry started proper, and the beautiful ladies showed off that they have beauty with brains.
Been in the game for a long time. It's a night for me to respect and see poise, elegance, talent, and of course watch pageants evolving from, outward beauty to inner beauty. So I'm elated.
You know what this signifies, cross-culture, the significance of this, where you see these girls, promoting one campaign to another, it's actually appalling. So, it's a good step. And the way it is now, they're all winners. So whatever they stand for, we're all here to support them.
The event ended with 18-year-old Shatu Gako emerging the winner of the 44th Miss Nigeria. Our congratulations are in order.
Well, that's a wrap for me today. I hope you enjoyed the events on this episode of Plus Events. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Lucille Boyle said, "Love yourself first and everything else falls into line."
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian AIDS Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian AIDS, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. Initially they say, "Oh, no. We don't want you and your leprosy people, please."
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. We should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Yohen Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just thinking that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las egedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why when my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that, this one, we have to take it outside because his father has house. Definitely you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then. Because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
According to Plato, music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. This is no surprise as the music industry is one of the most booming industries in Nigeria, as the motion pictures and music recording accounted for 730 billion naira of Nigeria's GDP in 2020. It has not always been this way, as the music industry has experienced a full turnaround from the days the boys wore baggy jeans, big gold chains, and oversized t-shirts. Let me take you down memory lanes of the good old days. Onyeka Onwenu, Iyogugu. Tony Tetsuila, My Car. Plantation Boys, Don't You Know?
Baby, don't you know that I really love you so? That I really love you so. Never let you go, and I never let you go.
Remedies, Shakomo. Maintain, Catch Hold.
Oh my catch go.
Idris Abdulkarim, live in Yankee.
Idris, you promise you go marry me. See me, it done hurt me so badly. Remember that everywhere we dey walk, he come go Yankee, he come forget me totally.
Rugged Man, Ruggedy Baba.
Once again, it's me, the individual, running the game physical. I'm here to open my mouth again and yarn spiritual, to speak from my heart. Let you know where it depend me, as people they grab bites and talk about me up in this industry. Where them been day when I they speak for mechanics and shoemakers, them they talk around the subject like our lawmakers. Before I dropped the hand, the industry was messed up. Fakers they rule, why real rappers them they stressed up. Nobody did it.
I think people are biased about music based on their age, so everybody thinks their own era is the best era. But I can say for free that the Afrobeats era is by far the biggest era in terms of Nigerian music and its global impact, having done billions of streams and actually invaded the mainstream of the global pop culture. And that is what should be respected. Yes, there are great legendary artists in Nigerian music, but there are also great legendary artists in Afrobeats today. The reality of it is that most people do not understand that if you were looking at all the areas and the industries in the world you could work on, probably the hardest is the music and the film industries. There are millions of artists, millions of creative people. A very, very, very small percentile ever make it. It's a little bit like the 100-meter final in the Olympics. 8 people made the final out of 6 billion on the planet. They are very special people, which is why I get very irritated with Nigerians not celebrating people who make finals. So artists have a very, very hard road to ever become successful, and it's not easy. So to fail, you first have to try to fail. So keep trying, even if you fail, get up and try again. We can't discuss Nigerian music without Fela Kuti, the king of Afrobeats, the original, the poet, the prince, the rebel, the philosopher. We can't discuss Nigerian music for me without Bongo High Life, which is really from Owerri, with the Peacocks International, the Oriental Brothers. That's the foundation of that music. I love it. And then, in the modern era, I think Blackie, who's my brother, Daddy Shoki, all those guys that came through in the late 80s, early 90s, salute to them.
I'm sure those videos brought back nostalgia. We would end this by asking the Nigerian citizens what generation of music they prefer, the good old days as far as lyrics and content are concerned, or what we call Afrobeats today.
I prefer the old school compared to the new schools. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you. All my love is out for you. Still, nothing could. No.
If you love a woman, tell her that she is the one. Something like that. I think really love a woman. No.
Old generation, I think, is the best, because this generation of these days now, they always sing about love. But back in the days, what they sing is meaningful.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I am Moremi Akonwo. On today's episode, we will be talking about the business of brand influencing with our guest, Adiola Chizoba Adeyemi, also known as Diadem. She ventured into fashion and beauty modeling as a teen and further delved into makeup artistry. She is the president and founder of Beauty by AD, a cosmetics company that produces a variety of beauty products, which she launched in 2016. She is a prominent brand influencer who has worked with major reputable brands. She bagged a Bachelor in Arts at Sikkim Manipal University, Accra, Ghana. Thanks for coming on the show today, Diadem.
Thanks for having me.
I'm glad we finally did it.
I know.
Okay, so you are a major brand influencer.
Okay.
So how can I become a super brand influencer? Like, what are your tips?
Well, I feel like, for me, though, I feel like to be a brand influencer, you should be relatable. That's to start with. You should be relatable, accessible, right? People should be able to ask you questions about the particular brand you're trying to put out there.
Okay.
And people should be able to trust you as well, because if they don't trust you, obviously they can't trust what you advertise.
They won't bring your product. Yeah. In fact, your customers won't even, your
customers
clients won't even come to you.
They won't come to me. The brands that I'm advertising for won't definitely come to me. So yeah, just be relatable, be nice, don't be stuck up. Be
Very
nice,
important.
and yeah, you're good to go. It's very easy.
It's very easy.
Yeah, it's easy.
Okay, let's look at it from the brands coming up to you, from their point of view. Why do you think they approach you to be an influencer? Like, what are the things they look out for before saying this person should influence for us?
Okay, well, I feel like what is making me grow day by day, because even if nobody tells me, I know I'm proud of myself anyway. And yeah, the thing is, people refer me a lot. Referrals, feedbacks, reviews. Oh, use this person, she's good. She knows how to push the brand. She can, there's this thing we call demonstrative adverts that we do. So, knowing how to put the brand out there, and for the fact that I've been able to position my own personal brand, so when you even see me, you know that, okay, this person is the right person to go to. Do you understand? So yeah, positioning of my brand and also being able to, you know, get referrals from people that have worked with to, you know, refer me to other brands that, you know, my own clients to come work with me.
So word of mouth really is key.
Yeah, it's key. It's really key because if you tell me, okay, for example, you tell me, oh, this person is really good, I'll take your word for it because you have my best interest at that, I believe. So you definitely want me to, you know, use this person. Oh, she's good. And for me, I feel like word of mouth helped me a lot to get to where I am today because referrals, oh, this person is good, this person is this, and I don't keep people's job. Like what I cannot do, I will not take it. Do you get? I rather not even get any job if I know I cannot deliver.
Yeah.
So I won't be able to sleep at night. So it's better not to just do it or not to take it at all. So word of mouth, being able to say, oh, I'll do this, and I do it. So that's
so
what has helped
to keep
me.
Your
yeah.
promises.
Keep to
so
my
brands
promises.
see these things, right?
Of course. So because most of the brands I work with today, they are mostly renewals. I get new jobs, but for a brand to be able to renew with me, if I'm not doing what they want, they won't come back.
Basically means they are happy with you.
Exactly.
So how effective is influencer marketing in Nigeria? Do you think that those brands actually make money, or they just have a pretty face influencing for them?
Okay, if they don't make money, nobody's here to make business without do business without making money. If they're not making money from it, they will not want to influence. So I feel like brands, they know what they want. They know the kind of, and you know, we have different audiences. So I know how to pitch a brand to my own audience. I know my audience. I don't know your audience. So I know my audience, and I've been able to grow myself to that point that they believe me. They believe what I say. And me as a person, me as a brand influencer, I won't come out to pitch a brand that I'm not sure of. Do you understand? So I have to be really sure of that brand to be able to pitch to my audience, because I don't want my audience to come back to me later and start crying that, oh, this brand you advertised, this, that. Do you understand? So yeah, my audience know me, and yeah, brand influencing has really, really, really helped.
Because I see that a lot of companies don't even really do social media ads or any form of ads anymore. They just use
that's the in thing right now, because influencers are one of brand's major tool to making profit. Me as a brand owner, even as an influencer, I still pay brand influencers to influence my brand, because you can't do it all. And there's some things that manufacturers or producers, right? Like you have a product, you manufacture this product that they can't reach the end users by themselves. They can't tell the end user, okay, this is how to use it. It's still the brand influencer that would be able to pitch the product, that would be able to like do the demonstrative adverts. You have to be able to demonstrate, you have to be able to sell the products for them. They can't do it all. Their own is just to make the product and you know,
left for you influencers to put it out.
You'll be the one to put it out there to your audience, your followers. Okay, this is how it works. Do you understand? So that way it just makes everything easy, makes business easy, work. To be honest, ever since brand influencing, it's very lucrative.
I was going to ask how lucrative it is.
Very, very.
Because some people don't even get to do any other thing again. That is their 9 to 5/24/7
No. It's
work.
very, very lucrative, to be honest. And wow. I don't know, like, and a lot of people just take advantage of the fact that, oh, because I have huge followers, I can be a brand influencer and blah, 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 blah. I can sell a business. There's some people that even have crowd. They have a whole, like, large following, and they don't even have buying crowd. There are some influencers like that, yes. So you as a brand, you should be able to even identify the kind of brand influencer you're going for. Oh, is this person? There are some brand influencers that are good with content creations alone. Okay. They don't have buying crowd, but they can create content. So what's most brand do? I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but what most brand do is they will go and meet the ones that can create content for them, the very good content that. For me, I don't need you to have a huge following before I can buy what you're advertising. If you can pitch it, you can. Yeah, you have this. You know, there's a way you talk about a product. You know that, oh, this person knows this thing. This person knows this thing. This person knows what she's saying. This person knows what he's saying. So I don't need to look at your followers to call you a brand
patronize,
influencer.
really?
Yes, as long as you can create a content, genuine content, good content, brands will come for you.
But a lot of these brands actually think it's more by the number of followers you have.
Because some brands will go to some people that has large following because they just want to be known. They want to position themselves in some aspect. Okay, this person has the kind of audience I want. In that aspect of, okay, I want to be out there. I want people to know my brand. But if you want a proper brand influencer that will sell your products, I'm sure some brands, they know who to go to.
I agree with you, but we'll talk more about this shortly. We will go on a short break now. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
I'm still here with Diadem, founder Beauty by AD and a prominent brand influencer. So Diadem, I'm now a brand influencer. You've given me tips. I'm now a brand influencer. How can I keep evolving in this business? How would you say I should keep the business so that people will still come to me?
Okay, I feel like you should just stay true to yourself.
Okay.
If you're advertising a brand, make sure you use it. Like, you can't be telling your followers, your audience, to go and buy a product and you're not even using it.
Sometimes I wonder if you people use what you
I use what I advertise. Because in the past, because I've been doing this brand influencing thing over a decade, do you understand? So I know the in and out of brand influencing, do you understand? So before, you can say, oh, go and buy this, go and buy that, and you will not use it. But at the end of the day, when they start coming for you, oh, you told me to buy this thing, oh, you told me to buy that thing, and, you know, the blame is on you. But at the end of the day, when I saw that, okay, people tend to believe me a lot when I speak about a product, and they believe because the fact that, oh, and there's some product I even use on my child. For me to use, for example, I'm advertising maybe maybe a product or something. If it's not working, I won't use it on my child because that's my child. Do you understand? So if you feel like I'm not using it, for me to be using it on my child, do you think I want my child to? Do you think
how do they know you're using it? So you have to do demonstrative videos.
Yes, demonstrative videos to show. So I do not see. I promised myself last year. I said, if it's just to do collect money from 5 people alone to do adverts, and I know that I'm using the product, I'm not doing it for the sake of come and pay me. I've gone past that stage of because of money. I'm doing brand influencing. I'm doing it because I have passion for it. I'm doing it because I love it. It's just like the same way I love Beauty by AD, right? But Beauty by AD is, on the other hand, this is my also as well. So I won't advertise a product that I know nothing about or I don't use. So that way, you as a person, you just realize that you're growing. Because by the time you say this, okay, people go and buy this, and they see that, okay, you're hyping this brand, and they go there and they see that, oh, it's true. You know, word of mouth as well. Before you know, you start growing, people start reaching out to you.
So it's very important to use what you advertise.
Use what you advertise and stay true to yourself.
Stay true to yourself.
Yeah, be honest. Yeah.
Wow. Well, Lenny, I don't know, maybe I'll become a brand influencer someday. Okay, so let's talk about your growth journey. You've been doing this for what? Over a decade?
Over a decade.
How has it been? Tell me about some times that you didn't understand what you were doing.
I have different stories because it's not easy. One thing I've come to just realize is that one of the challenges I used to have is when some brands come to me, they don't understand the kind of power that, not power, I'll call it grace. Aside hard work, right? They don't understand the kind of grace that I carry. So they just come like, okay, come on, I want you to advertise this. And when I start, the kind of supply, like the kind of demand that it gets is too much, like it's way too much than what they can even supply. So it falls back on me because my own audience will now come to me to start complaining, oh, I paid this person, this person has not delivered. Not because the person is not competent, not because the person is not legit, but because demand is more than supply.
It's grace, truly.
It's grace. It's not easy. So it has been like, it's not easy actually, being a brand influencer, and the fact that the market is saturated now, a lot of people are.
Yeah, so how have you been able to stay true? Because you still get a lot of top brands, even in a saturated
because
market.
I'm real now.
You just
do my thing. I just do my thing. I don't. As I'm like, I don't. If I am, like, if I don't get job, I don't mind because I know that the ones that will come for me will still come for me regardless. I don't do crowd, basically. I pick my brands. I don't just advertise for people. I select. There are some adverts that I don't take. There are some jobs that I don't take.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because like some of them have some kind of risk. Like
yes.
If they are not delivering, the fallback on you is going to be very great.
Very, 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 very great. So there's some things that I just decided that, okay, you know what, I'm not doing this. This is what I can. And I obviously do what I can do. Do you understand? So, yeah, and that has really helped me because it wasn't easy. You are out there, you're popular, and you're still getting jobs. It's not easy trying to balance brand influencing, being a CEO.
And running your. Let's even talk about your business now. But shortly before that, I was going to talk about. So you're in the beauty industry.
Yeah.
So what trends are you seeing now that you think, if people key into these trends, they can actually make money from it? Like beauty trends.
Beauty trends. Well, to be honest, the Yoruba people used to say, nǹkan tó bá wá lọ sọ́jà ló máa kọjú mọ́ òkè wárí ọjà. Me, I don't look at all those things. In fact, to be honest, what always motivates me to, do new things is what my customers want. If they come and meet me, tell them I feel like you should produce this, we want this. That's what I do. I'm not saying no because this is what is raining. What is raining now might not favor me. Do you understand? So I always do what my customers want. So I don't really follow trends. Let me just put it that way.
I think I like a point you made about you listening to what your customers want.
Yeah, I always listen.
Because it's about them.
It's about them at the end of the day. Because if you do what is trending, what if you bring it and trend goes and come now? It's a circle. What if it goes? So my own investments. What will happen? So basically, I just do what my customers want, what they say, and it's been working for me.
So when you started Beauty by AD, what was the acceptance rate like?
Well, side talks here and there. After 6 months, she'll pack up. Let's just support her. Can you bless you? No buy. So a year went by. She's still doing it though. Okay, let's see how it goes. Now we're 5. So they don't have a choice. The brand is trusted, and to God be the glory. We are like one of the best beauty brand in Nigeria. I can say it anywhere. It's sure for me.
Well done. We'll talk more about this shortly.
Thank you.
We will be back for more conversations with Diadem after the break. You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa, and my guest is still super brand influencer Diadem. So Diadem, as a business owner, especially running a business in Nigeria, tell me about the times you have felt frustrated and like, I'm not doing it again.
See, I get frustrated every day. Every day. If shipping company will frustrate you, your manufacturers will frustrate you, your staff will frustrate you. See, last week I still cry. I always cry because I'm very emotional. So any little thing I start crying. So, but the good thing is I don't have the spirit of I want to give up. I don't have that spirit, and that's what I'm really, really thankful to God for. Because if I think about all these things, to be honest, I'm not even going to be here today. Do you understand? So there are challenges. Dispatch companies will frustrate you. Nigeria in its own, Nigeria will frustrate you. So, but what do we do? Keep pushing, keep doing it, and we give God the glory. It's not easy.
Because I always get this from every time I have a guest and I ask them for frustration. Oh God, you don't even want to hear what they have to say.
No, it's annoying. It's annoying, but we thank God because we have to look at the bigger picture. You can't think about now. You can't think about the little orders that are in your way. So so just think about the bigger picture. That's what I always think of. Okay, this time next year, I want to be this. I want the brand to be here and all of that. So, and if something is going to be good, the journey will be rough. And nothing good comes easy. So you just have to take it.
So you're a very busy woman, a businesswoman, an influencer, and I'm sure a lot more that we don't even know about.
Yeah.
So how do you balance it, being a mom, working? What works for? What's that tip that works for you?
Okay, so the thing is, funny thing about me being a mom is the fact that me being a mom has really helped me focus more in life, business-wise, everything, because you just want to be a better person. You want to be an example for your child or whoever that is looking up to you. So for me, Akorede is my daughter's name, by the way. Akorede is my driving force. I always say this, like, she will go to school now. She wants to be somebody in life. I brought her to the world, so I have to be there for her.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So, speaking of giving up, if I want to give up, when I think of Akorede, I would work harder.
Mommy's working hard.
Yes. So.
Okay, so what's your advice for other up-and-coming brand influencers? Because people see what you do, and they're like, oh, I want to be like that. I want to be like this. I want to be like that. But they don't know that you went through a lot. But what's your advice for them?
Okay, for brand influencer, my advice is just do you. Just be you. At the end of the day, people that would love you for you. So just be you. You don't necessarily have to have thousands of followers to be a brand influencer. As long as you are you. There are so many brand influencers that are not tush. Do you understand? There's some brand influencers that are, they will want to crazy brand influencers. They see the same markets. Do you understand? Because they have their crowd. They have their audience. So know your audience. Know the kind of people that follow you. I feel like you should know your audience because it works. Because even if you have 1,000 followers and 900 among that 1,000 followers believe what you say, trust you. Trust me, you're already a brand influencer now.
So that's how it works. Trust is
important. Trust is key. And be real. Be you.
You've said this over and over. So it means it works because that's probably what works
because
for you.
Everybody's unique in their own different ways. So if you're unique, don't try to be someone else. Don't try to be this person. Oh, okay, I think if I do it like this. You don't know if the person that you're trying to emulate is working for the person, but do you know if it work for you? People's journey are different. Do you understand? So just be you. At the end of the day, you adjust.
Before I let you go there, then what do you do for fun? How do you...
What do I do for fun?
Get yourself off business and work.
Okay, I just like to hang around people that love me.
Okay.
Basically, and I love work. I love work.
I love working. You're a workaholic.
I actually love working because I don't know how to stay idle. Even if I'm not doing anything on my off days, I still have to call. Hello, Augusta, what are we doing? Hello, this person, what are we doing? I have to just work. That's just it. So,
all right.
Not like I'm boring,
done.
but
well done. We wish you all
you.
the best, and thank you so much for coming on Ladies Talking Business.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thanks for tuning into Ladies Talking Business today. Do join us the same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Moremi Akonwo. Bye for now.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
At the peak of globalization, the increased geographical dispersion of value chain members has translated into larger volumes of cargo movement over greater distances by sea, air, and land. This development has necessitated the need to engage freight forwarders in facilitating the movement and flow of cargo to different destinations. While many countries have seized the opportunity to insert themselves into the different value chains of product by integrating freight forwarding activities to enhance trade, most of the sub-Saharan African countries are yet to do so. On the show today, we'll bring you highlights of our chat with the founder of the National Association of Government-Approved Freight Forwarders, NAGAF, Boniface Anebonam. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. First off, the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria, AMBAN, has vowed to ensure the implementation of the frameworks put in place by the Central Bank of Nigeria to ensure compliance by members. National President of AMBAN, Victor Olojo, flanked by other officials, said this while addressing newsmen on some issues raised by the House Committee on Banking and Currency with regards to agency banking and financial inclusion. Take a look. The impact of mobile money and agency banking hit a crescendo in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown, with active point-of-sale terminals used by merchants for financial transactions recording about 3.1 trillion naira in the second quarter of 2021. The increase in the value of POS transactions in Nigeria shows the spending patterns of Nigerians and payment preferences, reaching all nook and cranny and by extension deepening the nation's financial inclusion drive. However, there have been complaints of proliferation of agents, lack of KYC, to even issues of theft and other fraudulent activities. The AMBAN executive spoke of a task force for self-regulation while clarifying other grey areas.
Just take one of the case studies. Part of the framework of the CBN is that a mobile money or bank agent should be in a brick and mortar location, like an address that is traceable. But what we have today are agents under umbrellas, trees. We have agents who are hawking this terminal.
Rising from our 5th AMBAN Annual National Conference held in Abuja last year, one of the resolutions that came out of our robust deliberations with all critical stakeholders was to begin self-regulation using our task force.
Victor Olojo lamented that the members are often on the receiving end when it came to counterfeited bills and other fraudulent activities, making a renewed call for adequate trading.
There was a robbery case that happened in the East, and somebody's phone was snatched, and those bad guys came to Lagos. They took the SIM and transferred the funds to an agent, and the agent innocently actually served that customer, not knowing that that customer is actually, an armed robber.
What we find out now is that those merchants now turn the outlet to mobile money agent outlet, and that's not what POS is being meant for. And those that give out the POS know that this is what's going on, but they will not put it in because what they want money.
The growth in the number of POS businesses in the country has formed a major source of employment for Nigerians, especially the youths. Welcome back. The ongoing reforms by the federal government of Nigeria aimed at increasing efficiencies, improving transparencies, and adding value to the economy of the nation has been extended to the freight forwarding subsector, thus giving birth to the Council for Freight Forwarding in Nigeria, CRFFN. The Council for the Regulation of Freight Forwarding in Nigeria Act No. 16, 2007 was enacted into law on the 30th of April the same year. The Council is charged with, among other responsibilities, regulating and controlling the practice of freight forwarding in Nigeria and promoting the high standards of competence, practice, and conduct among members of the profession. Let's take that interview with the founder of NAGAF, Boniface Anebonam.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
CRFFN is domiciled in the transport industry, and it's most unfortunate, and that's where we are. And I'm surprised. I am surprised. You know, sometimes you look at certain things, you just laugh. Now, one of the APC candidates who was in charge of transport ministry could not manage CRFFN, ordinary election, and the same person want to become the president of Nigeria. This is the kind of thing you see. A council that is not a parastatal of the government, in your watch, is being propagated as an agency of the government. Even when the matter is in appeal court. So it's a lot of things are wrong in our country. Let me tell you about the port, as far as cargo movement is concerned. If they don't get CRFFN to be working, the freight forwarders are the most strategic people in the port in terms of moving cargo in and out of the port environment. They are the artery of the economy. Very strategic. So we need to get them right. And that is what CRFFN is expected to address. Because it's in the transport ministry, it's not working. How many years now? Since 2007. It's as bad as that. As I'm speaking to you now, I understand that they are somewhere in Eko, they are holding. Which meeting are they holding? When they are in positions, you impose leadership. In default, in contravention of the statute. So you start something to fail, it does not work. The port, as it were, became privatized or became concessioned. What are the ingredients of doing so? One is that our port is expected to be competitive. The cost of doing business is expected to reduce by 30% the first 6 months. Where are we? I don't know. We can be repeating ourselves every day. Doesn't make sense. One, the leadership must have at least a little knowledge of what you are discussing. Even if you don't have, get the people, experts that you can get their ear. The port is the gateway of the nation's economy. You need to get it right. So it's all about leadership. Putting the right person in the right place to carry on with that particular function. Nigeria is endowed with, good hand, good resourceful persons and all that. So what's our problem? If you like to be talking about this, you keep on talking from now to tomorrow. We've been talking about all this. Because you can churn out documents every day. 1999, we issued a document, the need for a deep sea port with Obakra, the Oba of Badagry, during Obasanjo and all that. We talked about Nigeria becoming a hub for the African region, in particular, say, West Africa. Look at the opportunities. 20, 21 years now, they're beginning to talk of this seaport. 20 years ago, we talked about that our port is going into second degree of development. Dangote is springing up, flour mills springing up inside the port, taking space. Therefore, there is likely to be an upsurge, a problem. We need an external terminals where service trucks can be deployed and to be called, to be invited when needed. Nobody listening. You can see what's happening in Apapa now. 19 years ago, thereabout, we advocated that the inroads to the ports at Apapa Tinka need to be expanded 8 lanes to accommodate the traffic, the cargo throughput. You can see what is going on. You can go on and go on. You understand? It's not about resources. The resources are there. The money that the accountant general carried, we do all these things and do more. Do you understand? And so, before you know it now, is it not the same man who feigned to have a spinal injury? You understand? When he was arraigned in court. But he didn't know that the camera would pick him. And we are laughing over it. It's as bad as that. Everything is about leadership. You know, when you are not in a place, they bury somebody. If you want to exhume the body, start from the leg. Those involved in the leadership of CRFFN do not know anything about CRFFN. What CRFFN stand, the mischief is supposed to cure. And that is the problem. I have just told you. How did we start about CRFFN? CRFFN came when NAGAF approached FIATA. I was the president of NAGAF in 1999, the first president of NAGAF. And I discovered that, look, Nigeria, we have 4 seats in the Federation of Freight Forwarders, International Federation of Freight Forwarders. We have headquarters in Zurich. The 4 seats belonging to Nigeria are not there. When we applied for membership, Issa Baluchi then was the president. The next we saw was petition from our sister associations. And they claimed to have been in existence in 1954. And they didn't know that Nigeria is not found in that global body. That led to my inviting Issa Baluchi, the then president of FIATA. He came to Nigeria, we had a meeting. He met with later John Madeko as Minister of Transport. And the next thing, he now advised that we need to get a legislation, to bring everybody, the contending voices, to one. And that I took off with NAGAF and, started the process through the National Assembly. Of course, indeed, the Nigerian Shippers Council came to our help. It's a long story. Something is wrong with us. Something is wrong with us. And that is wrong with us is leadership. And in our ability to enforce laws of the land. You make laws, the laws should be enforced. If you don't obey the law, the enforcement unit will enforce you. That is the coercive nature of government when you are to the contrary. So it's about leadership. It's a simple thing, even in your home. When there is no leadership in your simple domestic home, you see the children are here and there. Because there's nobody taking charge. That's it. They are not difficult things for you. You keep saying this, they are not rocket science. They are things that we all know every day that this is what we ought to do. What custom is trying to do is to respond to the cries of the people, of those who come to do business with the customs. Custom is trying to solve the problem. The problem of you clearing your cargo, for instance, the cars, out of custom control, along the road, somebody holds you, an officer of the custom again, and say, look, the duty is not appropriate. And then you start all over again. While you are not a freight forwarder, your goods have been cleared out of custom control through a due process. Even if it is not through a due process, it came out from the port. And the port is an enclosure. It's a restricted, although commercial. That is on one part. Those that smuggle those goods inside, that's a different thing. That's outright smuggling, untrue declarations, or what we call outright smuggling and all that, you know. But those who went through the ports and cleared their goods out, and they're still having problem on the road. Well, you cannot separate whatever might be the malfeasance or the difficulties. Custom is part of the society, right? There could be one person or the other. It's just like any other Nigerian. Now, the management of the custom now decided to use a process that will solve the problem once and for all. Every vehicle has what they call VIN number, vehicle identification number. That vehicle identification number will tell you the year of manufacture of that car. And with that, the custom will go ahead and process, the duty, assess the duty you're supposed to pay. The problem came when custom did not give into account what they call depreciation value of the car. So I think that was the hue and cry. But that has been resolved, and that will show you the response of customs when issues are raised and they are germane issues, and that has been resolved, and things are working out properly now. No problem.
Hope you found the interview insightful. We will now leave you with useful insight on how to write an informal business proposal. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time.
Writing an informal proposal. The thought of writing a proposal overwhelms many people, but the task does not have to be daunting. Informal proposals are written when people need to ask permission to make a purchase, undertake a project, or write a paper. This type of proposal is a way of persuasively putting forth an idea and asking for action to be taken on that idea. When writing a proposal, consider who will read the proposal and what that person may or may not already know about what you are proposing. Follow these steps when writing a proposal. 1. State your purpose. Do this clearly and concisely so that the reader knows immediately why you are writing. 2. Give some background information. Explain why you are proposing your suggestion so that the reader has a better understanding of the problem. 3. State a solution to the problem. This is where you give specifics about your suggestion. 4. Show costs. Lay out any costs that will be involved. 5. Conclusion. Wrap it up by restating the problem and the proposed solution.
Five ways to revive a dying business. Is your business showing signs of distress, or is it straight up tanking? There are simple measures you can take to bring it back from the brink. Your business might be dying, but it doesn't have to mean it's over. Here are 5 things you can do to save your dying business and also help it thrive. 1. Evaluate your situation honestly. Before physicians treat a patient, they do all kinds of tests and make a diagnosis. So when you realize that your business is in serious trouble, stop. You need to take a good hard look at your company to evaluate and assess what's going wrong. You can't take action without knowing where to start. 2nd, rethink your strategy. The way you think about your failure is key to your success. After reevaluating your company, chances are you have found where you went wrong and you're ready to redefine and rethink your strategy. You have decided not to give up and you are determined to succeed. This is a great step in reviving a dying business, but it's also a hard one. 3. Focus on your people. You may think that the problem is in your software, hardware, or your data, but the best business are the ones that run with soul. Your most important asset are your people, your employees. When your company seems to be falling, reevaluate not just your strategy, but those who need to execute it. If necessary, get rid of those who are slowing you down and hire those who will help you revive your dying business. 4. Let go of pride and fear. Rather than playing the blame game, which will get you nowhere, successful CEOs and business leaders know that admitting their faults and showing genuine humility will help rebuild and reboost their organization. When business leaders are unwilling to change or stick to preconceived ideas of what they think will work, it is a recipe for disaster. And 5, don't lose your passion. Now, passion is what made you start your business in the first place, and it will help you to keep going. Passion may not always come with the voice of reason, but it may be the fuel you need to reignite that fire. So you see, your business can actually thrive.
My name is Prince Olasheni Kosoko, and here is my good old days story. I was born at the Lagos Island maternity into a family of royals. My father, from the Kosoko royal chieftaincy family, is a 4th generation of the direct descendant of King Kosoko, who reigned as Oba of Lagos between 1845 and 1851. While my mother was from the Eletui Washe chieftaincy family, both of them of blessed memories. I come from a middle-class family, with my father starting off as a school teacher and ending up as a quantity surveyor, while my mother worked as a secretary/receptionist for a multinational company in Lagos. Even though I come from a Muslim home, I started my early schooling at the Holy Cross Catholic School at Oil Mill Street, Lagos Island, at the instance and insistence of Mrs. Ayodele, aka Mama Teacher, against my father's preference for a Muslim school. I had the opportunity to mix with my schoolmates as I had to walk the about 3 kilometers distance from my school in Oil Mill Street through Bangboshe Street, with distractions along the way, especially at Iteku Cemetery, where we plug falling fruits, play pranks, and those who had issue to sort with themselves will slug it out physically there. Then all the way to Massey Street, where Mama Teacher served and had an after-school lessons for us. This is where I will have my lunch and siesta until my mom comes to pick me up for home after closing from work. By the way, the Iteku Cemetery, located on Igbo Shere Road, Joseph Street, is where great sons of Lagos like Abad Macaulay, Ajayi Crowder, etc. were buried. Their remains were later removed from there, and the cemetery later gave way to a sports center. We lived at Evans Street, Lagos Island, opposite the Eti Chieftaincy Family Palace in the 60s and until the early 70s, when we moved to the middle-class Surulere neighborhood, where I lived most of my formative years. Those were days when the Lagos Municipal Transport Service, otherwise known as LMTS buses number 28, conveyed us from the popular CMS bus stop to the end of Adelabu Street, where we resided. Bus number 27 takes you to Ogunlano Drive, and my stop was Alhaji Masha bus stop. My sojourn in life took me to Comprehensive High School, Ayetoro in Ogun State, where I was privileged to meet other students from diverse backgrounds, including foreigners. It was a very interesting period, having to leave Lagos on my own for the first time. We boarded vehicles flying Lagos to Abeokuta, from where we connect the buses that take us to Ayetoro. It was always very amusing when you read such inscriptions like, "One with God, no hurry in life, Wale ki ojoko Oluwa omo ero okan, Jisoro pawo," etc., etc. on those buses. The most amazing way to feel your arrival in Abeokuta is the loud music of Ayinla Omowura, the Akpala legend that rents the air through the length and breadth of the motor park at Lafenwa, and indeed any motor park in Abeokuta. My holidays were very exciting and something to long for, because I would spend part of it with my paternal grandmother at Isaleko, where she plied her trade in the sale of fried fish and shrimps. Staying with her offered me all opportunity to explore the wider Lagos Lagoon at Ebute-Ero and environs, including the Iga-Idunganran Palace, where the late Oba Adeyinka Oyekon II threw the gates of the palace open to all and sundry. I recall with nostalgic feelings how we as children go to play with our neighborhood friends, tire out after play, have dinner, and rest our heads in our neighbors' houses without any fear of abuse or molestation. My extended family, even though was largely dominated by Muslims, comprises of Christians and traditionalists. We all partook in all the celebrations to festivals like Eid al-Maulud, Eid al-Fitr, Eid al-Kabir, Ileya, Christmas, Easter, Eyo Masquerade, Egungun, Gelede, Efe, and Fanti festivals. What with the visits to the sandy beaches in Lagos, to the beaches of Badagry, where we also had the opportunities to visit the first story building in Nigeria, as well as the relics of slave trade in Nigeria and the point of no return, where the ships who took slaves away depart from. How can I forget my first trip to the United Kingdom in 1980 via Nigerian Airways, when my return ticket was bought at the cost of 297 naira, and full BTA of 1,000 naira got me 780 pounds sterling, and no visa was required for such trip. Life was so good that my Lagos State bursary of 500 naira per session was more than enough to form a big boy. Remarkably, a close friend and I combined equal contributions of 300 naira each and bought a Volkswagen Igala for 600 naira in 1980, a car we jointly owned and drove around Lagos. Did we paint Lagos red? The rest is left for your imagination. So much to learn from the strong communal bonds of those days. A lot to digest about religious tolerance in those days. So, where did we get it wrong? Will our children believe us when we say we had so much fun in those days? I wonder how fast we have lost our moral and to a large extent cultural values. For me, it is not a hopeless situation. All lads should therefore be on deck to continue to inculcate those time-tested values in our children for a better society. We can change the narrative. Our children must now be made to embrace the time-honored value of integrity, honesty, and respect for the dignity of others. Our challenge will now be to focus on how we can, instead of talking about the good old days, be projecting into a future that is greater than our past. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I therefore join others in joining Sir Shemo Orebadejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. The Supreme Court today struck out President Muhammadu Buhari and the Attorney General of the Federation suit challenging Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act. The case was expunged on the grounds that it lacks the jurisdiction to entertain the suit and is an abuse of court process. Earlier, a notice for the judgment delivery was served on President Buhari and the National Assembly yesterday, inviting them to appear before the court today for the judgments. Now, Tonto Dike has emerged running mate to Mr. Tonte Braye, the governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress in Rivers State. She's lauded the ADC governorship candidate for nominating her as his running mate for the 2023 governorship election. She took to her verified Instagram page at Tontola today to share the good news, and she urged people of the state to get their PVCs, saying, "You are the future, and the future is now." The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Ogun State is happy with the turnout of eligible citizens during the fourth quarter of the continuous voter registration in the state. The resident electoral commissioner, Niyi Ijalayi, appreciated major stakeholders for their support.
I think the sensitization by the public, the INEC, and also the political parties must have contributed to this. Sincerely, the people who are now out to register are within the young age brackets. The young people are now more aware than before. I think it's good for the system, very good for the system, because there was this apathy amongst them in time past, but they seem to have woken up from their slumber, and I think it is indeed desirable.
Meanwhile, some of the citizens who are yet to enroll complain about the slow process, even as the REC assured them that more machines have been deployed to the state, while appealing to those who have registered to come for their permanent voter card.
I don't understand the way things are going, because I've been here since around 7 and this is after 11. So there's nothing I can write home about for now. What they told us is when situations are like this, that it is maybe the network, that either the network is busy or the network is not good. So that is why I'm here waiting, patiently waiting for the network.
So people have been here since 7, 6:30, and they start by 9. So you have to come early to start picking numbers. I came by 7:30, I'm number 48. So they should try to make it easy online.
As a matter of fact, we've deployed more IVED machines all over the country, inclusive of Ogun State. I was at Abuja last week for a meeting. The resident electoral commissioners had a meeting with the with the chairman of INEC, and this was what we discussed again. That because of this surge, more machines were deployed all over the country. More IVED machines, such that every eligible registrant is captured.
Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State has declared Monday work-free day to enable its citizens enroll in the ongoing continuous voter registration. A statement issued by the Special Assistant to the Governor on Media and Publicity, Mukhtar Gidado, explained that the work-free day is to enable the state public and civil servants to register and obtain their permanent voter card. Mohammed, however, expressed concern over the low turnout of eligible voters. Moving on, the APC candidate of Umonwade Federal House of Representatives of Edo State, Billy Osawari, has called for an urgent legislative intervention and punitive measure against the free running of legislative rights in the country. Osawari, while speaking to newsmen in Benin, also expressed shock at the failed attempt by one of his opponents at the primaries to subchange his name, even after winning with a wide margin. He insisted that beyond making laws to check voter buying, all hands must be on deck to ensure that proper electoral reforms are put in place to protect the electoral system and process.
To get 8 of them to be interpreted in my own way, which I know is the right way. When you begin to do that, the executive themselves will be careful. But what we don't find a lot right now is oversight function being carried out to the letter. And that is why a lot of the executives, whether they are governors or presidents, they are just able to do whatever they want, right? Imagine
you are in the House of Assembly as a lawmaker, and they bring a bill to your table that you should have autonomy, you will vote against your interest. And you tell me that person is fit to represent his or her people. No. And this same person I just talked about, Elizabeth Atibe, voted against her interest when she was the Speaker in the House of Assembly.
Sparked the president of Benin Solidarity Movement, Comrade Ugbo Egosa, called on the people of the community to vote for individuals and not party, as Nigerians are in need of a person who can represent them well.
To date, they've not helped us. You know, as we normally say, who they help? Who party help? Party never help anybody. Instead, giving us more problem. So we want to be voting capable individuals. So I'm using this medium to tell Oriomo and Wonder people. Oriomo, like we all know, has the highest gas reserve in the whole of Africa, not only in Nigeria. You know, and there are many oil wells there. The people cannot be in the mist, you know, surrounded by river, and they are looking for water to drink.
Gunmen early today attacked a police area command office at Eka Oyizayi, Okai, local government area of Kogi State, killing an officer, Mr. Jibril, popularly known as Yellow. The Commissioner of Police, Kogi State Police Command, Edward Ogbuka, visited the scene of the attack for an on-the-spot assessment. Immediately ordered the deployment of additional operational assets consisting of operatives of the police force, quick response unit, state intelligence bureau, and synergy with other security agencies to restore normalcy to the area. Moving to other parts of Africa, Tunisia's Interior Ministry said today it had information about serious threat to the life of the president and that it had fought what it called a separate attack near a synagogue, adding to concerns over a mounting political crisis. The ministry said both internal and external elements were involved in the plans targeting the president. Spokesperson Fadila Khalifi said in a news conference that the goal was to undermine Tunisian public security. And what the ministry said was a separate incident. An attacker was arrested after injuring two police while targeting a security point outside a Tunisian synagogue overnight. And outside Africa, Bulgaria's parliament gave the government the green light on Friday to approve a European Union membership negotiation framework for Northern Macedonia in a move that may allow its northern neighbors to start accession talks with the bloc. Coming the day after the bloc granted candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova, the vote marked another step towards EU enlargement, lifting a veto that had been imposed in 2020 due to a dispute about history and language. Lawmakers voted to allow the government to lift its veto following talks on the framework text that will guarantee the rights of the Bulgarians in the country through constitutional changes and commit Skopje to maintaining good relationship with Bulgaria. The framework should also not have any reference that may recognize that Bulgaria is the Macedonian language according to conditions attached to the approval. And in business, Wall Street's main indexes opened higher today as signs of slowing economic growth and falling commodity prices eased expectations over how high the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates to rein in inflation. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 169.58 points, 0.55% at the open to 30,846.94. The S&P 500 opened higher by 26.02 points, or 0.69% at 3,821.75, while the Nasdaq Composite gained 119.12 points, or 1.06 points to 11,351.31. And in sports, Serena Williams was on Wimbledon center court once today as she attempts to win an A title at Wimbledon Tennis Championships in London. The American eagerly awaited return will begin in the first round against Frances Hamani-Tan as the 23 times Grand Slam champion resumes single action after a year out next week. The 40-year-old avoided any of the big names in the draw and will get the chance to ease into the tournament against world number 113 as she targets an unlikely 8th title. Wildcat Williams, nationally ranked down at 1,204, has not played a singles match since retiring injured and in tears in the first round a year ago after Alexandra. Former champions Andy Murray and Gabo Muguruza were also in action, training on cut number 1. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, would your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic-based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right? Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body doesn't understand it. It's not able to process it. And then for every time the body tries to process these chemicals, it experiences what we call breakdown, especially your excretory organs like your kidney and liver. This has been the cause of many liver damage and kidney damages. So when you take a lot of chemicals, one of them is pure chemicals, such as alcohol, such as spirits, such as tobacco, many of them cigarettes. When you take in these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. You're not able to break them down. Your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even polyprocessed meals. For example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you take in a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35,
Who's going to make it happen?
The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal, and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkaline water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system.
Thanks for joining us in Plus News Update.
Of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contain a lot
Some
of
governments
proteins,
suspected
vitamins B, B12, B6, A vitamins, your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer, and you're like, no, check your prostrates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be in a new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
I bet your eyes and ears are thrilled with music videos coming from Nigerian artists. You obviously notice the singer, the video vixens, and other talents. But what about the music director? Close your eyes, think about your favorite music video, and see if you can tell who directed it. Great if you can, sad if you can't. We're here to celebrate the great music videos out there, and here are 5 top Nigerian music video directors. Number 1. Clarence Peters. He's a director, filmmaker, and cinematographer. The founder and chief executive officer of Capital Dream Pictures was involved in a mobile-sponsored music video for a documentary on AIDS in 1998. He directed 40 episodes of the TV series Everyday People. Peters has also shot a good number of documentaries, TV commercials, short films, and TV features. He has directed music videos for recording artists such as Dare, Durella, Wizkid, Seyi Shay, Burna Boy, Waje, Tubaba, Fino, Runtown, and Yemi Alade. Peters has won numerous awards for his works. Number 2. TG Omori. Also known as Boy Director, TG Omori is a Nigerian music video director and cinematographer. He started directing at 15 while overseeing stage plays at school and church. He began making videos a year later but took it up professionally at 18 after graduating from Pencil Film Institute. This made him the youngest professional filmmaker in Nigeria. He has worked with Olamide, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Techno, Kiss Daniel, Fireboy DML, Fowls, Timaya, Naira Marley, and many others.
That's why she don't want to push, she wanna stick around. But she say that she love me cause I'm sexy. And I tell her that she lying, that she flexing. She be screaming, I be screaming, we be reckless. But I know that she be liking makeup sexy.
Number 3. Meji Alabi. This London-born Nigerian filmmaker, director, photographer, and producer has worked alongside Beyonce, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Tiwa Savage, Popcan, Goldlink, and Nasty C. He directed Seyi Shay's Murder in 2014, a move that gave him the desired attention in Nigeria. Alabi also worked with Wizkid on his Made in Lagos album.
I believe the Lord.
He's a co-founder of JM Films with Ginny Adesoya.
And I tell you my God, you know my style, you know the chance, then it's all up, baby. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you could go die, baby. You've been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All up when I come back, you one try, but you do it easy.
Number 4. Dami Twitch. His original name is Owolabi Oluwadamilola. Twitch started with photography in 2013 before going to full music production in 2017. That was the year he shot his first music video for Burna Boy and Yonda. He has gone on to shoot visuals for Fowls, Burna Boy, Olamide, Lil Kesh, Victor A.D., Simi, Peruzzi, Mayokun, Leah, and Davido. Number 5. HG2 Filmworks. Olaolu Olabode Folarin, also known as HG2 Filmworks, is a Nigerian-American music video director, graphic designer, entrepreneur, and cinematographer. Olabode began his production journey as a graphic designer and later went into full-time music video production in 2010. He has directed music videos for big-name artists like D'banj, Kiss Daniel, Dami Crane, Reminisce, Nice, and Scales. You will agree with me that these directors bend over backwards to churn out massive videos for our entertainment. And such, they deserve more than enough accolades for their contributions. So whenever you watch your favorite artist videos, always remember the men behind the scene.
The weekend is here and rest is near. It's a Friday. Welcome on the show. It's Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. My name is Wally Scott. Too many things to discuss today. First of all is basketball, and then basketball on the foreign level where the drafts are being made in the NBA right now. Orlando Magic are doing their draft. LA Lakers are doing their draft. But stakeholders have lamented that the Tigers 2022 FIBA Women's Basketball World Cup miss in the wake of the federal government's decision to lift a 2-year ban placed on international basketball. The ban was reversed after the sports minister, Sunday Dare, and other stakeholders lobbied for it to be rescinded. A top ministry official, Ismaila Abubakar, the Nigeria Basketball Federation had been plagued by a series of leadership crises over the 2 years, with 2 parallel boards laying claim to the leadership of the federation. On January 31st, incumbent Musa Hamadu Kida emerged as the winner, an election held in Benin City, while Mark Igoche was voted president, another election, the same day in Abuja. FIBA's decision came after deliberations with the Nigerian Basketball Federation on how the government's decision could be rescinded fell through. What this means is, basically, Nigeria Basketball Federation and the federal government did not come to a conclusion because there are 2 different versions of basketball. One led by Musa Kida, the other one by Paul Ugoche. And of course, they didn't come to a conclusion. So the FG backed out and said, no more international competitions for our basketballers. And the Tigers, female basketball, had already confirmed they will be at the World Cup. Now we have said, okay, good, we have rescinded decisions now, we'll be going there. But it's too late. The girls can't go anymore. What a waste of time, you ask everybody.